thank you very much. We've had a great time, a great stay, and tomorrow is really the main event, very important event in the history of Japan. It's over 200 years since something like this has happened, so it's a great honor to be representing the United States. And the Prime Minister and I talked a lot today about trade and military and various other things, and I think we had a very productive day. And tomorrow, likewise, will be a very productive day, and I just want to thank you. That was an incredible evening at sumo wrestling. And the United States, we contributed. I did this one personally. I didn't want to have anybody get me in trouble, so we did it personally. We bought that beautiful trophy, which they'll have hopefully for many hundreds of years, and that will be their trophy for the championship, sumo championships. And I think it was very nice, and we really enjoyed being there. That was something to see these great athletes, because they really are athletes. It's a very ancient sport, and I've always wanted to see sumo wrestling, so it was really great. Thank you very much for being here.
令和時代の初めての国賓として、トランプ大統領とメラニア夫人に来日をしていたい、大変嬉しく思います。今日は朝からゴルフを楽しみましたが、大統領はビールと同じように大変タフなゴルファーでもあり、我々は大変楽しむことができました。そしてアメリカの大統領としては初めて大相撲を観戦していただき、大統領杯を初優勝した朝乃山に授与していただきました。朝乃山関にとっては忘れ得ぬ瞬間だったのではないかと思います。この後は炉端焼いてゆっくりとリラックスをしながらさまざまなことについて議論を行いたい、意見交換したいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
今般の北朝鮮のミサイル発射は断じて容認できません。
North Korea's most recent missile launch is absolutely intolerable.
北朝鮮は国連決議を完全に遵守すべきです。
North Korea must fully comply with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions.
先ほどトランプ大統領との首脳会談の中において、米国は常に 100% 日本と共にあるということを明言されました。そしてその意思を示すために今、私の隣に立っておられます。
During the summit meeting that I had with President Trump, he assured me that the United States will always with Japan 100%. And to demonstrate his determination as well as commitment, he is now here with me at this joint press conference.
私とトランプ大統領は日米同盟をさらに緊密化し、そして強化していくことで完全に一致をいたしました。
President Trump and I myself completely share the view that we are going to promote further collaboration between the two nations, and also we are going to further reinforce our alliance.
私からは以上です。
That is from myself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. I just want everybody to understand and fully know that the United States of America stands behind Japan, its great ally, 100%. Thank you.
総理大臣、どうもありがとうございました。我々米国は同盟である日本と共にある。これは 100% です。そういうことを皆さんに伝えたいです。
Thank you very much. Prime Minister Abe, on behalf of the American people, I welcome you to the very famous White House. You honor us with your presence. This is one of our earliest visits from a foreign leader, and I am truly glad that it could be from such an important and steadfast ally. The bond between our two nations and the friendship between our two peoples runs very, very deep. This administration is committed to bringing those ties even closer. We are committed to the security of Japan and all areas under its administrative control, and to further strengthening our very crucial alliance. The U.S.-Japan alliance is the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Pacific region. It is important that both Japan and the United States continue to invest very heavily in the alliance to build up our defense and our defensive capabilities, which under our mutual leadership will become stronger and stronger. And as time goes by, ultimately they will be impenetrable. We face numerous challenges, and bilateral cooperation is essential. Our country is committed to being an active and fully engaged partner. We will work together to promote our shared interests, of which we have many, in the region, including freedom from navigation and of navigation, and defending against the North Korean missile and nuclear threat, both of which I consider a very, very high priority. On the economy, we will seek a trading relationship that is free, fair, and reciprocal, benefiting both of our countries. The vibrant exchange between us is a true blessing. Japan is a proud nation with a rich history and culture, and the American people have profound respect for your country and its traditions. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Prime Minister, to thank you and the people of Japan for hosting our armed forces. Working together, our two countries have the ability to bring greater harmony, stability, and prosperity to the Pacific region and beyond, improving countless lives in the process. We are committed to that goal. Highly committed. Prime Minister Abe, on behalf of the United States of America, I thank you for being with us today. We will soon be traveling to the great state of Florida, where I know we will have a long and very successful talk, negotiations, and a very, very productive weekend. Mr. Prime Minister.
This is the fourth time in 6 months for me to visit the United States. The last time was in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, at the end of last year. I am indeed sincerely grateful for the always heartwarming welcome accorded to me by the American people. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to President Trump. Donald, you must have been very busy in this very important the period of 100 days after your inauguration. And thank you very much for inviting me over to the White House. My name is Abe, but in the United States, some people mistakenly pronounce my name as Abe, but that is not bad, because even in Japan, everybody knows the name of that great president. That farmer carpenter's son can become a president, and that fact, 150 years ago, surprised the Japanese who were still under the shogunate rule. The Japanese opened their eyes to democracy. United States is the champion of democracy. Donald, President, you are excellent businessman, but you have never been in the Congress or being a governor. You have not experienced being in the public office, but you have fought the uphill struggle and fight for more than a year in the election campaign to become a new president. And this is the dynamism of democracy. I would like to celebrate and congratulate Donald being sworn in as the president. The United States is a country having the largest number of chances, opportunities in the world. That has always been the case right now as well as going forward. This will never change. And that is the reason why automotive industries and other Japanese businesses have built factories all over the United States to engage in local production here. Last year, from Japan to the United States, there have been more than $150 billion of new investment being made into the United States. And those Japanese businesses have created large number of jobs. The mutually beneficial economic relations have been built by Japan and the United States. With President Trump taking on the leadership, I'm sure there will be major scale infrastructure investment will be made, including the fast speed train. Those of you who have rode on the Japanese Shinkansen, I'm sure you would appreciate the speed, the comfort, and safety. With the latest maglev technology from the Washington, D.C. To New York, where Trump Tower exists, only 1 hour would it take if you ride the maglev train from Washington, D.C. to New York. Japan, with our high level of technical capability, we will be able to contribute to President Trump's growth strategy. There will be even more new jobs being born in the United States. To further deepen the bilateral economic relations between Deputy Prime Minister Aso and Vice President Pence, there will be a cross-sectoral dialogue to be held, and we have agreed on this. And furthermore, in Asia-Pacific, where we see dramatic growth, to expand free trade and investment, this will be a big chance for both Japan and the United States. But of course, it must be done in a fair manner. Never should a state-owned company backed by state capital should not make any economic intervention. Free ride on intellectual property should not be condoned. In Asia-Pacific region, with Japan and U.S. taking on the leadership to create free and fair market based upon rules should be built. I and President Trump has confirmed on our strong will to do so. the cornerstone of peace and prosperity in Asia Pacific. That is the strong Japan-US alliance. And this is an unwavering ties between our two countries. I and President Trump will work together to further strengthen our alliance. We have shared this strong resolve. As we see increasingly difficult security environment, we have confirmed that the US-Japan Security Pact Article 5 will be applied to Senkaku Islands. The United States will strengthen its presence in the region, and under the banner of the proactive contribution to peace, Japan will play a greater role. At the same time, we will maintain the deterrence and also to proceed on reducing the impact. We will forward through on the realignment of the U.S. forces in Japan. And Henoko's relocation to Henoko of the MCAS Futenma is the only solution, and Japan and U.S. will continue to work closely on this. On North Korea, we would strongly demand North Korea to abandon nuclear and ballistic missile the program and not to make any more provocations. And we have completely agreed on the importance of the early solution for the abduction issue in East China Sea, South China Sea, and Indian Ocean. Everywhere we need to maintain the freedom of navigation and rule of law, and such international order that must have to be maintained. Japan and United States have confirmed that we will strongly protest any use of force as well as the coercion to change the status quo. I and the President will address not only bilateral but regional issues, and we have had a very frank exchange of views on the peace and prosperity of the world that we should contribute. For any form of terrorism should be strongly condemned, and we would cooperate in our fight against terrorism. Japan will, of course, exercise a commensurate role in this regard. And furthermore, the regional conflict, the refugees, poverty, and infectious diseases, there are many challenges faced by the world, which will be a serious issue to threaten the peace and stability for Japan as well as the United States. But Japan and the United States and the international community must work hand in hand in order to solve these questions. Of course, there are disagreements, but we should not close down the dialogue just by pointing to the differences and ignoring the common interests and common goals. We need to have a dialogue because there are disagreements. What we mostly desire, what is most desired by those who are challenging the existing international order is to just focus on differences. We should not close the dialogue. Japan have for 4 years, I have consistently fought through on our foreign policy. Now, whatever the challenge and difficulty ahead of us, I and President Trump will continue our dialogue to seek shared solutions. And after lunch, I'm looking forward for a weekend in Florida with Donald. We will play golf together. My scores in golf is not up to the level of Donald at all, but my policy is never up, never in, always aiming for the cup, never to just go with the shortcuts and the chops. Those are the words never found in my dictionary. But in a relaxed atmosphere, I hope to take time to discuss with Donald on the future of the world, future of the region, and future of Japan and the United States. Thank you.
Very much. We'll take a few questions, unless you don't want to ask any questions, if that's possible. Maybe we'll start. Where is Daniel Halper, New York Post? Daniel?
I'm curious about yesterday's ruling in the Ninth Circuit Court. Has it caused you to rethink your use of executive power, and how will you respond, and will you sign new executive orders or perhaps a new travel ban? And Mr. Prime Minister, I'm curious about your reaction to America's withdrawal from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP. Do you think that that's weakened America's position in Asia, and how do you envision any sort of trade deal with the president working out?
Well, your question was unrelated to what we're here for today, but I'll answer it. We are going to keep our country safe. We are going to do whatever is necessary to keep our country safe. We had a decision which we think we'll be very successful with. It shouldn't have taken this much time because safety is a primary reason. One of the reasons I'm standing here today is the security of our country. The voters felt that I would give it the best security. So we'll be doing something very rapidly having to do with additional security for our country. You'll be seeing that sometime next week. In addition, we will continue to go through the court process, and ultimately, I have no doubt that we'll win that particular case.
Now, in the world, we are also facing the issues of the refugees and terrorism. We need to work closely together on these global issues. Japan, they have always played our own role, but going forward, we would continue to work with the international community to execute our responsibility in a commensurate manner. And each of our country has immigration control scheme, as well as policy on immigration, as well as refugees. These are to do with domestic affairs of that country, so I would refrain from making any comments.
Okay, Blake Berman. Fox, Blake Berman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pick up where Daniel left off, if you don't mind. You said earlier this week, and I'm quoting for you, you said, "I've learned a lot in the last 2 weeks, and terrorism is a far greater threat than the people of our country understand, but we're going to take care of it." Based off of what you have learned, and now knowing that your executive order is at least temporarily on hold, do you still feel as confident now as you have been at any point that you and the administration will be able to protect the homeland? And Mr. Prime Minister, thank you. I would just like to pick off again on what Daniel had asked about TPP. Do you feel it's a mistake that the United States has at least signaled its intention to withdraw from the deal? Thank you both.
I feel totally confident that we will have tremendous security for the people of the United States. We will be extreme vetting, which is a term that I developed early in my campaign because I saw what was happening. And while I've been president, which is just for a very short period of time, I've learned tremendous things that you could only learn, frankly, if you were in a certain position, namely president. And there are tremendous threats to our country. We will not allow that to happen. I can tell you that right now. We will not allow that to happen. So we'll be going forward. We'll be doing things to continue to make our country safe. It will happen rapidly, and we will not allow people into our country who are looking to do harm to our people. We will allow lots of people into our country that will love our people and do good for our country. It's always going to be that way, at least during my administration. I can tell you that.
TPP については
On TPP, of course, we are fully aware of President Trump's decision. On economic issues, we will be discussing at the working lunch to follow. As for Japan and the United States, trade and investment, as well as economic relations, how can we develop and grow our relationship? As I have already mentioned, Deputy Prime Minister Aso and Vice President Pence will create a new framework for dialogue. And I am quite optimistic that the good results will be seen from the dialogue. Now, for the free and fair common set of rules to be created for the free trade regime in the region, and that was the purpose of TPP, and that the importance have not changed. I myself believe that.
Okay.
原さん。
ございます。NHK の原と申します。
Thank you. My name is Hara from NHK. I have a question to Prime Minister Abe. Now, for the automotive market in Japan, as well as foreign exchange of Japan, in the prior remarks, there have been discrepancy in your positions. So at the summit meeting, what were the discussions? And were you able to narrow down the gap? And President Trump had said that he will make United States a great country. What is meant by the great country? And Prime Minister, what do you mean when you say United States is a great ally for you? Now, with the birth of the Trump administration, the new genesis will be built between Japan and US in economic relations. In order to put forward such strong message, I have proposed to launch a new framework for economic dialogue, and we were able to agree on this. As for sectoral discussions, we will be having a discussion at our working lunch, in any case, between President Trump and I myself on Japan and US economic relations. We have already agreed that we will have Vice President Pence and Deputy Prime Minister Aso to discuss fully on the economic relations between our two countries. And we are looking forward for the good results to ensue from the debate between the experts. As for the foreign exchange, we will have Secretary of Treasury and Minister of Finance will continue their close communication for the United States to become a great nation. The various roles played by the United States and the responsibility to go with it. The world over is faced with increasing uncertainty that the United States will become a great America and become a great and strong ally would be good for Japan. And for Japan and U.S. alliance to be further strengthened would be good not only for our two nations, but also contribute to the peace and prosperity of the Asia-Pacific. And the United States to become even greater. We will welcome that.
Thank you. I will say that, and you've seen it, ever since I won the election and became president-elect, I've been telling companies, car companies and other companies, many companies, come back into the United States. And they've been coming back in. And big announcements are going to be made over the next short period of time. Some of you already know what those announcements are. We've lost a lot of our factories, a lot of our plants, and those factories and those plants will be coming back, and jobs will be coming back to Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and so many other places where we've lost so many jobs. And those are the people that were so good to me, and now I'm being good to them. So we've had a tremendous number of announcements. We've had Ford and General Motors and many, many others. Intel yesterday made a major announcement, and they did that because of what is happening with our tax structure, which is going along very well, and we'll be having some very big news over the next short period of time. But we are a nation of tremendous potential, and the expression, "Make America Great Again," I will tell you, and I will add very strongly and with great surety, it will be greater than ever before. And I just want to thank the Prime Minister for a friendship. You know, we developed a great friendship when we met in New York City at Trump Tower. We spoke for a long, long period of time. And when I greeted him today at the car, I was saying, I shook hands, but I grabbed him and hugged him because that's the way we feel. We have a very, very good bond, very, very good chemistry. I'll let you know if it changes, but I don't think it will. So I just want to thank the Prime Minister for being here. We're going to be meeting your wife in a very short period of time, and I look very much forward to that. And I want to thank everybody in the room. We're going to have a tremendous relationship, long-term relationship of mutual benefit with Japan. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Yes, certainly. Okay, go ahead.
どうぞ。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. From Sankei Shimbun, my name is Takita. I have a question to President Trump. Obama administration under the rebalance to Asia have emphasized Asia, but China is taking hardline stance in South China Sea as well as China Sea, and North Korea has went on the missiles and nuclear development. So some countries in Asia are concerned over commitment of United States in Asia. So against this backdrop, as was mentioned earlier, for the Trump administration, for the situations in Asia, how would you respond to the increasing difficulty here? And President, you have repeatedly stated about China taking on the currency, foreign exchange policies which are not good for the United States. Do you think that eventually it will change in the future?
I had a very, very good conversation, as most of you know, yesterday with the President of China. It was a very, very warm conversation. I think we are on the process of getting along very well, and I think that will also be very much of a benefit to Japan. So we had a very, very good talk last night and discussed a lot of subjects. It was a long talk. And we are working on that as we speak. We have conversations with various representatives of China. I believe that will all work out very well for everybody, China, Japan, the United States, and everybody in the region. As far as the currency devaluations, I've been complaining about that for a long time. And I believe that we will all eventually, and probably very much sooner than a lot of people understand or think, we will be all at a level playing field. Because that's the only way it's fair. That's the only way that you can fairly compete in trade and other things. And we will be on that field, and we will all be working very hard to do great for our country. But it has to be fair, and we will make it fair. I think the United States is going to be an even bigger player than it is right now by a lot when it comes to trade. A lot of that will have to do with our tax policy, which you'll be seeing in the not-too-distant future. We'll have an incentive-based policy, much more so than we have right now. Right now, we don't even know. Nobody knows what policy we have. But we're going to have a very much incentive-based policy. We're working with Congress, working with Paul Ryan, working with Mitch McConnell. And I think people are going to be very, very impressed. We're also working very much, and this has a lot to do with business, on health care, where we can get great health care for our country at a much reduced price, both to the people receiving the health care and to our country, because our country is paying so much, and Obamacare, as you know, is a total and complete disaster. So we're going to end up with tremendous health care at a lower price, and I think people are going to be extremely happy. Difficult process, but once we get going, and as you know, Tom Price was just approved a few hours ago, so we finally have our secretary, and now we get down to the final strokes. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank Mr. Prime Minister. What an honor. What a great honor it is. And let's go to Florida. Hello, everybody. We're getting a lot of things done. A lot of great things between our two countries. So thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Discuss exemptions to the steel and aluminum tariffs yet? Is
will be discussing it, yes.
総理、久しぶりのマーラー号はいかがですか。
楽しんでますよ。素晴らしい会談ができました、先ほどは。
Have you been speaking directly with him?
Yes.
You've been speaking directly with him?
Yes. Thank you very much for being here. We are in the midst of having very major discussions on many subjects, including North Korea and trade and other things, and we're doing very well. I think we're doing very well. The relationship is really extraordinary. We like each other, and our countries like each other, and I don't think we've ever been closer to Japan than we are right now. So it's a great honor. Believe me, it's a great honor. We're going to have dinner tonight, where I think we'll insult everybody by continuing to talk about trade. But the time is a little bit limited, and then tomorrow's a very busy day. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
本日はトランプ大統領とともに自衛隊、米軍の諸君の有志に接する機会を得たことを心から嬉しく思います。
Today, I feel extremely delighted to have this opportunity with President Trump to see all of you here representing the Japan Self-Defense Forces and the U.S. forces, men and women of great courage and patriotism.
日米両国の首脳が揃って自衛隊、米軍を激励するのは史上初めてのことであります。日米同盟は私とトランプ大統領の下でこれまでなく強固なものとなった。この加賀の感情に我々が並んで立っていることがその証であります。
It is the very first time in history that the two leaders of Japan and the United States give words of encouragement together to the members of the Japan Self-Defense Forces and the U.S. forces. Japan-U.S. alliance has become more robust than ever under the great partnership that I and President Trump have developed. The fact that we stand together on board at JS Kaga today is a testament to such robust alliance.
トランプ大統領、あなたの友情に心から感謝します。そして日本の自衛隊と米軍が今、私たちと同様、深い友情で結ばれていることを共に喜び合いたいと思います。
President Trump, I am truly grateful for our friendship. And just like between us, there is a deep bond of friendship between the men and women of the Japan Self-Defense Forces and the U.S. forces, which deserves celebration.
インド太平洋を自由で開かれたものにし、地域の平和と繁栄の礎としなければならない。その揺るぎない意志をここに立つ私たち全員が完全に共有します。
Our mission is to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific and to establish a foundation for regional peace and prosperity. As we gather here, I believe that every one of us shares unwavering determination to fulfill such mission.
この護衛艦加賀は昨年、西太平洋からインド洋に及ぶ広大な海において、米海軍と密接に連携しながら地域の海軍との協力を深めました。
JS Kaga sailed through the vast area from the Western Pacific through the Indian Ocean last year to deepen cooperation with navies of regional partners in close coordination with the U.S. Navy.
今後、本艦を改修し、ストーブル戦闘機を搭載することで、我が国と地域の平和と安定に一層寄与していきます。地域の公共財としての日米同盟のさらなる強化に向けて、日本はしっかりとその役割を果たしていく。これからも負担の努力を重ねていく考えです。
We will refurbish JS Kaga in the future to carry short takeoff and vertical landing fighter aircraft so that it can further contribute to peace and stability of Japan and this region. Japan will continue to play its role with unwavering commitment toward further strengthening the Japan-US alliance, which has become the international public goods in this region, and we will continue to make such efforts persistently.
もとより強固な日米同盟は日米の隊員一人一人の努力によって支えられています。
What underpins such robust alliance between our two countries is the dedication by each one of you serving in the Japan Self-Defense Forces and the US forces.
自衛隊の諸君、昼夜を分かたず、自由で平和な海を守り続ける諸君を私は誇りに思います。
To the members of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, I take great pride in you all who work day and night to continue to protect freedom and peace of the sea.
そこから遠く離れた地で我が国と地域の平和と安全を守り、日米同盟の抑止力を高める在日米軍の皆さん、そしてその最高司令官であるトランプ大統領に敬意を表するとともに、改めて感謝を申し上げたいと思います。
To the members of the US Forces Japan, I would like to take this opportunity to pay my tribute to your dedication to ensure peace and stability of Japan and this region, and to enhance deterrence of our alliance in this part of the world, far from your home. Thank you so much. And also to President Trump, I pay my tribute to you as the great Commander-in-Chief. Mr. President, thank you very much.
地域を取り巻く安全保障環境が厳しさを増す中にあって、平和と安定を守る砦たる日米隊員諸君の今後ますますの活躍を大いに期待しています。
As we see ourselves in an increasingly severe security environment in this region, those of you serving in the Japan Self-Defense Forces and the US forces are the fortress that protects peace and ensures stability. And I sincerely hope that you will continue to shine as you carry out your important mission in the future.
令和元年5月28日、自衛隊最高指揮官、内閣総理大臣安倍晋三。
Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister of Japan, Commander-in-Chief of the Self-Defense Forces, May 28, Reiwa 1 or 2019.
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. それでは、続いてトランプ大統領から激励の言葉をいただきたいと思います。
So with that, now I'd like to invite President Trump to give his remark to the members.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to start by saying Happy Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day.
ありがとうございます。
Great day.
最初にメモリアルデーおめでとうございますという言葉で始めたいと思います。
Thank you very much. And you know, we had a tremendous couple of days with the Prime Minister. He's a great gentleman, great leader. And I just want to say that our First Lady and I are very honored to be here today on the JS Kaga. It's a great ship. They love this ship. You all love the ship, right? You feel good about it, don't you? I do too. I feel very safe on this.
過去数日間に偉大なリーダーである安倍総理と数日間を過ごしましたけれども、ここにファーストレディーと私はこの素晴らしい護衛艦である加賀とに乗船することができることを非常に嬉しく思います。
And I'm honored to be with my friend, the Prime Minister, and Mrs. Abe, and the extraordinary men and women of the United States Navy's 7th Fleet and the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces.
ファーストレディーと私は本日、安倍総理大臣、安倍夫人、そして米海軍第7艦隊と日本の海上自衛隊の驚くべき隊員男女とともに、この JS 加賀にいることを光栄に思います。
It was a great honor last night and this morning to meet and greet your new emperor and empress, two very, very special people, spectacular. And we got to know them, and they're going to do a tremendous job for Japan, going to make you very proud.
で昨晩とそして、今朝、新しい、天皇皇后両陛下とお会いしました。非常に素晴らしい、方々で、日本に対して素晴らしい、そういう将来を開かれるというふうに思います。
On behalf of the First Lady and myself, I want to take a moment to send our prayers and sympathy to the victims of the stabbing attack this morning in Tokyo. All Americans stand with the people of Japan and grieve for the victims and for their families.
ファーストレディと私はこの瞬間に今朝東京近郊で発生した刺殺事件の被害者に哀悼の祈りを捧げたいと思います。すべてのアメリカ国民は日本国民とともに被害者の家族に哀悼の念を表したいと思います。
Our thanks to Ambassador Haggerty, Mrs. Haggerty, Vice Admiral Phil Sawyer, and Rear Admiral Gregory Fenton for joining us today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
ハガティ大使、ハガティ夫人、フィル・ソーヤー中将、グレゴリー・フェントン少将に同席してくれたことを感謝します。ありがとうございます。
My thanks as well to Admiral Hiroshi Yamamura and also to Captain Hideki Mizuta, who commands this magnificent ship, for joining us today. Thank you very much.
また山村博海将とこの素晴らしい護衛艦の艦長である水田秀樹一等海佐も同席してくれたことを感謝します。ありがとうございます。
At this very historic moment, as Japan begins Reiwa and the Reiwa era, we celebrate the U.S.-Japan alliance and the friendship between our freedom-loving peoples.
日本が令和の時代を迎えたこの歴史的瞬間に、我々は米日間の同盟、そして自由を愛する米日国民の間の友情をお祝いします。
Our armed forces train and serve together around the world, including right here, very special. In fact, this is the only port in the world where an American naval fleet and an Allied naval fleet are headquartered side by side. The American and Japanese sailors stationed in this bay are living testaments to the enduring power of our incredible partnership.
我々両国の軍隊はここ横須賀を含めて世界中で一緒に訓練し、また活動しています。実際これは米海軍艦隊とそして同盟国の海軍艦隊が並んで司令部を置く世界で唯一の港です。この港に駐留しているアメリカと日本の海士は我々のパートナーシップの永続的な力の生きた証です。
As you know, Japan recently announced its intent to purchase 105 brand new stealth F-35 fighter aircraft, the best in the world. This purchase would give Japan the largest fleet of F-35s of any of our allies. And soon this very ship will be upgraded to carry that cutting-edge aircraft.
ご存知の通り、日本は最近新しいF-35 ステルス戦闘機105機を購入する意向を発表しました。この購入により、日本は同盟国の中でも最大規模の F-35 戦闘機群を持つことになるでしょう。そして間もなく、まさにこの護衛艦がこれらの最先端の航空機を搭載できるようアップグレードされるでしょう。
With this extraordinary new equipment, the JS Kaga will help our nations defend against a range of complex threats in the region and far beyond.
JS 加賀はこの新しい装備により、米日両国がこの地域とより広い領域をさまざまな複雑な脅威から防衛するのを助けます。
I want to thank my friend and your Prime Minister. He's an extraordinary man for his commitment to improving Japan's defense capabilities, which also advances the security of the United States of America.
米国の安全保障をも向上させる日本の防衛能力の向上に対する私の友人である安倍総理の尽力に感謝したいと思います。
And to all of the incredible American and Japanese service members here today, it has been a true privilege to visit with you. On behalf of all Americans, we extend our deep gratitude for everything you do to safeguard our people. Again, thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very
今
much.
日ここにいる素晴らしい米国と日本の兵士たちに言いたいと思います。あなたたちを訪問することは本当に特権でした。そして全てのアメリカ国民を代表して、我々はあなたたちが我々の国民を守るためにしている全てのことに深い感謝を述べたいと思います。ありがとうございます。そして神があなた方全員を祝福しますように。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
Over the past 2 days, leaders from the world's largest economies have convened here in Osaka. The G20 summit has been fantastic. Prime Minister Abe has done an incredible job, as he always does. This marks my third visit to Japan as president. I always like being back in Japan. We've had a great relationship. We've never been closer to Japan than we are right now. We spent a lot of time with a lot of countries. We do business with a lot of them. Virtually every leader that I dealt with said is that congratulations, it's incredible what's happened to the American economy. We're the best economy in the world. We put together a lot of ideas and a lot of challenges for the future that we'll be able to meet. The red carpet was rolled out for all of us, for this country, for our country. So this was a really good summit and really well done, so professionally done. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have Prime Minister Abe with us. The Japanese people greeted me so warmly when I was there, and actually, even before becoming president, a very, very special country, special place, with a very, very extraordinary leader. So it's an honor to have you in Florida with us. It's an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago, and an honor to have you in the United States. It's really something special. We're going to be discussing trade with Japan. We are going to be discussing military. We're going to be discussing security. And we will, I am sure at the outset, we're going to get along. And when it's all over, we're going to get along even better. So thank you all very much for being here. Mr. Prime Minister, please.
Okay. 今回、昨年の2月に続いて再び美しいマララ号を訪問できたこと、ご招待いただいたこと、改めてどなたに感謝申し上げたいと思います。で、この後、
I'd like to express my appreciation for Donald, who kindly invited me back to Mar-a-Lago, which is a gorgeous place, and I'm very happy to be back.
2日間にわたってじっくりお話しできることを楽しみにしております。特に北朝鮮の問題について、また経済の問題についてお話をしたいと思います。北朝鮮の完全、検証可能、不可逆的な方法での核・ミサイルの廃棄に向けて、大統領とともに認識を共有したいと思います。
So for today and tomorrow, I am going to have an in-depth discussion with Donald, and I very much look forward to having our discussion mainly on the two topics, which includes North Korea and the economy. For North Korean issue, I'd like to underscore the importance of achieving the complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization, as well as the abandonment of missile programs of North Korea. And on this specific point, I would like to share understanding and recognition with Donald.
日米が国際社会をリードして圧力を最大限まで高めた結果、北朝鮮から話し合いを求めてきました。私たちのアプローチは成果を上げています。その中で米朝首脳会談を決断したトランプ大統領の勇気に対して称賛したいと思います。
So both Japan and the United States have been demonstrating leadership in applying the maximum pressure campaign against North Korea, which actually successfully made North Korean side to start seeking dialogue with us. So it is fair to say that our approach has been proved to be successful and the right one. And also on this occasion, I would like to commend Donald's courage in his decision to have the upcoming summit meeting with the North Korean leader.
北朝鮮の核ミサイル問題、そして日本にとって大切な拉致問題について徹底的に話し合いたいと思います。
So I look forward to having a thorough discussion on the issue of North Korea, including both nuclear as well as missile issues and also the abductions issue, which is a priority issue for Japan.
この美しい景観の中で、ドナルドと両国の発展のために、また地域や世界の平和のために話をすることを嬉しく思いますし、また楽しみにしています。
So we have the gorgeous setting for both of us to have today's discussion. And I very much feel delighted and also privileged to have a discussion with Donald today to talk about our collaboration to achieve the development of both Japan and the United States, and also how we can collaborate together to realize peace in the region as well as in the entire international community.
Well, thank you very much. Many of the world's great leaders request to come to Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. They like it. I like it. We're comfortable. We have great relationships. As you remember, we were here, and President Xi of China was here. And when we do it, it was originally built as the Southern White House. It was called the Southern White House. It was given to the United States. And then Jimmy Carter decided it was too expensive for the United States. So they, fortunately for me, gave it back, and I bought it. But we are, who would have thought it was a circuitous route, but now it is indeed the Southern White House. And again, many people want to be here. Many of the leaders want to be here. They request specifically. North Korea is coming along. South Korea is meeting and has plans to meet with North Korea to see if they can end the war, and they have my blessing on that. And they've been very generous that without us and without me in particular, I guess, you would have to say that they wouldn't be discussing anything, including the Olympics would have been a failure. Instead, it was a great success. They would have had a real problem. But as you know, North Korea participated in the Olympics, and it made it, really, it was quite an Olympics. It was quite a success. That would not have happened. And they do have my blessing to discuss the end to the war. People don't realize the Korean War has not ended. It's going on right now, and they are discussing an end to the war. So subject to a deal, they would certainly have my blessing, and they do have my blessing to discuss that. Japan and ourselves are locked, and we are very unified on the subject of North Korea. We will probably be, depending on the various meetings and conversations, we'll be having meetings with Kim Jong-un very soon. It'll be that'll be taking place probably in early June or a little before that. Assuming things go well. It's possible things won't go well and we won't have the meetings, and we'll just continue to go along this very strong path that we've taken. But we will see what happens. Tomorrow we'll have further discussions on trade, on North Korea, on our military. Japan is buying a tremendous amount of military equipment from the United States, which is good. And as you know, we're buying a lot of cars and a lot of other things from Japan. But we are each buying a lot, but we still have to talk about trade, and the Prime Minister understands that. We're going to sneak out tomorrow morning and play a round of golf if possible, and if we have the time. When I was in Japan, the Prime Minister took me out and we played with a great golfer, Matsuyama, right? Matsuyama. He's one of the top 3 or 4 golfers in the world, and I always thought I was okay at golf, but then I realized we're not so good. So he was really great and very special. And I also, just in ending, I want to congratulate you. It wasn't Matsuyama, but another great golfer from Japan won the big PGA event this weekend. And it's been a long time, so I just want to congratulate you on that. That's a big honor. It's a great honor. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。今回安倍総理もここにいらっしゃることは大変光栄に思います。これ実は多くの世界中の首脳たちはマララゴに行きたがるものなんですけれども、習主席もこちらに来ましたし、もちろん安倍総理と一緒にここでお話ができるのが大変心待ちしていました。ずっとこれは南のホワイトハウスと呼ぶものでした。ジミー・カーターも昔はこれを売ることにしましたので、私は幸いに購入することができました。今回、北朝鮮について、また韓国とその 南北首脳会談について、お話しすることがあると思います。その戦争が終わる、朝鮮半島の戦争状態が終わるということは、私は強く望んでいます。幸運を願っています。で今回は私と安倍総理のおかげで、この先日の五輪、またはその対話ができたということは、我々のリーダーシップのおかげだということも過言ではないと思います。北朝鮮は五輪に参加することさえもできました。ですので、この戦争を終結させるためにうまくいくように見守りたいと思いますが、米日の関係は非常に強いもので、北朝鮮について全く意見一致しています。ですので、金正恩氏との会談することもあるかもしれませんが、これは6月の初旬の頃、その前かもしれませんが、うまくいくように願っていますが、もしうまくいかなかったら、その強い姿勢で臨みたいと考えています。ですので、これから日本の代表と一緒に貿易について、また安全保障などについて話したいと思います。もちろん米国の装備をたくさん購入していただくこともありますし、私たちも日本からたくさん物を買っています。通商問題について話すこともあると思います。でもし時間が許す限り、一緒にゴルフすることもあるかもしれません。私も日本にいたときは、松山選手とゴルフできましたので、大変楽しい時間を過ごすことができました。で、先日 PGA で日本人の方がまた勝利できたということは大変おめでたいと思います。
Did he do a good job?
Very, very. Good memory.
I think so. Very good. Thank you. I just want to conclude by saying that our house, it's great house, is filled with people from Japan, representatives from Japan and from the U.S., and they've been negotiating for weeks, actually, and hopefully this will be the conclusion of some very good transactions for both, including tremendous purchases from the United States and also from Japan. So I want to thank everybody for being here, and Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great honor to have you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to have Prime Minister Abe, a friend of mine and somebody we've just developed a great relationship. And it's wonderful to have you here. We'll be discussing many things, including, of course, North Korea, which is very much on our minds. We'll be discussing terrorism, but I think we will really be in particular focused on the North Korea problem. It's a big problem, it's a world problem, and it will be solved. At some point, it will be solved. You can bet on that. And I just want to thank you very much, Prime Minister.
ありがとうございます。安倍総理大臣が私の友人であります。いい関係が構築することができました。本日いらしていただいて大変光栄に思います。本日もちろん北朝鮮について話すこともありますし、テロの問題について話すこともあります。しかし特に北朝鮮という問題、これはもう世界的な問題であります。これは断言できます。絶対解決する問題です。今日どうもありがとうございます。
2人こうして、大統領とドナルドとお目にかかれて嬉しく思います。
Donald, it's a great pleasure for me to see you again.
ただ一つ残念なことは、今回はゴルフができないので。
There's one unfortunate thing that I have to confess. This time around, we won't be able to play golf together.
また、NATO そして中東訪問の大成功で祝意を表したいと思います。世界の安全保障について強くコミットしていく姿勢を示しておられますことに対して評価したいと思います。
And also at the outset, I'd like to congratulate you on your successful visit to the Middle East region, as well as your participation in the NATO summit. And through your visit, I understand that you have demonstrated robust commitment to ensuring global security, and I highly value your commitment.
北朝鮮の問題はもちろんのこと、世界のさまざまな課題について、共にしっかりと連携していくことを確認する首脳会談としたいと思います。
Of course, as you mentioned, we are going to talk about North Korean issues, but also we are going to cover other various challenges of the international community. And on this occasion, I would like to reconfirm our close partnership as well as collaboration in addressing those of the challenges.
Well, I want to say that it is reconfirmed. It is a close partnership and collaboration and friendship. We've developed a great friendship, and I look forward to being with you, spending some time with you, and I'll be seeing you for today, and I'll be seeing you, I'm sure, many times over the years to come, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
これ我々の関係を再確認することができます。大変親しい関係になっています。そして友情も作ることができました。これからたくさん時間を一緒に過ごすこともありますし、今後数年後も一緒に協力することもあると思います。それも待望しております。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. I just want to say that your representatives look right out of a movie. You're absolutely perfect. So I think that's very nice. I'm very impressed. But it's great to have both of our representatives with us.
こういうふうに立派な代表の方々がこちらに並んでいらっしゃるということは、本当にまるで映画の場面に見えます。本当に完璧です。皆さんありがとうございます。
We're talking North Korea, we're talking military, we're talking trade. A lot of progress has already been made, and as you know, we've been discussing these things for weeks and even months prior to this meeting, which truly we'll call a summit, and we've made a lot of progress.
本日は北朝鮮、または安全保障、または通商問題について、たくさん話すことになります。すでにたくさん進歩が見られていました。過去数週間、過去数ヶ月ですでに話し合ってきましたが、今回もこの立派なサミットでよりいい成果を出すことは期待しています。
Shinzo and I have developed a very close relationship. We speak all the time, and our nations, I think, have never been closer than they are right now.
私と総理は非常に親しい関係を作ることができました。いつも頻繁にお互いに相談して話し合うこともあります。非常にいい、かつてないほど米日関係は親しいもの、近いものになりました。
So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for being with us.
本日来ていただいてありがとうございました。
先ほどすでに、ドナルドと深い経緯で北朝鮮の問題、また経済について相当深い話をすることができました。
So prior to this small group discussion, at the 101 setting, we already had a very in-depth discussion focusing on the issue of North Korea and also the economic issues.
それぞれ非常に重要な点で認識をさせることができたことを嬉しく思います。
And on those two points, we actually successfully forged a mutual understanding. So I'm very happy to see the outcome of our 101 discussion.
北朝鮮の問題については、歴史上初めて米朝首脳会談が予定されています。
On the issue of North Korea, for the first time in the history of the world, there will be the summit meeting between the United States and North Korea.
その前には南北の首脳会談が行われるわけでありますが、ピョンチャンオリンピックから起こったこの大きな変化はまさに、ドナルドが確固たる信念と決意でこの問題に相対した結果だと思います。
And also prior to the U.S.-North Korea summit meeting, the summit meeting between South and North Korea is being planned to take place. And since the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games in South Korea, we have observed major change in terms of the North Korea's behavior. And background of this change is Donald's unwavering conviction as well as the determination that you demonstrated in addressing the issue of North Korea. So your stance made it possible to achieve this major change.
あらゆる負担がテーブルの上にあるという姿勢でもって圧力を最大限まで高めて、アメリカは圧倒的な世界一の軍事力を持っているわけでありますが、それを背景に圧倒的なこのレベルの圧力をかけた成果であり、まさにトランプ大統領が強い決意で臨んだ成果だと思います。改めて敬意を表したいと思いますし、この史上初の米朝首脳会談を通して核の問題、そして ミサイルの問題、さらには日本にとって重要な拉致問題が解決に向かって進んでいく歴史的な会談となることを期待しております。そしてそのために、この当場において真剣な、そして徹底的な話をしたいと思います。話し合いたいと思います。
So you have made it very clear that all options are on the table, and along with this line, you have demonstrated the maximization of the pressure against North Korea. As a matter of fact, the United States have the overwhelming military power in the world, and by using this strength, you have been effectively applying the overwhelming level of pressure against North Korea, and this actually successfully led to the outcome that we have already observed. So once again, if I may reiterate, Donald, you demonstrated your unwavering determination in addressing the challenge of North Korea, and I'd like to take this opportunity to express and pay my tribute to your leadership. And also, at the planned U.S.-North Korea summit meeting, which will be held for the first time, my hope is that there will be a tangible progress toward resolving the outstanding issues of concern, including nuclear issues, missile issues, as well as the abductions issue, which is the Japanese top priority issue. So this will be the historic meeting, and I certainly hope that there will be progress on these fronts. And also, to achieve such progress, I would like to have a very serious and also thorough discussion with you today.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that, Shinzo. And I will say that the North Korea problem has been with us for many years. It's something that should have been taken care of years ago, decades ago. It's at a point now where we don't really have a choice. It must be taken care of one way or the other. I look forward to meeting with Kim Jong-un, and hopefully that will be a success. And maybe it will be, and maybe it won't be. We don't know, but we'll see what happens. But I can say this, they do respect us. We are respectful of them, and we're going to see what happens. We will bring up the abductees. We'll bring up many different things. I think it's a time for talking. It's a time for solving problems. I know that's been a very big factor for you.
ありがとうございます。そういうふうにそういう解釈、そういう言葉で言っていただくには大変感謝しております。この北朝鮮の問題は長い間大変大きな問題でした。数十年前に解決すべき問題でしたが、今私たちは解決せざるを得ない状態なんです。でどう解決するかということは、まだ方法は分かりませんが、その対話なのか違う方法なのか、まだ今のところ未定ですけれども、いずれにしても金正恩との首脳会談を待望しています。でこれがいい成果になるということを期待していますが、いい成果にならなかったから違う手段を考えないといけないということです。私たちに対して敬意を払っていますし、私たちも北朝鮮に対して敬意も示していますが、いずれにしても拉致問題、またはいくつかの問題について話すべき点がたくさんあると思います。
South Korea's meetings with North Korea are very much in coordination with us. We're in consultation with them constantly. Our relationship with South Korea is a very good one. In fact, we're in the midst of negotiating a new and better, perhaps for both sides, trade deal, because right now it's an unfair deal, frankly, to the United States, but what else is new? All of them are. But we are going to finalize a new deal fairly soon. We probably could have it done already if I wanted to have it done. But we are in very close communication and coordination with South Korea, with their upcoming meetings, and even their current talks with North Korea. And as I said before, the war has never ended. If we can do something even before the meeting, the big planned meeting, that would be fine. But we're dealing very closely with South Korea. They're the ones that came and told us about the original meeting, that they want to meet with me. They want to meet with the United States specifically. We have not picked a site yet, but we've picked 5 sites where it's potentially going to be. We'll let you know fairly soon. And let's see what happens. We'll either have a very good meeting or we won't have a good meeting. And maybe we won't even have a meeting at all, depending on what's going in. But I think that there's a great chance to solve a world problem. This is not a problem for the United States. It's not a problem for Japan or any other country. It's a problem for the world.
実は韓国と非常に密に協力しています。アメリカと頻繁に協調して連絡し合っています。非常にいい関係を作っています。実は韓国とこれから自由貿易協定をその話し合いもします。この貿易は実は今までの貿易関係というのは米国に対して非常に不利なものが多かったんですけれども、私はそれを解決します。でいずれにしてもこの韓国との密に北朝鮮の問題について解決しようとしています。で厳密に言うと朝鮮半島はまだ戦争状態なんですよ。このまだ戦争状態がまだ終わってないことです。ですのでこういった大きな対話の前に何か解決する方法もあるかもしれませんし、そして対話を通じて解決することもあるかもしれません。韓国は特にアメリカが参加するような話し合いに台湾に参加してほしいという声がありましたが、その米朝会談はどこで行うか、5カ所のところ今候補として述べていますが、まだ決めていません。決まったら皆さんに述べます。いいミーティングを期待しています。しかし良くないミーティングになるかもしれません。あるいは場合によって全く北朝鮮とミーティングしないこともあるかもしれません。これは世界の問題を解決せざるを得ない状態で、これはアメリカと日本の問題ではなくて世界的な問題です。
We've also started talking to North Korea directly. We have had direct talks at very high levels, extremely high levels, with North Korea. And I really believe there's a lot of goodwill, a lot of good things are happening. We'll see what happens. As I always say, we'll see what happens. Because ultimately it's the end result that counts, not the fact that we're thinking about having a meeting or having a meeting.
実は北朝鮮のリーダーシップのリーダーの人たちとの、直接的なコミュニケーションに今すでに取っています。非常に高いレベルのリーダーと、連絡を取り合っています。これはお互いに誠意を示すことも今のところ協力している段階です。でもこれからどうなるか私のよく口にする政府なんですけれども、様子を見てみましょうということなんですけれども、これからいい結果になると望んでいます。
And I just want to conclude by thanking President Xi of China. He's been incredibly generous. They have never been this way with the United States. I think they have more respect for us, perhaps our leadership, but for us than they've ever had before. But President Xi has been very strong on the border, much stronger than anyone thought they would be. I'd like him to be stronger on the border, but he has been at a level that nobody ever expected. The goods coming into North Korea have been cut down very substantially. As you know, 93% of the goods coming into North Korea come through China, come through the border. So I want to thank President Xi, a man I just have a great relationship with, a very special person to me. And we are also negotiating very tough trade deals with China. We hope that's going to work out. But he has been very, very generous in terms of what we're doing with North Korea, and I would like to thank him.
そしてここで申し上げたいと思いますが、習主席に対して非常に寛容よくこの問題に取り組んできていただきました。実はかつてほどアメリカに対する敬意をかつてほどない敬意を払っているんですけれども、私もその尊敬を払いたいと思います。実は北朝鮮に対して非常に強いスタンスを見せていただきました。ご存知のように北朝鮮に入ってくる輸入品は 93% が中国を通じて入ります。それを大幅に減少することができました。それは習主席のおかげです。実は習主席との非常にいい個人的な関係にもなっていますし、私にとって特別な人だというふうに認識しています。もちろん米中の非常にタフな貿易問題はまだ残っていますが、この交渉をしている最中なんです。一
ずれにしても北朝鮮の問題で協力していただいている中国に対して謝意を申し上げたいと思います。
米朝首脳会談においてですね、拉致問題について、日本が重視しているということをご理解いただき、取り上げていただくということをですね、明言していただいたことに対して御礼を申し上げたいと思います。
So in your remarks, I understand that you specifically mentioned that you are going to take up the issue of the abductions issue in the upcoming U.S.-North Korea summit meeting. And this reflects your deep understanding on how Japan cares about this abductions issue. And I am very grateful for your commitment.
You have my commitment. Thank you.
Sir, have you directly...
Thank you very much, everybody. Prime Minister Abe and I have spent a lot of time today, and we really spent a lot of time since I got elected, and right from the beginning we hit it off. The relationship is a very good one. We talked North Korea, covered that yesterday, a little bit today. We're talking military, and of course we're talking trade. What we're going to be doing now mostly is trade. As the Prime Minister knows, they've done very well with the United States. We have a very big deficit, and we're going to weed that down and hopefully get a balance at some point in the not-too-distant future. But we have a massive deficit with Japan. We will, I believe, at the end of a fairly short period of time, be able to do certain things. I know they're ordering large numbers of airplanes, both jet fighters and passenger planes, and it's in the tens of billions of dollars. And they'll not only get the best plane, but will help with the process of equalization. So I think we're going to have this is a very exciting meeting for me, because I like this maybe the best. I love the world of finance and the world of economics, and probably it's where I do the best. But we will be able to work things out. I'm very happy to have Larry Kudlow with us. He's a special man. He's been a friend. I've been on his show many, many times over the years, and we've had a lot of fun together. We haven't always agreed, but I noticed lately Larry's agreeing more and more with me, which makes me quite happy. And John Bolton, John was really very much involved yesterday with our meetings on North Korea and our meetings on the military. And John, it's great to have you and Larry with us. Real honor. Thank you very much. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much for being here, and your representatives. The relationship has been so good with all of us, and let's see how we do with right now the trade deficit. Thank you very much for being here. Please.
寒くつらい我々一国の美しいマナダブにご招待をいただき、おもてなしに来ていただき、改めて御礼を申し上げたいと思います。寒くつらいドナルドとはさまざまな課題について、特に北朝鮮について、あるいは経済について、じっくりと話をすることがあっています。そして、重要な点については、お互いに共通の理解を持つにできた方法を持っております。今日のこのワーキングランチにおいては、特に貿易、投資、経済について話をしたいと思っております。アジア太平洋地域は世界経済を牽引する強力な成長センターであります。日米は力を合わせて日米両国の貿易と投資を拡大していきたいと思っています。そのためにも21世紀にふさわしい自由で公正な枠組みをアジア太平洋地域に日米でこれ拡大をしていくことが大切であろう。そのことが両国がですね、より経済において成長していく、またアジア太平洋地域が公正なルールによって成長していくことに結びついていくのではないか、それに資する議論を行いたいと思います。いずれにせよ、昨日以来ですね、この本当に素晴らしいマナーラドにおいて我々をお伝えしていただいていることを改めて御礼を申し上げたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shinzo. I'd like to just maybe conclude by saying that it's an honor that you wanted to be at Mar-a-Lago. We have a lot of people that want to be here. It's just a special place, and somehow it makes people feel good, and that's good for a relationship. Reciprocal is the word that I think we have to start using with a lot of nations, not only Japan. So when we say free, that's good. Fair, that's good. But I like to say free, fair, and reciprocal. And the word reciprocal is that when you have a car come in, we charge you a tax. When we have a car go to Japan, which aren't allowed to go there, we have to take down the barriers and we have to pay the same tax. But that goes for other countries too. I mean, China, as an example, when they send a car to us, it's 2.5% tax. When we send a car to them, number one, they don't take it, and number two, it's 25% tax. And then you wonder why we have $500 billion of imbalance, and it's not right. So hopefully the word reciprocal will be the primary word that we're going to be using. And we use that with every nation then, because the United States has not been properly led on trade. Our people have let us down, whether it's our presidents or our representatives, they've let us down. So free, fair, and reciprocal, and I think we've all agreed to that, and that's to us very important. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all. No, I think he's going to come through. I think Mike Pompeo is extraordinary. He was #1 at West Point. He was top at Harvard. He's a great gentleman. I think he'll go down as truly a great Secretary of State. I will say this about Rand Paul. He's never let me down. Rand Paul is a very special guy as far as I'm concerned. He's never let me down. And I don't think he'll let us down again. So let's see what happens. If you remember, he voted for health care, and he did us a big favor. It was somebody else that voted against it that hurt us. So I have a lot of confidence in Rand, but I also have a great deal of confidence in Mike Pompeo. I think Mike Pompeo will go down as one of the great Secretary of States. And by the way, he just left North Korea, had a great meeting with Kim Jong-un, and got along with him really well, really great. And he's that kind of a guy. He's very smart, but he gets along with people. So I think that Mike will be in good shape. We'll see what happens. You know, a lot of people are predicting other things, but I have a feeling it's going to work out very well, and I think our country really needs him. He's going to be a great leader. Thank you very much. I want to begin today by expressing my deep condolences to the entire Bush family on the passing of former First Lady Barbara Bush, a wonderful, wonderful person. For decades, Barbara was a titan in American life. Her presence and character were engraved into America's identity. Her strength and toughness really embodied the spirit of our country, and her warmth and devotion earned the admiration of an entire nation and indeed the entire world. She was a tireless champion for literacy. She was a fierce advocate for the American family, and she was a woman of proud patriotism and profound faith. Our hearts are saddened by her passing, but our spirits are lifted by the memories of her goodness and her grace. She was a good person. Melania and I send our prayers to Barbara's husband of 73 years. I'll never beat that record. President George H.W. Bush, to the surviving children, Jeb and Neil and Marvin, Dorothy, and former President George W. Bush, and to their many wonderful grandchildren and great-grandchildren. This evening, I also want to send a message to all of the brave service members from the United States, France, and the United Kingdom who were involved in the very successful strikes on targets associated with the Syrian chemical weapons program last week. Once again, the unmatched skill of the United States military and our great partners and allies was demonstrated to the entire world. Missiles were shot. They tried to knock them down. They weren't in the least successful. They hit none. The purpose of our strike was to establish a strong deterrent against the use of banned chemical weapons Civilized nations must join together to prevent the horrors of chemical warfare and, in fact, warfare. And I think our allies really were absolutely world-class, wonderful. We thank them for their support. Today, I'm thrilled to be joined by my good friend, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, highly respected gentleman. Prime Minister Melania and I are honored to host you and Mrs. Abe once again at Mar-a-Lago. We're grateful for the tremendous hospitality you showed us during our visit to your country last fall. It was a true privilege to be welcomed to the magnificent land of Japan, or, as I've heard all my life, the land of the rising sun. It's true. So great. During our visit to Asia in November, we had tremendous success enlisting support for our campaign of maximum pressure on the North Korean regime. As you know, I will be meeting with Kim Jong-un in the coming weeks to discuss the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Hopefully that meeting will be a great success, and we're looking forward to it. It would be a tremendous thing for North Korea and a tremendous thing for the world. So we will be doing everything possible to make it a worldwide success, not just for the United States or South Korea or North Korea or Japan, but for the entire world. We hope to see the day when the whole Korean Peninsula can live together in safety, prosperity, and peace. This is the destiny of the Korean people, who deserve and have gone through so much over the years. We hope it all works out. We'll be trying very hard. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his insight and support over the past year as we have pursued the dream of a peaceful, nuclear-free Korea. Shinzō, you have worked very hard along with us and all of our people, and we thank you very much. And we're with you. And you're a lot closer than we are, but we're working on this together. Okay? Thank you very much. Your support has been critical to getting us to this important moment in time. It's a historic moment, and possibly beyond that, if it works out properly. Our discussions today reaffirmed the close cooperation between the United States and Japan on the issue of North Korea and our common defense. We will not repeat the mistakes of previous administrations. Our campaign of maximum pressure will continue until North Korea denuclearizes. We have great respect for many aspects of what they're doing, but we have to get it together. We have to end nuclear weapons, ideally in all parts of the world. That would be a goal for all of us to hope for and to cherish. As I've said before, there is a bright path available to North Korea when it achieves denuclearization in a complete and verifiable and irreversible way. It will be a great day for them. It will be a great day for the world. During my visit to Japan last fall, I met with Japanese families who endured the terrible heartbreak of having their loved ones abducted by the North Korean regime. We want to see these families reunited as soon as possible. And I know for a fact that it's one of the truly most important things on Shinzo's mind. We talk about it often. It's so important to you. And we're going to do everything possible to have them brought back and bring them back to Japan. I gave you that promise. The United States also supports Japan's efforts to improve its defense capabilities, and we're exploring ways to expedite the sale of American military equipment to Japan through the Foreign Military Sales Program. We've stepped up our effort not only with respect to Japan but other allies, that when they order military equipment from us, we will get it taken care of, and they will get their equipment rapidly. It would be, in some cases, years before orders would take place because of bureaucracy with Department of Defense, State Department. We are short-circuiting that. It's now going to be a matter of days. If they're our allies, we are going to help them get this very important, great military equipment. And nobody makes it like the United States. It's the best in the world by far. We're also working to improve our economic partnership by reducing our trade imbalance and removing barriers to U.S. exports. The United States is committed to free, fair, and reciprocal, very important word, trade. And we're committed to pursuing a bilateral trading relationship that benefits both of our great countries. Prime Minister Abe and I have agreed to intensify our trade and investment consultations. Ambassador Lighthizer, who is with us today, will take the lead for the United States. These past 2 days have been extremely productive. The friendship between Japan and the United States has never been closer. I truly believe it has never been closer than it is today. And the bonds between our people have never been stronger. In the months ahead, we will rely on this great friendship as we face an array of old challenges and new opportunities, and we will face them together. We will work closely on trade. We will do something having to do with the imbalance that frankly should have been done for years and years and years. Mr. Prime Minister, I want to thank you again for traveling to Mar-a-Lago for these important discussions and meetings. It's been a true honor to welcome you here and to work with you toward greater security, prosperity, and peace for our two truly great and wonderful nations. And thank you for being here, Shinzo. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Barbara Bush, the former First Lady, she has passed away. On representing the Japanese people, I would like to express my condolences to former President Bush and to all the family members. We express our heartfelt condolences. The infinitely blue sky, refreshing and soothing sea breeze. It was a great pleasure to be invited once again to this beautiful Mar-a-Lago and in a relaxed atmosphere to spend significant length of time with President Trump to engage in fruitful discussion in a frank and straightforward manner. About a year ago at this place, at the very moment I was at dinner with President Trump, North Korea dared to launch ballistic missiles. It is absolutely intolerable. Immediately after I had said so, President Trump stepped forward in front of the camera, though it was not planned, and made one following comment: the U.S. is with our ally Japan 100%. The President sent out a message of powerful commitment to the world. Donald, your words on that occasion is still deeply etched in my mind, together with my wonderful memory of my stay here in Mar-a-Lago. With one single comment, you demonstrated the superbly strong Japan-US alliance, which has a history of longer than half a century, and I once again express my deepest respect for your remarkable leadership. A year or so has passed since then. The situation surrounding North Korea, due to the decisive decision by President Trump on the first ever U.S.-North Korea summit, is at a historical turning point. The past mistakes should never be repeated. On this point, President Trump and I were in full agreement. On the occasion of the 1994 Framework Agreement or the 2005 Six-Party Talks Agreement, North Korea committed to abandon nuclear weapons development, but those promises were broken. and the effort of the international community to engage in dialogue were all entirely exploited to buy time to develop nuclear weapons and missiles. Based on such lessons learned, both the US and Japan, together with the international community, will demand for all weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles, complete, verifiable, and irreversible dismantlement of weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles to North Korea. By envisioning multiple scenarios, we carefully thought out our policies and directions at a concrete and detailed level. Just because North Korea is responding to dialogue, there should be no reward. Maximum pressure should be maintained, and actual implementation of concrete actions towards denuclearization will be demanded. This firm policy has once again been completely shared between us. On this occasion, we also agreed to continue our effort towards the early resolution of the top priority matter of abduction. Just now, President Trump, on this spot here, has mentioned towards the return of the abductees, maximum effort will be made. The clear promise just made here. We are deeply encouraged, Donald. Half a year ago, when you visited our country, you listened intently to each and every family members of the abductees. You listened carefully and kindly said you would like to help. Your image on that occasion is indelibly etched in the eyes and minds of many of the Japanese people. Going forward, we wish to work closely with the United States, and towards the immediate return of all abductees, we are determined to strengthen our approach vis-à-vis North Korea. North Korea has diligent workforce and is blessed with resources. If North Korea advances in the right direction, they can make their populations richer. If North Korea takes the right path, under the Japan-North Korea-Pyongyang Declaration, there could be a possible path to settle the unfortunate past and to normalize diplomatic relationship. For that to happen, a comprehensive resolutions of multiple concerns, including abduction, nuclear, and missiles, would be the fundamental precondition. Through the upcoming historic U.S.-North Korea summit, we strongly hope for a breakthrough in this situation.
The Japan-US alliance is not just limited to the field of security, but it also contributes to the peace and prosperity of the world as well as the region. On the economic front, Japan and the US will take a lead and develop a free and fair market in the Indo-Pacific region. I spent some time with President Trump to discuss ways to make that happen in a candid manner. First of all, we must further strengthen the economic ties between the two countries. Under President Trump, exports from the U.S., including energy, aircraft, amongst others, have already been increasing significantly. Further, following the bold tax reform by President Trump, Japanese companies' investments in the U.S. have been gaining momentum, which is creating a large number of jobs in the U.S. and contributing to the expansion of the exports from the U.S. In order to benefit both Japan and the U.S., we'll further expand trade and investment between the two countries. Building upon that foundation, we'll aim to realize economic development in the free and open Indo-Pacific region based on fair rules. To make that happen, at this time, President Trump and I agreed to start talks for free, fair, and reciprocal trade deals. And Minister Motegi will be responsible for these talks on the side of Japan. Minister Motegi and U.S. Trade Representative Lighthizer, I hope we'll have a very fruitful discussions. Over the last 2 days, President Trump and I have spent more than 7 hours together over meals and playing golf, while at the same time we were able to hold extremely fulfilling talks in a relaxing atmosphere. The last 2 days were the time when I was able to further deepen my friendship and relationship of trust with President Trump. Lastly, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Donald and First Lady Melania for their wonderful hospitality as well as the continued warm-hearted welcome of the people of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shinzo. Appreciate it. Questions? Mark Landler. Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Prime Minister, nice to see you again. Mr. President, you sent your CIA director to Pyongyang a couple of weeks ago, and he returned without 3 Americans who are being detained there, and also without any other visible signs of concessions the North Koreans had made to the United States in advance of your meeting with Mr. Kim. My question is, do you intend or are you willing to sit down with Kim Jong-un if Americans are still being held in North Korea? And will you insist on other tangible concessions from the North Koreans in return for gestures like sending a potential future Secretary of State to North Korea? And from the Prime Minister, if I may, you a moment ago alluded to new trade talks between your minister and Mr. Lighthizer. Should we interpret that to mean that you are now open to negotiating a bilateral trade deal between the United States and Japan? And then a second question, Japan is the only major American ally that was not exempted from the steel tariffs. Did you ask the President to exempt Japan, and if so, how did he reply?
Thank you, Mark, very much. The fact is that they do have 3 prisoners. We have been talking about them. We're negotiating now. We are doing our very best. As you know, they've been there a long time, and it's harsh treatment. We fought very hard to get Otto Warmbier back, and when we came back, he was in very, very bad condition. It was a very sad event. We are likewise fighting very diligently to get the 3 American citizens back. I think there's a good chance of doing it. We're having very good dialogue. We will keep you informed, but we are in there, and we are working very hard on that. We have come a long way with North Korea. We were, as you know, and when I say we, for many years they've been talking to North Korea, and nothing's happened. This should have been taken care of by past administrations when they were not nearly so far along. But we put unbelievably powerful sanctions on and many other things. I want to thank publicly President Xi of China, who has done more for us than he's done for any other administration or than any leader of China has done for any president or administration. He has clogged up the border, as you know, and he's done it very, very powerfully. He would tell you himself that he never thought he would go to this extent, and I appreciate that very much, but it's put a lot of pressure on. As you know, 93% of the goods coming into North Korea come in from China, and President Xi understands that this is a very important set of months that are lying ahead. He doesn't want to see a Korea, North Korea, or any Korea that has nuclear weapons either. So he's also fighting for China when it comes to this. But he has been terrific. Can he be better? I always say, yes, he can be better. I said, President, you've been great. Can you be better? Yes. But he's been very good, and it's had a big impact, and what we've done has had a big impact. So we've never been in a position like this with that regime, whether it's father, grandfather, or son, and I hope to have a very successful meeting. If we don't think it's going to be successful, Mark, we won't have it. We won't have it. If I think that it's a meeting that is not going to be fruitful, we're not going to go. If the meeting when I'm there is not fruitful, I will respectfully leave the meeting and we'll continue what we're doing or whatever it is that will continue, but something will happen. So I like always remaining flexible, and will remain flexible here. I've gotten it to this point. President Moon of South Korea was very generous when he said if it weren't for Donald Trump, the Olympics would have been a total failure. It was my involvement and the involvement of our great country that made the Olympics a very successful Olympics. If you look at ticket sales prior to what took place with respect to North Korea, it was going to be a big problem, and it turned out to be a very successful Olympics. So we've gotten us here, and I think we're going to be successful. But if for any reason I feel we're not, we end. Okay? Thank you, Mark.
Between President Trump and myself, for benefiting both Japan and the U.S., we have expanded the investment and trade. Based on that foundation, open and fair economic development in the Indo-Pacific region, we have agreed to start talks for free, fair, and reciprocal trade deals at this time. As for Section 232, Japanese steel and aluminum would not exert any negative influence on the U.S. security. Rather, it's our position that the quality of Japanese products is high. Many of those products are difficult to be replaced with, and they are greatly contributing to the U.S. industries and employment. So recognizing that, we'd like to continue to respond to this matter going forward.
I will add that the 232 having to do with aluminum and steel tariffs, 30% in one case, 25% and 10%, that it's got us to the bargaining table with many nations, and in other cases they're paying. And it's billions of dollars coming into the coffers of the United States. So they've been actually very important. If you look at what we did with solar panels, where we put 30% tariffs on, we had 32 companies opened with pretty new plants because it's a relatively new industry. Of the 32 plants, 30 were closed and 2 were not doing well. Since putting the tariffs on, the 2 are doing very well. 7 or 8 are going to be opening, and a lot more will open. Same thing with washing machines. We were, believe it or not, having washing machines dumped all over the country. We put tariffs on, and we're now opening up and expanding companies that create and make, which is actually a very big business, washing machines and dryers. So the workers of our country know what's happening. We have companies moving up from Mexico, automobile companies, and they're building new plants in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Kentucky and expanding their plants. A lot of things are happening. Our country is doing very, very well. So, and it's going to continue. It's going to continue. A lot of great momentum. If you look at any chart, the enthusiasm for business in our country is at an all-time high. And unemployment for African American workers, for Hispanic workers, unemployment is at an all-time low. In history, in the history of our country, it's at the lowest point. If you look at unemployment for women, it's at an 18-year low. So we're very proud of our achievements, and starting now, as you see, over the last few weeks, the tax cuts are kicking in, and it's a beautiful thing to see. And people are spending money where they didn't have the money to spend previously. So we're very happy with that. Shinzō, please.
I'm Harao of NHK. I'd like to ask questions about how to handle North Korean issues. Prime Minister Abe the coordination for holding a summit between the South Korea and North Korea, as well as between the U.S. and North Korea, is underway. There is a concern in Japan that Japan may be left behind. So how are you going to proceed with dialogue with North Korea? President Trump, you talked about the abduction issue. Are you going to consider the nuclear weapons disarmament the same level as abduction issue?
Well, maybe I'll go first. Abduction is a very important issue for me because it's very important to your Prime Minister. I will tell you that we were having dinner last night and he started talking about abduction and how horrible it was. And his level of enthusiasm was unbelievable. And I said to him right then and there last night at the table, I said, we will work very hard on that issue and we will try and bring those folks back home. Very, very hard.
Whether Japan will be left behind, that is not at all the case. In the last 2 days, together with President Trump, we have spoken about North Korea. There will be the inter-Korean talks, and the U.S.-North Korea summit is planned. We have gone into really in-depth discussion about a policy and direction. We have reached agreement. Regarding the upcoming U.S.-North Korea summit, we hope that it will lead to the resolution of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear, missile, and of course, more than anything else, we hope it will be a historic summit that will lead to the resolution of abduction. And for that purpose, I have seriously and thoroughly discussed with President Trump, and we have fully agreed about our direction going forward, in particular regarding abduction, as Donald has explained. In our tete-a-tete, we have thoroughly discussed about this matter. Last year, the President met with the victims of the abduction as well as the family members, and the family's feelings have been strongly felt and understood by the President, and he has given a very encouraging comment that he would appeal towards early resolution. I highly appreciate this encouraging comment. This gives us huge courage. A very encouraging comment, and for the families of the abductees, again, this is a massively, powerfully encouraging comment, and therefore going forward between Japan and U.S. or between the Trilateral of Japan, U.S. and South Korea, we will cooperate closely and do our utmost to resolve the issues of North Korea, including abduction, nuclear, missile.
And we will be very loyal to Japan. Thank you. Jennifer Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the Mueller probe, have you concluded that it's not worth the political fallout to remove either Special Counsel Mueller or Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein? And Prime Minister Abe, did the President ask you to provide more funding for U.S. troops in Japan? And what agreement did you reach here in Florida on buying more military equipment from the U.S.?
Jennifer, I can say this, that there was no collusion, and that's been so found, as you know, by the House Intelligence Committee. There's no collusion. There was no collusion with Russia other than by the Democrats, or as I call them, the obstructionists, because they truly are obstructionists. So we are giving tremendous amounts of paper. This was really a hoax created largely by the Democrats as a way of softening the blow of a loss, which is a loss that, frankly, they shouldn't have had from the standpoint that it's very easy for them. They have a tremendous advantage in the Electoral College, and this is what it is, and this is where it came from. You look at the kind of money that was paid. Probably some went to Russia. You look at Podesta having a company in Russia where nothing happened and people don't talk about it. You look at the fact that their server, the DNC server, was never gotten by the FBI. Why did the FBI take it? The FBI takes what they want. They go in, they wouldn't get the server. This is a hoax. As far as the investigation, nobody has ever been more transparent than I have instructed our lawyers. Be totally transparent. I believe we've given them 1.4 million pages of documents, if you can believe this, and haven't used, that I know of, or for the most part, presidential powers or privilege. So we are hopefully coming to the end. It is a bad thing for our country, very, very bad thing for our country. But there has been no collusion. They won't find any collusion. It doesn't exist. As far as the two gentlemen you told me about, they've been saying, I'm going to get rid of them for the last 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and they're still here. So we want to get the investigation over with, done with, put it behind us, and we have to get back to business with negotiating with this gentleman and plenty of others. But this gentleman is a very tough negotiator, and we have to focus on that. Thank you very much.
Regarding the U.S. forces' expenses, the U.S. forces in Japan, the safety and security of Japan, and the peace and stability of the Far East is being maintained. And for the forward deployment strategy of the United States in the Asia-Pacific, in terms of the presence in Japan is very meaningful and significant. In the case of Japan, across the world, in terms of paying for the expenses, Japan accounts for the largest percentage of stationing compared to other countries, and the President understands very well.
I'm Takita with the Sankei News. I have a question for President Trump. This is the follow-up question for 232. And so you don't have any intention to exempt Japan at this point in time, and President Trump and Prime Minister Abe, with regard to trade, you are going to establish new talks for trade. Is it going to be in the direction of FTA or TPP? So I'd like to hear the views from both of you.
So this time between President Trump, talks for free, fair, and reciprocal trade deals to initiate that has been agreed. As for this talk, Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer, USTR, will be the representative, and Mr. Aso and Vice President Pence's U.S.-Japan economic dialogue, they will be receiving the report of these talks. As for these talks, so that it will be the interest of both of the countries, the investment and trade between the two countries will be expanded, and we are going to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific economic growth. So on the U.S. side, that they are interested in a bilateral deal. We are aware of that, but at any rate, our country's position is that TPP is the best for both of the countries, and based on that position, we shall be dealing with the talks.
Thank you very much. The United States has a massive trade deficit with Japan. It's anywhere from $69 billion to $100 billion a year. That's massive by any standpoint. We are doing 232 on steel and aluminum, and if we can come to an arrangement on a new deal between the United States and Japan, that would certainly be something we would discuss, aluminum tariffs and steel tariffs, and I would look forward to being able to, at some point in the future, take them off. But right now we have a deficit that's a minimum of $69 billion a year. Japan sends us millions and millions of cars, and we tax them virtually not at all. And we don't send so much product because we have trade barriers and lots of other things. So these are the things that the Prime Minister and I are going to be discussing over the next short period of time. The media has not covered the TPP correctly. I don't want to go back into TPP, but if they offered us a deal that I can't refuse on behalf of the United States, I would do it. But I like bilateral better. I think it's better for our country. I think it's better for our workers. And I much would prefer a bilateral deal, a deal directly with Japan, We already have a deal with 6 of the 11 nations in the TPP. So we already have trade deals, and the others we can make very easily. They're all calling wanting to make a deal. But we think that's much better for us. So unless they offer us a deal that we cannot refuse, I would not go back into TPP. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, we're negotiating, and what I really prefer is negotiating a one-on-one deal with Japan, and that's where we are right now. And I will say that the representatives who are sitting right here are extraordinarily competent and very tough, those representing Japan. And we will hopefully, in the not-too-distant future, have a very good deal, good for Japan and good for the United States. Okay? Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll do sanctions as soon as they very much deserve it. We will have, that is a question. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than President Donald Trump. Between building up the military, between creating tremendous, vast amounts of oil, we raised billions and billions of dollars extra in NATO. We had a very, very severe, we were talking about it a little while, fight in Syria recently, a month ago, between our troops and Russian troops, and that's very sad. But many people died in that fight. There has been nobody tougher than me. With the media, no matter what I did, it's never tough enough, because that's their narrative. But Russia will tell you there has been nobody tougher than Donald Trump. And then the other night, we had a strike in Syria, which was absolute precision. I leave it with this. With all of that said, if we can get along with China, and if we can get along with Russia, and if we can get along with Japan and other nations, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Just remember that. If we got along with other nations, that's good, not bad. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Today I'm greatly honored to welcome my good friend, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, to the White House. Over the past 16 months, the Prime Minister and I have worked closely together to address common challenges, of which there are many, seize opportunities, and advance the interests of our nations. Today, we have had another deeply productive and very valuable discussion. We have developed not only a strong working relationship over the last year and a half, specifically 503 days, but a great personal friendship. I was honored by the tremendous hospitality the Prime Minister showed me when the American delegation went to Japan last year. It was really something very special. And we had the Prime Minister and Mrs. Abe as our guest at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. The steadfast alliance between Japan and the United States is an enduring force of peace and stability in the Pacific region and around the world. From the beginning of my administration, the Prime Minister and I have been working to expand our cooperation in a range of areas, including defense and commerce, which is what we discussed today, as I prepare to meet next week with Kim Jong-un. And I want to bring up the fact that the Prime Minister and also President Moon of South Korea were extremely helpful, cooperative, and they'd like to see something happen. Be great for North Korea, South Korea, be great for Japan, the United States, and the world. Our partnership has been invaluable in reaching this important moment, and we will continue to be in very close communication in the weeks ahead, including the issue of Japanese abductees, which I know is of great personal importance to Prime Minister Abe. I hope the upcoming meeting in Singapore represents the beginning of a bright new future for North Korea, and indeed a bright new future for the world. The denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula would usher in a new era of prosperity, security, and peace for all Koreans, north and south, and for people everywhere. Prime Minister Abe and I are also working to improve the trading relationship between the United States and Japan, something we have to do. The United States seeks a bilateral deal with Japan that is based on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. We're working hard to reduce our trade imbalance, which is very substantial, remove barriers to U.S. exports, and to achieve a fair and mutually beneficial economic partnership. And we're on our way. The Prime Minister was telling us just moments ago that they're buying billions and billions of dollars of additional products of all kinds, military jets, airliners from Boeing, lots of farm products. We're going to be doing a lot more business with Japan, which is what everybody wants to see. There has never been a better time to invest in the United States. Thanks to our massive tax cuts, historic deregulation, a strong trade policy, which has just really begun, because I will tell you over the years it has been an extraordinarily weak trade policy, the opening of American energy and a return to the rule of law, our economy is absolutely booming, best it's ever been. Unemployment is at the lowest level in nearly half a century. And for African American and Hispanic American workers, unemployment has reached its lowest level ever recorded. We welcome and encourage Japanese investors to open new plants and factories in the United States, and that will happen. The Prime Minister has told me that will happen. We want new auto plants going into Michigan and Pennsylvania and Ohio, and many of our states that have them and some that don't, and they'll be doing that. Japan has also remained a critical partner in our efforts to promote a free and open Pacific region where sovereign nations uphold the rule of law, respect the rights of their neighbors, and honor the interests of their people. These core principles allow diverse nations to thrive and prosper all together in one beautiful, peaceful atmosphere. We're all happy about it. It's what's happening now. Prime Minister Abe, it is a true privilege to work with you. You've become my great friend. I want to thank you for being here at the White House, for our meetings today, so productive. I'm also very proud to say that the bonds between our nations are stronger than ever before, and I know that together we can unlock incredible new opportunities, achieve remarkable new prosperity, and ensure the safety and security of our citizens for a very, very long time to come. And that's what we intend to do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. President, I am so grateful to you for this meeting that you offered with great hospitality at such busy time as G7 summit and US-North Korea summit meetings are upcoming. I also would like to express my appreciation to the people of the United States for always warmly welcoming us as your ally. In 5 days, US-North Korea summit is to take place. First of all, I would like to pay my deep respect to the outstanding leadership of President Trump as he made this decision that no past presidents were ever able to accomplish. In the last 18 months, we really spent many hours to discuss this issue. We shall never repeat the past mistakes. While this thought is completely shared between us, we are able to witness an historic talk which will take place shortly. Today, with President Trump, our discussion was focused on issue of North Korea. What should we do as we approach the upcoming US-North Korea summit, as well as for the peace and stability of Northeast Asia after the summit? On this topic, we took good amount of time and carried out in-depth and candid exchange of views. I'm not able to talk about the details of what we discussed,
But one thing I can say is that Japan and the United States are always together. I strongly hope that this historic summit in Singapore be a resounding success. There is a beautiful port town, Niigata, facing the Sea of Japan. A mere 13-year-old girl living there was abducted by North Korea. 45 years have passed since then, during which time family members single-mindedly prayed for her return and kept on waiting. The parents became old. Remaining time is slipping away. It is the long-held desire of the Japanese people to have her and all of the abductees come home so that the parents, while they are healthy, can embrace the girl and other abductees again in their arms. Of course, I wish to directly face North Korea and talk with them so that abduction problem be resolved quickly. To this end, I am determined to take all possible means. On behalf of the citizens of Japan, I would like to thank President Trump and the people of the United States for their understanding and support toward the resolution of the abduction issue.
Japan will continue to ask for complete implementation of the successive United Nations Security Council resolutions. There is no change at all for Japan's policy to seek comprehensive solution of the abduction, nuclear and missile programs, and to realize real peace in the Northeast Asia. This is what Japan strongly hopes for. Now, a major step forward is about to be taken. Donald, President Trump, you are about to make a new history. Not only Japan, but the whole international community is strongly looking forward for the United States-North Korea summit to open doors toward peace and stability of the Northeast Asia. North Korea abounds with rich natural resources. North Korea has a diligent workforce. If North Korea is willing to take steps toward the right direction, North Korea can see a bright future ahead for itself. Japan, based on the Japan-North Korea Pyongyang Declaration, is prepared to settle the unfortunate past, to normalize our diplomatic relations, and to provide economic cooperation. Japan wishes to play the role as much as possible. Donald, I value highly your strong commitment to world peace and prosperity. In closing, I wish to add that Japan stands ready to make every effort to assist you for the success of U.S.-North Korea summit. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we'll take a few questions, if we can start. John Roberts, go ahead.
Mr. President, on the subject, and I have a question for the Prime Minister as well. On the subject of North Korea, how far are you willing to go in terms of economic, security, political guarantees with Kim? Are you willing to move down the road toward normalizing relationships, normalizing relations with North Korea, as the Prime Minister suggested he was willing to at some point? You teased us as well out on the South Lawn here last week. You said that you might sign a peace deal to end the war. Where are you with that? And what was in the letter?
Well, the letter was just a greeting. It was really very nice. Perhaps I can get approval to put it out. It was really a very warm letter, a very nice letter. I appreciated it very much. And nothing other than we look forward to seeing you, and we look forward to the summit, and hopefully some wonderful things will work out. So it was really very warm, very nice. We appreciated it. I think, John, that we are going to have a great success. I don't think it will be in one meeting. I think it'll take longer than that. This has been going on for many, many decades. This is something that should have been solved by other presidents, as I've said often before, long before this point. They waited till the last second, and they shouldn't have waited. This should have been solved by many others. I'm not just saying President Obama. I'm saying other presidents. A long time ago, this could have been solved in a lot easier manner and a lot less dangerous manner, but it wasn't, so I'll solve it, and we'll get it done. As far as the Prime Minister is concerned, we will agree, and we have agreed, that we're going to be helping, if the deal is done, we're going to be helping North Korea. We're going to be working with China. We're going to be working with South Korea. President Xi of China has been terrific. The border has been certainly more closed than ever before. I'd like him to close it a little bit more, but it's been more closed than ever before. China has never worked with us this way, and you know, I give him a lot of credit because, as you know, we're in a dispute as to the imbalance of trade. It's a massive imbalance in China's favor. It's been that way for many decades, and it should have also been handled by previous presidents, but it wasn't. So we'll handle that too. But I give President Xi tremendous credit, and I give President Moon tremendous credit. He really would like to see something happen. They've been living with the threat of war from their beginning, and it doesn't make sense. And I really believe that Kim Jong-un wants to do something. I think he wants to see something incredible happen for the people of North Korea. So we have a lot of great opportunities right now. Shouldn't have waited to this point, but we have a lot of great opportunity. John, please.
Again, Mr. President, would you be willing to go so far as to normalize relations with North Korea? And what about the idea of signing some sort of an agreement on the 12th to end the war?
Well, it could be. We could sign an agreement. As you know, that would be a first step. It's what happens after the agreement that really is the big point. But yes, we could absolutely sign an agreement. We're looking at it. We're talking about it with them. We're talking about it with a lot of other people. But that could happen. But that's really the beginning. Sounds a little bit strange, but that's probably the easy part. The hard part remains after that. Normalizing relations is something that I would expect to do, I would hope to do when everything's complete. We would certainly hope to do that. I know that Prime Minister Abe and President Moon have told me very strongly that they are going to go and they will help them economically tremendously. Japan has a tremendous stake, and so do they. We, on the other hand, are very far away. We're very, very far away. But Japan will be helping. I believe China will be helping economically also. I think China wants to see something very good happen, very positive happen. And certainly South Korea has already stated their intentions. They will be very helpful. So there are a lot of good factors lined up for North Korea, a lot of tremendous factors that give it tremendous potential. It has tremendous potential because the people are great. And we would certainly like to see normalization, yes.
And Prime Minister Abe, if I could address you as well. We know how important an issue the abductees is for you. President Trump said at Mar-a-Lago during your last meeting that it's a very important issue for him as well. We know about the medium-range ballistic missiles. Did you get an assurance from President Trump that he would address both of those in his first meeting with Kim?
Today, we had long hours of discussion with President Trump. Good amount of discussion. On the issue of abduction, I was able to have a detailed discussion, and I think President Trump fully understands the situation. He supports the position of Japan. Last year, President Trump visited Japan. On that occasion, he met with the families of abductees. I told you about the 13-year-old girl abducted. The mother of this girl met with President Trump, and very seriously, he intently listened to the voices and views of the family members. So President Trump, amongst the world leaders, I think he is one of the leaders who understands the issue the most, the greatest. So at the upcoming summit, the importance of abduction would be explained to Mr. Kim Jong-un. What about the medium-range missiles? As I said earlier on in my statement, the Security Council's resolution must be implemented. all weapons of mass destruction and all ballistic missiles. These are the words used in the resolution of the Security Council. In other words, the Security Council resolution must be completely implemented. On this point, between Japan and US and the international community share the same view. I'm convinced about it. Thank you.
じゃあ、ユサさん、TBS のユサさん。
Mr. Yoshino of TBS, please. Next question, please.
Thank you. My name is Yusa from TBS Television. I have a question for both President Trump as well as Prime Minister Abe. You have not used the language of applying the largest pressure on North Korea, but are you continuing with the sanction and the denuclearization? You will be asking for that. And what is the deadline for the denuclearization? And my question to Prime Minister is how to apply pressure to North Korea and the tone of the language. Are you in full agreement, complete agreement with the United States? President Trump has stated that we are implementing sanctions, and those sanctions are very strong sanctions. He also stated that until North Korea takes the action, the sanctions will not be lifted. And Japan is in full agreement, and Japan's position is perfectly in alignment with the United States. And in our summit meeting this time, we had in-depth discussion with President Trump as to how we should respond to the North Korea. And as for the future policy on North Korea, inclusive of the U.S.-North Korean summit meeting, we had detailed coordination aligning our positions. As I have already mentioned, Japan and the United States are always together. Japan and the United States will be in full alignment to seek success for the historic U.S.-North Korea summit meeting in Singapore.
Yes, thank you very much. Maximum pressure is absolutely in effect. We don't use the term anymore because we're going into a friendly negotiation. Perhaps after that negotiation, I will be using it again. You'll know how well we do in the negotiation. If you hear me saying we're going to use maximum pressure, you'll know the negotiation did not do well, frankly. There's no reason to say it. We, in the meantime, haven't removed any sanctions. We have a list of over 300 massive, in some cases, sanctions to put on North Korea, and I've decided to hold that until we can make a deal, because I really believe there's a potential to make a deal, and I just don't think it's nice going in under those circumstances. But yes, the campaign hasn't changed. China has continued to hold the border. We, again, would like them to do more in that sense, but they've been really good, and the president has been very good. But maximum sanction is there. We are leaving all of the existing sanctions on. We have many, many sanctions to go, but I don't want to use them unless it's necessary. And I don't think it will be necessary, but we will soon know. Okay? Thank you. Sager and Jetty. Where's Sager? Daily Caller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Prime Minister as well. Mr. President, under what you've said repeatedly that you are willing to walk away from the negotiations if they don't do well. Under what exact conditions would you be walking away from that summit? And if the summit does go well, will you be inviting North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to the United States?
Well, the answer is yes to the second part of your question, but certainly if it goes well. And I think it would be well received. I think he would look at it very favorably, so I think that could happen. All I can say is I am totally prepared to walk away. I did it once before. You have to be able to walk away. If you're not going to be able to walk away, we didn't walk away from the horrible Iran deal that was signed. And if you look at what's happened since I signed that deal, Iran, and in all fairness, I say it with great respect for the people of Iran, but Iran is acting a lot differently. They're no longer looking so much to the Mediterranean. They're no longer looking so much to what's going on in Syria, what's going on in Yemen, and lots of other places. They're a much different country over the last 3 months. And again, I say that with hope that maybe something can happen. But when you mention sanctions, we're putting sanctions on Iran, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, including, frankly, North Korea. That would have been the next phase if we did it or find it necessary to do. But nuclear to me is always first, and we're going to be fine with respect to Iran. But we also, Sagar, got something out of it that's very important. A lot of the people that write about this, some of whom I have great respect for, but they haven't picked it up. Iran is not the same country that it was a few months ago. They're a much, much different group of leaders. And I hope at some point they'll come to us and we'll sit down and we'll make a deal that's good for them and good for us and good for everybody. And it'll be great for Iran. I expect it to be, I want it to be great for Iran. But if they would have walked our side from some of the horrible provisions that you know as well as I do, and probably everybody sitting here knows, we could have had a great deal. Nothing wrong with the deal, but there's something wrong with that deal. We had a great opportunity to make a phenomenal deal. So I am totally prepared to walk. It could happen. Maybe it won't be necessary. I hope it won't be necessary to walk, because I really believe that Kim Jong-un wants to do something that is going to be great for his people and also great for his family and great for himself. Okay? Thank you very much.
Sir, if you do invite him to the White House, or to the United States, would it be here at the White House or at Mar-a-Lago?
Maybe we'll start with the White House. What do you think?
Mr. Prime Minister, you are the only major world leader not to have a sit-down or a planned sit-down with Kim Jong-un. You hinted in your address today that you would be willing to do so on the matter of abductees. Do you have any plans currently to do so, and would it be focused solely on abductees, or would you be willing to have a separate denuclearization discussion with Kim Jong-un directly without the United States? Thank you.
Of course, on the issue of abduction, we have to resolve this problem. With Abe administration, this is of the highest priority. And if anything contributes to that resolution, if the talk leads to the solution of the problem between US and North Korea, or between Japan and North Korea, the meetings we wish to have on the issue of abduction in the final analysis, Chairman Kim Jong-un and between me, between Japan and North Korea, problem has to be solved. Of course, Japan, for Japan, missile issue and nuclear issue, very important. Nuclear issue, missile issue, regarding these issues, at the US and North Korea summit meeting, first and foremost, I'm hopeful for the progress. And then on the issue of abduction, we will liaise, we will collaborate with the US and international community, and Japan ourselves must talk directly with North Korea in the final analysis. I am determined about that.
それでは林さんどうぞ。
Mr. Hayashi. Thank you. Prime Minister Abe, I have a question to Prime Minister as well as President Trump. Starting with Prime Minister, you have already mentioned to a certain degree on the abduction issue, in order to hold Japan-North Korea summit, the premise is that you need to obtain results for the abduction issue. What kind of concrete pathway are you envisaging to hold the summit meeting? In your meeting with President Trump today, have you asked President Trump to raise the question of abduction at the US-North Korea summit meeting in Singapore? Next is my question to President Trump. The Kim Jong-un has maintained his position that the abduction issue is something that already had been resolved. So what kind of explanation has been given to the United States on abduction issue in the North Korea to US, the consultations? And how should we approach to North Korea in order to seek solution for the abduction. And what did you convey to Prime Minister Abe today in this regard?
Because I will tell you on the Prime Minister's behalf that he very much talked about abduction. It was preeminent in our conversations. He talked about it long and hard and passionately, and I will follow his wishes, and we will be discussing that with North Korea, absolutely. Absolutely. Prime Minister, go ahead.
4月の
Now, at our Japan-U.S. summit meeting we had in the Mar-a-Lago in February, today, once again, as President Trump has mentioned already, I have explained on the abduction issue once again, and I have conveyed to him the earnest wish of the families of the abductees. And President Trump once again has stated that the abduction issue will be raised at the upcoming U.S.-North Korea summit. Now, at the U.S.-North Korea summit meeting, as to the concrete matters to be discussed, I would like to refrain from mentioning this at this juncture. But in any case, Japan's thoughts and position were explained at length, and President Trump has given his understanding, and he has promised that the issue will be brought up at the summit meeting in Singapore, and I am delighted of this. President Trump and the international community, I would like to closely work with President Trump as well as the international community to seek solution to the issue. In solving the abduction issue, Japan itself needs to have direct consultation with North Korea. I have not changed my resolve in doing so. And under this decision and resolve, what will be conducive to solve the abduction issue? Of course, I will have to think about the summit meeting. For Japan, North Korea summit meeting, if we are to have the summit meeting, the nuclear, the missile, and what is more important, the abduction issue, the solution to all these issues must be sought. And I hope that we will be able to realize a summit meeting which would lead to solution of the problems. But first and foremost, we need to seek advancement for the abduction, nuclear and missile programs. Japan and U.S. should closely cooperate with each other so that we will be able to see great success for the historic U.S.-North Korea summit meeting. And Japan would like to give our all-out efforts and support. Thank you.
I'd like to just close by paying my highest respect and regards and love, frankly. I've got to know him very well, to the Warmbier family, the incredible family of Otto Warmbier, who was a brilliant, beautiful, terrific young man. And he has not died in vain, I can tell you that. He has not died in vain. So to the Warmbier family, our love and our respect. Also, I'd like to say that we were tremendously successful in getting our 3 hostages back. And I'm very thankful to the cooperation that we received from North Korea. And the 3 United States citizens are now very happily ensconced in their homes with their families. They're very happy. They didn't think this was going to happen. And frankly, it would never have happened. But it has. So I just want to wish them well also. They had a tough journey, but I really respect the fact that we were able to work with the North Korean folks and get them out. They're very, very well ingrained already. They're back into, they were telling me they're now going to movies and they're going out to dinner, and they're back. They're back in our country, and it's a terrific thing. I believe we're going to have a terrific success or a modified success, but in one form or another, if it all goes, and things can happen between now and then. But I know many of you are going, and I look forward to seeing you there. I look forward to traveling with you. It's a long way, but I really believe that we have the potential to do something incredible for the world, and it's my honor to be involved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with Prime Minister Modi of India and, as you know, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, and we just had a great meeting, and we're having now what we call a trilateral. The relationships between our three countries extremely good, extremely strong. I think with India maybe stronger than ever, and with Japan, I think stronger than ever. We're doing very well together. We're doing a lot of trade together. We're doing a lot of defense together, a lot of military purchases, and we're going to now have a little discussion between the three of us. So thank you very much.
ये एक बहुत बड़ा अच्छा अवसर है कि लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को समर्पित अमेरिका, जापान और भारत तीनों मिलकर के विश्व में शांति, समृद्धि और स्थिरता के संबंध में हम मिलकर के क्या भूमिका अदा कर सकते हैं। मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि दोनों देश हमारे स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर रहे हैं, दोनों मेरे अच्छे मित्र रहे। इन तीनों के साथ हमारा मिलकर के काम करना अपने आप में एक सुहाना अवसर है। और ये भी खुशी की बात है, अगर मैं इसको एक अलग एक्रोनॉमी में बोलूं तो जापान, अमेरिका, इंडिया, JAI, इसका भारत के अंदर मतलब होता है जय। जय का मतलब होता है सक्सेस। तो एक प्रकार से ये JAI ये सक्सेस का मैसेज देकर के आज हम एक शुभ शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, और ये हमारी व्यवस्था मैं मानता हूँ कि विश्व शांति के लिए, विश्व समृद्धि के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका अदा करेगी।
I feel this is a very good occasion for our three countries which have shared values, democratic values, Japan, America and India together. We will be playing a big role together for world peace, prosperity and stability. I'm also happy that both the countries are our strategic partners, both of them are very good friends, and the three countries together, it is a matter of good fortune that we will work together. When you look at the acronym of our three countries, Japan, America and India, it is J, which in Hindi or in India in general is for success. In a way, this J, success, this message is a good message that goes out. It's a good beginning. And together, as I said earlier, we'll be playing a very big role to work together for world peace, prosperity and stability.
韓国首脳会談が前例して寛容ですということなんです。普遍的に戦略的利益を共有する3カ国が自由で開かれたインド太平洋の実現のために協力していくことによってこの地域はより繁栄し、より平和となっていくと思います。
I'm very delighted to hold the first ever Japan-US-India Trilateral Summit meeting today. Japan, the US, and India share fundamental values and strategic interests, and I certainly hope to further reinforce our trilateral partnership and to continuing our close cooperation toward realizing a free and open Indo-Pacific. By having three of us working together, will bring more prosperity and more stability in the region as well as globally.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an honor to have my friend, Prime Minister Abe. Japan, we have many things to discuss, including trade, including some of the numbers that just came out this morning. We had a very big number, 3.2 GDP for the first quarter, usually the worst quarter. That also included the little bit of a dispute we had during the quarter. So 3.2 was far above expectation. I guess many people were thinking it would be in the ones, maybe between 1 and 2, and 3.2 is great. Knowing that first quarter seems to always be the lowest, we're off to a very good start for the year. If we had the previous administration's low interest rates and quantitative easing, meaning pouring money into the system, that 3.2 could have been 5. Could have been a lot higher, but it could have been 5. So it's really quite a, I wouldn't like to say surprise, but for a lot of people it was a big surprise. Very big number. The Prime Minister just 2 moments ago said to me that congratulations on your number. The 3.2 number was even a surprise to Japan.
ありがとうございます。大変良い友人である安倍総理大臣と一緒にいられることは大変光栄に思っています。これから議題が多いと思います。貿易などについて話しますし、経済の指標についても話します。実は GDP は 3.2 に達成しているんですけれども、第一四半期から見れば素晴らしい数字だと思います。その第一四半期の中にはいろいろな争いがありましたが、皆さんが予想したよりはるかにいい数字になりました。で、他の国と同じように、例えば金融緩和など行いましたら、その GDP の数字は5になったと思います。いずれにしても非常に素晴らしい数字になって思っています。で、先ほど安倍総理大臣からこの GDP の素晴らしい数字について祝意の意を言っていただきました。
I just returned from Indiana, the big NRA conference, which was really terrific, and the weather was very rough. They said we might have to circle for an hour, and I said, I hope you don't have to do that because we can't keep this great gentleman waiting, and we have the greatest pilots in the world, and we have awfully good equipment in Air Force One, so he landed it beautifully, no problem.
ありがとうございます。インディアナ州から帰ってきたばかりです。NRA の大会に出席しました。で、帰りの途中、天気が悪くなりまして、大変でしたですが、1時間待たされました。でもこれ以上、我々にとって大事な、訪問者がいらっしゃる。この1時間以上も待たせるのはやってはできないよとパイロットたちに言って、無事に着陸することができました。エアフォースワンは素晴らしい飛行機です。
And tonight, the Prime Minister and the great First Lady of Japan will be having dinner with us. We're celebrating our First Lady's birthday. It's her birthday. So I said to Melania, would you like to have Mr. and Mrs. Prime Minister and Mrs. Abe join us for your birthday? And she said, I can't think of anybody I'd rather have.
そして、安倍総理と昭恵夫人と今夜楽しい晩餐会も楽しむと思います。実はメラニア夫人のメラニアの誕生日でもあります。メラニアに聞いてみました。誕生日をどういうふうに過ごしたいかと聞いたら、安倍総理と昭恵夫人と一緒に過ごしたいです。適切なこのいい友達と一緒に過ごすのが一番いいと言ってました。
So we'll be having dinner tonight at the White House, and we'll be actually right after this meeting having our representatives with us in the Oval and then a larger group of representatives in the cabinet room. And I think a lot will be accomplished. We're talking about a lot on trade. It's gotten very complex with what's happened to Brexit and what's happened with various other trade deals throughout the world. We're doing very well in our negotiations with China. Some of our people are leaving for China on Monday. And we're getting there. It could be very interesting. We'll see. I don't like to talk about things, and I won't talk about things because who knows what happens. Lots of strange things can happen for better or worse. But we are doing very well in those trade negotiations. And actually, we have a very big trade negotiation going on right now with Japan, which is, I would imagine, the primary reason that the Prime Minister is here.
そして、これからの会議なんですけれども、執務室に多くの代表がこれから入ります。で、その後カビネットルームでより多い参加者も入れて、また議論を続けたいと思います。主に貿易について話すと思います。複雑な問題になっていますが、ブレグジットなど世界中の事情もいろいろありますが、いい貿易結果になれるように頑張りたいと思います。中国との協議もうまくいっています。月曜日に米国から中国に向かって出発する専門家は何人もいます。これからどうなるか見通しについてそれちょっとコメントを控えさせていただきたいんですけれども、急に変わるかもしれませんし、急に良くなるかもしれません。いずれにしてもいい結果を望んでいます。でもちろん貿易なんですけれども、日本と一緒にそれについても話すでしょう。安倍総理大臣はそれについて大変興味を持っていらっしゃるのではないかと思います。
And the other thing we'll be discussing is trade as it relates to our two countries. Japan is buying a tremendous amount of military equipment and other equipment from the United States. We make the greatest jet fighters in the world and missiles and rockets and everything else. We make the best in the world by far. And we'll be discussing that. We'll be discussing very strongly agriculture because As the Prime Minister knows, Japan puts very massive tariffs on agriculture, our agriculture, going for many years going into Japan, and we want to get rid of those tariffs because we don't tariff their cars. So I think that something will work out, but this should have been done by previous administrations, many previous administrations. It's been a long time, but I'm sure we'll be able to work that out. And ultimately, we have a chance to make a very good and long-term trade deal with Japan.
そして米日貿易問題についても徹底的に話すと思います。日本からそのアメリカ産の防衛装備品など、例えばジェットの戦闘機、ミサイルなど、我々は世界中のベストのものを作っているんですけれども、それを日本に提供して購入していただいています。もちろん農業についても徹底的に話すと思います。日本はアメリカに対して農産品に対する関税を上げているんですけれども、それを一日も早くなくしてほしいんですね。我々は日本産の車に対して関税をかけていないからです。これはこういった議論は前の政権もやるべきことでしたが、いずれにしても私がやります。長期的な貿易関係が良くなるようにこれから期待しています。
And tomorrow we'll be very early leaving for a quick round of golf on a very beautiful place on the Potomac River. I won't name the place, but it's beautiful. And so we're going to play a quick round of golf, and then I'm going to Wisconsin tomorrow, and we have a tremendous crowd tomorrow night for a speech and rally and whatever you want to call it. It's very big, a lot of people. We had 69,000 people sign up, and I think the arena holds about 10, so it'll be interesting, but it's always that way. And there's a lot of great spirit in our country. Again, we had some great numbers released this morning, and our country is doing very, very well economically, doing very well with the military. The military is being rebuilt, all being built from within, all jobs within the United States. And our country is they're very proud right now what's happening.
そして明日の朝ですけれども、朝早くゴルフのために出発します。ポトマック川が素晴らしい綺麗な場所にありますが、あえて名前は言えません。しかし景色が綺麗なところでしょ。そのゴルフが終わりましたら、私はウィスコンシン州に行きます。その大会に出て、いつも1万人が入るような場所なんですけれども、すでに6万9000人がその大会に出ようとしています。それは私は楽しみにしています。アメリカにとって経済的な数字が、指標が非常にいい調子になっているということが分かります。そして米軍も中から再建しています。アメリカの中では雇用も創出し、大変いい状況になっているということを誇りに思っています。
So, thank you very much for being here, and we're going to have a lot of fun. Thank you. Please.
今日こうして素晴らしいおもてなしをしていただいたトランプ大統領にまず御礼を申し上げたいと思いますし、またこの後私と妻のアキエでメラニア夫人のお誕生日をお祝いできることを楽しみにしております。
So at the outset, I would like to express my deep appreciation for the great hospitality that you extended to me again here at the White House. And also, as you mentioned, we are going to celebrate Madam First Lady's birthday today together with my wife, Akie. And I do look forward to celebrating this special day with you.
Thank you.
5月の1日に皇太子殿下がご即位され、日本は令和という新しい時代を迎えます。
On the 1st of May, His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, accedes to the imperial throne, and Japan will enter a new era named Reiwa under the new emperor.
令和時代の最初の国賓として、トランプ大統領ご夫妻をお迎えできることを大変嬉しく思います。トランプ大統領ご夫妻の訪問は、令和時代も日米同盟は揺るがない。国際社会のさまざまな課題にともに取り組んでいくという強いメッセージを発信することになります。
Under the new era of Reiwa, President Trump and Madam First Lady will be the very first state guests that we will invite. And it is a great pleasure and honor for us to welcome you and Madam First Lady. And also, this state visit will show both inside and outside that still under the new era of Reiwa, the bond between Japan and the United States under our alliance will remain unwavering. And also we will demonstrate our strong commitment to addressing various challenges that we see in the international community.
米国の第一四半期の経済成長が 3.2%、非常に好調であること、また雇用状況もいいことについてお祝いを申し上げたいと思います。
And also, as you touched on earlier, I would like to congratulate you for your great performance as well as achievement, namely the 3.2% of the GDP growth in the first quarter of this year, as well as the excellent condition that you see in the job status in the United States.
トランプ大統領が誕生し、トランプ政権ができて以降、日本の企業は米国に230億ドルの投資を行っております。そしてその結果、米国に新たに4万3000人の雇用を生み出しており、それぞれの数字は世界一の数字であります。
Since President Trump took office, Japanese business community has additionally announced a total of $23 billion investment to the United States, which will create 43,000 jobs in the United States. Japan is ranked number 1 for its investment to the United States, as well as the number of jobs it creates in the United States.
この後、さらに両国が利益を得るような形でですね、経済が発展していくように、貿易交渉についてもお話をしたいと思います。
So in order for us to see further development of the economies of both Japan and the United States, and also realize those economies which would become mutually beneficial for both of the nations, I look forward to having a discussion with you also on the trade deal that we're now negotiating with each other.
日本はもちろん米国車には関税はかけておりませんが、今、米国はまだ日本の車に対しては 2.5% の関税があるということは申し上げておきたいと思いますが、いずれにせよ両国双方にとって利益となるような交渉を進めていきたいと思います。
With regard to the tariffs on autos, Japan has put no tariffs on American autos, but in contrast, the United States has put on the 2.5% tariff on the Japanese autos. But in any case, we would like to proceed with the further negotiation that we're now having so that we'll see a mutually beneficial outcome for both of our countries.
また6月には G20 大阪サミットを開催しますが、その成功に向けてトランプ大統領とも連携し協力していきたいと思います。
And also, I'm going to host the G20 Osaka Summit in the month of June this year. And in order for us to bring this summit to a successful conclusion, I would like to reaffirm our close collaboration as well as partnership at today's meeting.
明日のゴルフが楽しみですので、ぜひ明日は晴れてもらいたいと思っています。
And I cannot wait to play another round of golf with you tomorrow, and I hope that certainly tomorrow will be a sunny day.
It will be. It'll be beautiful. It's always beautiful. Well, I want to thank you. The fact is that Japanese car companies are coming in at a level that we haven't seen in many decades. Toyota's investing $14 billion over a short period of time, and others too. They're going to Michigan, they're going to Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky. We're really getting a lot of business from Japan. I appreciate that. We're trying to bring some balance to the surplus that they have with the United States for many, many years. But it'll all work out. It's all working out. But they're making the biggest investments they've ever made in the United States. And in particular, car companies, they're really coming in. A lot of that has to do with our new agreements that we've been making, and some will have to do with the trade agreement that we're in the process of making. That should even increase that number. So I very much look forward to discussing that today. As far as your very big event, that's a very big event. And when we were in Japan together, we were talking about it, and the invitation was made. And I said, gee, I don't know if I can make it. Let me ask you a question. How big is that event compared to the Super Bowl for the Japanese? And the Prime Minister said, it's about 100 times bigger. I said, I'll be there. If that's the case, I'll be there. So it really is. It's many years, isn't it? 130 some odd years that it's happened. It's a very unusual, thing. And you're talking about reigning through blood for over 3,000 years, the longest in the world. So it's a very, very big event. And maybe you could explain the event because it's very exciting, actually.
ありがとうございます。実は日本の企業が、第2アメリカに、投資しています。例えばトヨタはオハイオ、ミシガン、ペンシルベニア、サウスカロライナ、ノースカロライナ、ケンタッキーなど140億ドル程度の投資を行っています。それに対して感謝の意を表したいと思います。そういった取り組みは我々の均衡の取れていない貿易状況を是正することが期待できると考えています。こういうふうにかつてないほど大きな投資をしてくださっている日本に、特に日本の自動車会社がこういうふうに投資しているということは大変喜ばしいことと思っています。これからの貿易についての交渉もありますが、これはやっている最中なんですけれども、さらなる日本からの投資が期待できると私は思っています。そしてその天皇ご即位なんですけれども、実は今でも覚えています。初めて招待されたときは、タイミング的にはちょっと難しいというようなことを私は申し上げましたが、でもあえてじゃあちょっと聞いてみます。この行事って日本人にとってどんなに大事なのかっていう、安倍総理大臣に聞いたら、非常にもうスーパーボール、アメリカ人にとってスーパーボールより100倍も大事だということを伝えてくださいました。そしたら、じゃあもう私は間違いなくいますよと断念しました。これ130年ぶりのこういうふうなご即位なんですけれども、大変心待ちしています。3000年をずっと続いているこの宮家なんですけれども、ぜひこれについて詳しく皆さんに説明していただければと思います。本当に素晴らしいと思います。
日本にとっては、陛下がご即位されるというのは、大変な出来事、歴史的な出来事でありますが、陛下がご退位されて、新しい天皇が即位されるというのは、これは200年ぶりのことになります。
So for Japan and the entire Japanese people, having the new emperor itself means a lot, and this will be a historic event and also a tremendous event for everyone in Japan. What I would like to underscore here is that we will have the abdication of the living emperor leading to the succession of the crown prince to the emperor. And this will happen for the first time in approximately 200 years.
最初のお客様がトランプ大統領ご夫妻になるわけでありますけど、今から楽しみであります。
And under such a historic situation, and also under the new emperor, President Trump and Madam First Lady will be the very first state guest. And that is why I do look forward to welcoming you two in Japan.
Well, that's really nice, and that's an honor on behalf of our country, not just the First Lady and myself. So we really do look forward to that. And I think on a little bit lighter note, we will also be going perhaps to a sumo wrestling match. I've always found that fascinating. So in fact, we're having a trophy made in this country. We're going to give the trophy to the winner of the championship. So that should be good, and I'm sure the media will like that, but I think something I'll enjoy very much. So we may very well be doing that. We'll see what the time is. But again, Mr. Prime Minister, you're my friend, and I really very much appreciate the visit, and I think we will accomplish a lot. We'll also be talking about, by the way, North Korea, where we're working together very closely with others, and I think it's going pretty well. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I think it can go quickly, yeah. I think it can go fairly quickly. Maybe by the time I'm over there, maybe we sign it over there. But it's moving along very nicely, and we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, is there a situation you could see where Don McGahn is charged with perjury? You seem to be contradicting what you
Well, I don't want to talk about that now. We have other things that we're talking about, but I'll respond to that question at a later date. Okay? Thank you.
And just to follow up on your comments earlier today and last night about, you said there was an attempted coup to top
Oh, I think absolutely. If you look at, yeah, if you look at, if you look at what's been happening and all of the things you've been seeing with the insurance policy statement from 2 agents that are now gone, if you look at many of the elements of intrigue, and frankly, we're going to be seeing a lot over the next couple of weeks, things that a lot of people haven't seen. What took place here was a very, very terrible situation. How this whole ridiculous $35 million unlimited personnel, how this all started, I think you will find of great interest. Most of you know the answer to it anyway. The fair press, the good press, really the people that know what they're doing, or the people that are indeed fair. They know the answer to it. So we're going to see. It's going to be very interesting. But what took place over the last period of almost 2 years, and really before that, it was really much before that. In all fairness to Robert Mueller, things happened long before he even started. And what took place is a disgrace to our country, and it hurt our country. And a lot of people have been let go. And I don't mean by me, they've been dismissed, they've been fired, they've left in disgrace, and it really is a sad moment for the country, but I think ultimately it's going to be very good. It's going to be a healing factor. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
改めてトランプ大統領の訪日を歓迎いたします。
Once again, welcome back to Japan, President Trump.
日本は5月1日、天皇陛下のご即位とともに新たな時代、令和の時代を迎えました。
With the enthronement of His Majesty the Emperor on the 1st of May, Japan had entered into the new era called Reiwa.
上皇陛下がご退位され、それに伴い天皇陛下がご即位されるのは202年ぶりのことでありますが、この悠久の歴史の中で新たな時代、令和の時代の初の国賓としてトランプ大統領、そしてメラニア夫人に訪日をしていただき、本当に嬉しく思います。
Japan had experienced the abdication of His Majesty the Emperor Emeritus with the enthronement of His Majesty the Emperor for the first time in 202 years. And as we entered into the new era called Reiwa, we invited President Trump and Madam First Lady as the very first state guests for us. And it was a tremendous honor for us to welcome you.
昨日はトランプ大統領と1ヶ月ぶりにゴルフを楽しみました。そして、まさにジャック・ニクラウスと伝説的な人を演じた青木プロと共に楽しいひとときを過ごすことができました。
Yesterday, after only a short interval since we played golf together in Virginia about a month ago, we had a chance to play golf again. And this time around, we had the pleasure of playing golf with Mr. Isao Aoki, who had a very fierce battle with Jack Nicklaus.
そしてその後はアメリカの大統領として初めて日本の国技である大相撲を観戦していただき、大統領杯を優勝力士である朝乃山に授与していただきました。朝乃山関にとっては忘れぬ瞬間となったと思います。
And also for the first time in the history, President Trump kindly joined me and my wife together with Madam First Lady to see the final day of the Grand Sumo tournament at the Ryogoku Stadium. As you know, sumo is a national sport, and also President Trump kindly presented the first ever U.S. President's Cup to the winner of the tournament, Asanoyama. And I'm sure for Asanoyama, it was an unforgettable moment for him to receive the trophy directly from Mr. President.
この後の会談においては、北朝鮮問題をはじめとする国際社会が直面するさまざまな課題について、また日米経済について、そして G20 の成功に向けて、しっかりと日米の調整を図っていきたい、突っ込んだ議論を行っていきたいと思います。
So we are now about to start our official summit meeting in which we are going to discuss various challenges of the international community, including North Korea. Of course, we are going to cover bilateral economic issues between Japan and the United States. On top of that, we will have robust coordination so as to bring the G20 Osaka summit to a successful conclusion through our great partnership. And I certainly look forward to having a very candid and productive discussion with Mr. President.
今回の大統領ご夫妻の訪日を令和時代の幕開けにふさわしいものとしていきたいと思います。そして令和の時代に入っても日米の同盟の絆が強固であることを鮮明に内外に示すものとしたいと思います。
So I certainly would like to make the state visit by Mr. President and Madam First Lady to Japan something wonderful that will be befitting the dawn of the new era called Reiwa. And also, I am determined to demonstrate both at home and abroad that there is a very strong bond of Japan-US alliance in the new era, Reiwa. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Shinzo. And this has been not only an honor, it's been fun. It's a very important moment because of what we're doing today with respect to the new emperor. And having gotten to know the emperor and also the emperor's family, meeting his father and mother, it was very special the last time. And this is very big. It's a very important thing, not only in Japan, but all over the world. They're talking about it. And it's very exciting to be a part of it. And we look forward to having an incredible evening tonight with the emperor and his family. We've had some great talk on trade. We've had some great talk on the military, and we discussed, of course, North Korea. I think we've made a lot of progress on a lot of subjects. Our relationship, I think I can speak from the standpoint of the United States, has never been better than it is right now with Japan. I feel that we understand each other very well. We're very committed to each other as nations. So we have a situation where we have the best relationship that we've ever had with Japan, and we're going to keep it that way. We are working on the imbalance of trade. There's been a tremendous imbalance, and we're working on that, and I'm sure that that will work out over a period of time. This meeting really was having to do with the enthronement of the emperor and the celebration of the enthronement and the meeting. And I will say, right from the day the Prime Minister mentioned it to me, he said that the United States is the first country that's invited to meet the new emperor. And that was a great honor. That's a big thing. 202 years, that's the last time this has happened. And they believe that it goes back 3,500 years. So that's really some incredible culture. This is an incredible culture. When you talk about interesting, really interesting and fabulous places and countries, Japan has always got to be right at the top of that list. It's incredible what they've done. It's incredible where they came from. You look back at their history, and so long and so prosperous and incredible. So they're incredible people with a truly amazing Prime Minister who's my friend, who's a friend for the United States. And we're going to do a lot of business together. We're going to have a lot of success together. And thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。大変光栄でございます。今回の訪問は楽しい、たくさん楽しい時間を過ごすことができましたですが、天皇皇后両陛下にお目にかかることも大変光栄に思いました。このご即位という大イベントに私たちをこういうふうに招待していただき、本当に嬉しく存じます。そして上皇后両陛下にも前回お目にかかることができましたが、今回もこういうふうに皇室の方々に親切にしていただき、大変嬉しく存じます。本日日本と世界のそのさまざまな話題について話したいと思います。
もちろん今回の訪問の主な目的は、天皇皇后両陛下のそのご即位のその祝福ということでしたが、今回、これからさまざまな議題についても話すと思います。経済、または安全保障、北朝鮮などについて、我々はこれから話すと思います。米日両国の同盟関係はかつてないほど盤石なものであるということを嬉しく思っています。お互いに両国がコミットしているということは、その礎、その基盤になっているではないかと思っています。そしてこれから米日両国の貿易に関するその均衡を取れてない形についても、その取り組みについても話したいと思います。そしてこれ最初、安倍総理がこのご即位について一緒に祝いましょうという話がありましたときは、これは202年ぶりの大イベントになるということですので、アメリカの大統領が国賓としてこういうふうに招待されるということは大きなイベントです。日本の歴史は素晴らしいものです。3500年に及ぶものです。日本の文化と日本の国民は本当に素晴らしいと感じております。この長い歴史を持ち、そして日本国民はこういうふうに勤勉さんでこう反映されてきたということは嬉しく思います。私の良き友人、安倍総理大臣と一緒にこれから議論することも心待ちしています。
Prime Minister Abe and myself will be meeting really for, I guess you could say, 3 separate meetings with 3 separate groups to discuss 3 separate things, all very important. Military, trade, North Korea, and there may be some other elements thrown in there, but we will be discussing in great detail those 3 very important events, and a lot of things are happening. A lot of very positive things are happening on trade. I personally think that lots of good things will come with North Korea. I feel that. I may be right, I may be wrong, but I feel that. We've come a long way. There's been no rocket testing. There's been no nuclear testing. There's been very little activity from that standpoint. So I think we've come a long way with North Korea. We'll see what happens. There's a good respect built, maybe a great respect built between certainly the United States and North Korea, but we will see what happens. When I came into office, you know what was going on. There was testing all the time, nuclear testing at the highest level. And that seems to have stopped, but only time will tell. And let's see if something constructive can be done. Let's see if something constructive can come of what we've been doing. But if you look back for the last 2 years, it's been a big difference. We'll see what happens. Trade-wise, I think we will be announcing some things probably in August that will be very good for both countries. We have to do a little catching up with Japan because they've been doing much more business with us. We'd like to do a little bit more business in the reverse. The balance, we'll get the balance of trade, I think, straightened out rapidly. Japan's been buying a tremendous amount of military equipment from the United States. We make the best in the world. And as you know, they feel that they need it, and I feel that they need it also. And they've been buying almost exclusively from the United States. And that brings our deficits way down. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is a very exciting time. Tonight we're having a celebration of the Emperor and his family. And that'll be something very special. And then tomorrow we land on 2 ships. One of them will be a truly spectacular American aircraft carrier, and one will be a tremendous new ship that's Japanese. We're doing a combination. We're going to do a double, and it should be very exciting. And I hope you're able to come and get on because I think it's going to be very exciting tomorrow. And we're just celebrating our relationship together. So I want to thank everybody for coming here. I know it's a long way, but it's worth it, and it's especially when you get to know the people. The people of Japan are great people. It's a great nation. And Prime Minister, thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。本日、安倍総理と主に3つの話題について話すと思います。安全保障、または貿易問題、または北朝鮮について、さまざまな問題について話すと思います。非常にいい方向に向かっていると思います。北朝鮮ともうまくいくではないかと私は感じていますが、それは間違っている可能性はもちろんありますが、最近の様子を見て良くなっていると思います。ロケットの発射や核実験などのそういったものが減っていますので、そういうことは前回特に2年前に比べると大きな改善と言えるでしょう。私、就任したときは核実験などいろいろなこと、装置の実験をしていましたので、それが最近ないということは大変いいことと思っています。これから貿易についても話しますが、8月に大きな発表があると思います。米日両国にとって恩恵のある、利益のあるような形になると強く期待しています。この均衡の取れてない貿易の問題を実速に解決したいと考えています。日本は多くの防衛装備品など多く買っていますが、米国が作っているものは世界一のものであります。で独占的に日本はアメリカから購入しているということで、これによってその貿易赤字を大幅に削減することに貢献すると違いありません。今夜の晩餐会にも大変楽しみにしています。皇室の祝いということで、我々が招待されたことは本当に嬉しく思っています。そして明日米海軍と日本の海上自衛隊の2隻に訪問することもあります。これも非常にエキサイティングな出来事になると思います。日本というのはアメリカから遠いというものなんですけれども、非常に価値のある、ぜひ皆さんに訪問してもらいたいというふうに考えております。ありがとうございます。
Go ahead, Jeff. Well, I know that the Prime Minister and Japan have a very good relationship with Iran, so we'll see what happens. The Prime Minister has already spoken to me about that, and I do believe that Iran would like to talk, and if they'd like to talk, we'd like to talk also. We'll see what happens. But I know for a fact that the Prime Minister is very close with the leadership of Iran, and we'll see what happens. That would be fine. Nobody wants to see terrible things happen, especially me.
Mr. President, can you explain how you discussed with the Prime Minister today why you view Japanese autos as a security threat?
Well, it's all a balance sheet thing. When I talk about a security threat, I talk about a balance sheet. To have a great military, you have to have a great balance sheet. We're building a tremendous balance sheet, but in order to have $716 billion a year in military expenditures, you have to have a lot of money coming in. And we will talk to Japan about autos. I will say at the same time, since I'm president, many auto companies have announced and have actually built and are building plants in the United States. In fact, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister to mention that because since I'm president, unprecedented amounts of dollars are being invested in plants and factories, equipment in the United States. And perhaps I could ask the Prime Minister to tell you folks a few things, including many car companies and many new beautiful plants. So.
これについてお話ししたいと思います。イランの
頻繁に日米の往来があることが恐怖な日米同盟の証であろう。特に先日、令和の時代のおける最初の国民として日本を訪問していただき、改めて感謝をしたいと思います。大変な光栄であり、本当にたくさんの日本国民が大統領の訪問を大歓迎で迎えています。本日から始まるG20 大阪サミットでは、世界経済の持続的成長など、国際社会が直面する課題解決への貢献を通じて、力強いメッセージを出していきたいと思っています。日米の協力なくて、こうした取り組みは実現できないと思っておりますが、したいところでございますが、先般の令和時代初のクイーン訪問は、日本にとって歴史的な出来事で、改めて感謝を申し上げたいと思いますし、このG20を通じて、 協力して成果を出していきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
Well, thank you very much, Shinzo. It's an honor, and we just left Japan, and now I'm back. It was a quick trip, and it was a great honor to be your first guest, and meeting the Emperor and the Emperor's family was really a very special thing on behalf of the United States, and I can say we very much appreciate the courtesies, giving out the World Championship to the great sumo wrestler. You would not want to fight with him. It was great, but that was a very special evening and something that everybody's talking about. All over the world they showed that, everybody's talking about it. But I just want to thank you, and I know we're going to have a very successful day. We're going to be talking about many things, and we're going to also be talking about a lot of trade. I appreciate the fact that you're sending many automobile companies into Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and North Carolina, a lot of our states. I see they're building all over the United States, a lot of the great Japanese car companies and other Japanese companies also, but in particular the car companies have been terrific. They're coming in and they're building magnificent plants. We haven't had that, and we very much appreciate it. So we'll be discussing trade, we'll be discussing military, and we'll be discussing the purchase of a lot of military equipment by Japan, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. We have some of our great farmers and ranchers and business people in the room, and likewise Japan, and we have tremendous representatives, some of the biggest people anywhere in the world, and what we're doing and the agreement that we just signed. And it's an honor to have you with us. I thought you could join us for this meeting. We'll be talking about certain elements of business and trade, and it would be good to have you with us because you'll give us some very good ideas. We're working on phase 2 already with Japan. I just want to thank Prime Minister Abe and all of your representatives for working so nicely. It's a tremendous thing that just took place, and they won't report it today. It gets lost with other fake news, but it's still big. When you get back to your areas, you're going to report it. That's going to be the front page. That really is the real news. So it's a tremendous trade deal. It's a very big trade deal. I want to thank Bob Lighthizer. I want to thank your counterpart. Congratulations. Great job. and took a lot of work to get it done for this particular week. This was a very important week to all of us, but most importantly, and if you folks have anything to say, you're the biggest human beings I've ever seen with a cowboy hat. If you have anything to say, would love to have your ideas. Before I do that, I'd like to just introduce Prime Minister Abe, who's been my friend, who has worked so well with us in so many ways. They're spending a tremendous amount of money in our country, also building automobile factories, automobile plants. Many of the great Japanese companies, at my request, are now building their plants in the United States and Detroit and very, very many other places that were all over Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, North Carolina. We have many plants going up right now. Not all from Japan, by the way, but many, many plants. Big ones going up in South Carolina, Florida. It's been really amazing what's happened. For years, we didn't have an auto plant being built, and now we have many of them being built. So it's been terrific. Mr. Prime Minister, perhaps you'd like to say a few things, but I really appreciate everything you've done. It's really nice.
先ほどトランプ大統領とですね、日米の貿易交渉について、最終合意についてサインできたことを改めて嬉しく思います。
Once again, I would like to share with you all my enthusiasm about the fact that together with President Trump, I could sign the Japan-U.S. joint statement marking the final agreement of the Japan-U.S. trade negotiations that we have had so far.
GDP 第1の米国と、そして第3位の日本がこのような素晴らしい貿易協定に至ったことはですね、世界経済にとっても素晴らしいニュースとなったと思います。
As a matter of fact, in terms of the GDP, the United States is the world's largest, #1 economy, and Japan is the third largest economy. And by having this first and third largest economies coming to the table and announcing this new agreement means that we will be able to have the very wonderful positive impact on the global economy as a whole. So I do think that the newly agreed agreement will be something that we have to be proud of as the wonderful achievement.
この6月にドナルドと大阪で首脳会談を行いましたが、あれからたった3ヶ月の間にですね、8件新たな米国への投資について今日ドナルドに伝えできることを嬉しく思います。合計この1年間だけで31件に上る米国への投資が決定しました。
So since our last meeting on the margins of G20 Osaka Summit back in June, within the period of the last 3 months, we have additional 8 investment projects in the United States, and I'm very happy to update you about the new status of the Japanese investment. And also over the last 12 months, we have a total of 31 investment projects in the United States.
今日ここに出席をしておられる米国の関係者、農業者皆さんだけではなくて、日本の農業者もあるいは工業関係者もそして勤労者、消費者にとってこれは大変素晴らしいニュースとなった、そして彼らに間違いなく利益をもたらすと確信しています。
And I do think that the achievements that we just announced will bring benefits, of course, to your people, American stakeholders, as well as American farmers and others, but also this will bring benefits to Japanese farmers, Japanese industrial representatives, workers, as well as consumers. So I do think that this agreement will bring benefits to both sides.
今日は大統領とは中東情勢の緊張緩和等について、あるいはさまざまな国際的な課題について話をしたいと思っています。
So in this plenary session, I look forward to having a discussion with Mr. President on the current situation surrounding the Middle East and how we can work together to mitigate the tension. And also, I would like to cover other international challenges. And of course, we would love to discuss the issue of North Korea.
Very good, we'll do that. Do you folks, I know you're very happy, but do you have any suggestions for the future? as far as your industry and your whole way of life go, because we've taken in a lot of purchases, a lot of money is coming your way. What other suggestions would you have? Would you have anything while we're all together?
農業の代表の方々に聞きたいと思いますが、何かいいアイデアがありましたらぜひ聞かせてください。今後の投資などについてどうすればいいかについてぜひアイデアを聞かせてください。
Mr. President, yes. President-elect of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, otherwise the big guy in the cowboy hat.
Right.
Thank you so much for bringing this agreement to the table in bringing us what you said, a fair and reciprocal trade agreement. What do we want? That is all that we ever want.
Right.
We asked for a level playing field, and you delivered that to us, and we thank you for that. And it's a great day, too, we think, for the Japanese people. This will enable them to buy more American beef, more American agricultural products.
Much better beef. Not even a contest.
American agriculture is the one industry that can help offset that trade deficit.
Yeah.
And so this gives us that opportunity, gives them that opportunity. They have been our largest export partner today, even with higher tariffs and an uneven playing field. Today, you bring us that playing field we've asked for.
Very good.
In our world, in agriculture, making a commitment to somebody and living up to it is a cornerstone of what we do. And you brought us that, despite what sometimes the press may say about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you said that about the press. It's true. And, China is starting very big purchases also. I don't know if you know that.
Yes,
but
very much so.
You see that China's back in the market. They're starting big purchases of ag. Our farmers are very happy. Our ranchers are very happy. But that's starting, including beef and including pork.
Absolutely.
In particular, pork. They're buying vast amounts. So China has started that, and they wanted to let me know, and they have let me know a number of times. But more importantly, I heard from our farmers and ranchers that they're seeing tremendous orders coming in from China. So that's very good. Anybody else have a question?
President, Zicky Duval, American Farm Bureau. We just want to say thank you so much. We want to thank the Japanese people and the delegations for leveling this playing field. And what we need in the future is more agreements like this all around the world. And fair, what we need is trade. And that's what makes rural America roll. But I want to also say to you that the farmers and ranchers of this country appreciate you standing up and for us and standing up for the American people and continue to show your support for rural America. We appreciate it. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on this.
And you are doing a fantastic job representing the folks. And I will say this, the American farmer and rancher has been targeted by China. And they never once came to me and they say, sir, please make a deal, just make any deal, get us back. They never did. But I went to you and I said, how much money have you lost over the last 2 years? And it was $12 billion through Sonny, as you know. Sonny said, Secretary of Agriculture. He said, sir, last year was 12 billion. And this year it's 16 billion. And they're paying us many, many, many billions of dollars in tariffs. And they're eating it because they've devalued their currency, they're pouring money, and they've really been eating the tariffs. And we've taken it out of those tariffs, and we gave the farmers $12 billion for 2 years ago, and for last year we gave $16 billion divided up among the farmers. So they're even. I mean, I wanted to know what was the number, and that was the number. And we had, tens of billions of dollars left over, because it will be well over $100 billion pretty soon that we will have taken in to our treasury. So out of the big numbers we took back, we paid to the farmer. I don't think there's any other president ever in history that would have even thought of that. And the reason I did it is because you've been so loyal. Nobody said, oh, you got to make a quick deal. This doesn't go quick to win it. Now China's got a lot of difficulty. They lost 3 million jobs. Their supply chains are broken up, and they want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal, and I think there's a good chance we'll make a deal. But the American farmer and rancher, like you are great patriots, you never came to me. Others come, oh, please, could you make a crummy deal? Just make any deal, we don't care. Farmers said, take your time. We're suffering, but I took the suffering away, in all fairness. But if I didn't do that, you'd still be with me, because you're great patriots. So I want you to tell them that. But we're getting closer and closer. But in the meantime, with Japan, it's been a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Roger Marshall from Kansas,
Yes.
representing one of the largest agriculture producing states in the country. This deal is huge for Kansas agriculture producers. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your business. We look forward to more opportunities to work with you. The next thing that we need to work on is the USMCA agreement.
Right.
You asked us what's next. That's what's on top of our
I don't know if
mind
Nancy
right now.
Pelosi's going to have any time to sign it. That's the only problem. We have USMCA. It's a great point, Roger. And I don't think Nancy Pelosi will have time. She's wasting her time on a, let's use a word that they used to use a lot, a manufactured crisis. Remember when they came up with a word nobody ever heard of? Then every media group in the country used the same word that same day. Nobody ever heard of the word in relation to what they were talking about. They said it was a manufactured crisis, okay? Well, they came up with a manufactured crisis, Roger. I don't know whether or not they're going to have time to do any deals. I don't think they can do any deals. We were working on guns, gun safety. They don't even talk. All they're talking about is nonsense. And we released something today that was fantastic. And you look at that, it's all fake stuff that the media makes up with the Democrats, which are their partners. The Democrats and the media are one and the same. They're partners. So I want to thank you, but I just don't know. MCA, you could tell me, Bob Lighthizer, are they going to get to take a vote? All they have to do, the agreement is signed. It's approved by Canada. It's approved by Mexico. It's a great trade deal, the greatest we've ever had. NAFTA was a horrible trade deal. It replaces NAFTA. We terminate NAFTA, this takes over. It's phenomenal for farmers. It's good for manufacturers, good for everybody. Even the unions want it because they've always hated NAFTA. The unions want it. I don't know that they're ever going to get to a vote because they're all fighting. The Democrats are all fighting with themselves. So we'll see. If it happens, it happens. Otherwise, when we take over the House next year, we'll do it our way. And we'll make it even better. Bob Lighthizer, did you have a comment on that? USMCA?
Well, I think it will come up for about, when it comes up for about, I'm confident that it'll pass. It's $1.4 trillion worth of trade and literally millions of Americans.
One of the biggest trade deals ever made. It's a fantastic deal for our country. And, it's possible they won't vote. I mean, I know these people much better than you do. Go ahead.
Yeah. The U.S. wheat.
How tall is the man next to you? How tall are you?
6'8", sir.
Did you weigh? I won't ask you the weight, but you're in good shape. You look like an ex-football superstar. Keep it up. You eat a lot of beef, I assume. You should use him in an ad. Go ahead.
U.S. wheat has dealt with Japan for 70 years now. So 50% of the wheat that goes to Japan comes from the United States. So this is a tremendous trade deal for the U.S. wheat.
That's great. Yeah, this is a great deal. This is a great day. They won't report it. You won't see any articles, but at least we know. But locally, you're going to get great. Because locally the press, people don't understand this, but locally the press treats us very well. Nationwide, just ridiculous. They're fake. But we have gotten, so when you go back to your local states, you're going to get tremendous press on this because this is what they've wanted. They've wanted this really for a long time. And I think Kansas is doing pretty well. You like this man?
Yes, sir.
Here's another man from Kansas.
Kansas has some good
How's he doing? Do they love him in Kansas?
He is, next to you, sir, he's the most popular person in Kansas.
He knows what to say. Hey, I like him. I like him. Anyway, anybody else have anything to say? Please.
I'm Dave Herring, President of the National Pork Producers Council. Never spent many days in New York, but this is the greatest day I've ever spent in New York.
Wow.
Thank you, and thank Prime Minister Abe for this agreement, and it gives so much opportunity to our 60,000 pork producers across this great country. And I can't thank you for getting up and working hard every day.
And how are you doing with China? Because they're coming in big. Tell me, how is pork doing with China?
It's just starting to turn around.
Are you seeing the big movement now?
It's starting to move right now.
They're going to need a lot.
They're going to need a lot. They've got some issues over there with African swine fever, and we're standing ready to help them out.
So they are starting to come in, and you can see that happening very big. How will that compare to Japan in terms of ultimately, where do you see China versus Japan in terms of buys?
Well,
pork.
Japan has always been our largest value market, one of our greatest customers. It's hard to say, Mr. President, but I think that because of the disease they have over there today, they're short in supply of pork. So I think there's great opportunity.
China's going to buy more pork than they've ever bought by far. I mean, they told me the numbers are going to be incredible, and they're coming to you. So, look, they want to make a deal. They're trying to be nice. I was nice to them. You know, they had their, as you know, their 70th anniversary, and it was very important to them. Did you know the 70th, and it was October 1st, that's when the tariffs get lifted. And they called and they said, could you possibly make it another day? And we delayed it 2 weeks. So we did them a favor, but they're doing us a favor. But they're buying a lot of agricultural product, and in particular, where you are. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a very nice statement. Anybody else? You guys all right? Yes, please.
My name's Reich City. I'm a 12th generation farmer from Somerset County, New Jersey. A lot of these folks here represent big ag. I'm small ag. I'm a small farm, been there for 300 years. But all this helps raise agriculture. It's going to help me and a lot of small farmers all across this country. So we had to get the first one done. Thank you to Japan. And next we need USMCA and then China. So big ag, good. Small ag is good too.
And we signed Korea, remember. You know, we did a big deal with South Korea. It's a great trade deal. It's already done. It's in action. And it's had a very, very positive impact. It's been very positive for us. And that was a great deal that we got done relatively quickly. But nobody talks about that one. You know, by normal standards, a big deal. But Japan is going to be very special, and this is my special friend. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great to be with Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan. We had a wonderful dinner the other night in New York at Trump Tower. We spent a lot of time talking about a lot of different subjects, including North Korea, Asia, trade, lots of different things. We're doing much more business, much more trade with Japan right now, and things are working out very well. I want to congratulate Prime Minister Abe for a smashing election win just last week, and that was a tremendous win. We actually celebrated at the Trump Tower his win, his birthday. A lot of good things are happening for him, and we have a lot of good things happening between our countries. So, Prime Minister Abe, thank you very much.
よく安倍晋三総理が日本を代表してこちらにいらっしゃってよく来ていただきました。先日、ニューヨークのトランプタワーで夕食会ができました。本当に素晴らしい時間に一緒に過ごすことができました。北朝鮮やアジアの状況、貿易問題などについて、さまざまなことについて話しました。そしてこれから米日のビジネスがこれから増えることです。そして先週、大変素晴らしい総裁選の勝利に祝意のことを表明いたしました。そしてトランプタワーでその勝利だけではなくて、総理の誕生日もお祝いすることができました。これからの関係も改善することもさらに期待しています。よろしくお願いいたします。
23日の夜にはですね、ニューヨークの素晴らしい夜景を楽しみつつ、本当に美味しいディナーを共にすることができます。
So on 23rd, as you mentioned, over dinner, we too enjoyed the great view from the Trump Tower, and also we had a wonderful discussion over the wonderful dinner that you presented for us.
その際、私の誕生日を祝わせていただき、また総裁選の勝利について祝意をいただきました。
And on that occasion, you kindly celebrated my birthday, and also you kindly celebrated my recent victory in the presidential election of my party, LDP.
総裁選の勝利の後は、ターシについてはですね、ルワンドからまたイバンカさんからもですね、お祝いをしていただき、感謝申し上げたいと思います。
And right after my victory in the presidential election of my own party, Mr. President kindly tweeted and congratulated my victory. And also your daughter, Ms. Ivanka Trump, tweeted about my victory, which I do appreciate.
今大統領がおっしゃったように、北朝鮮の問題や経済の問題、アジアの問題について本当に率直な議論ができたと思います。
So on Sunday over dinner, we did have a very, very candid discussion on a wide range of matters, including North Korea or bilateral economic ties, as well as the issues in Asia.
本日は一昨日の米韓首脳会談、そして昨日の
日韓首脳会談を踏まえて、対北朝鮮政策についてですね、さらにすり合わせを行いたいと思います。また、本日は茂木大臣とライトハイザー通商代表との間で、大変素晴らしい議論が行われたと承知をしております。その結果を踏まえて、日米経済のさらなる強化の方策について、建設的な議論をすることを楽しみにしています。
So at today's summit meeting, I first like to discuss the issue of North Korea as well as our respective policies to North Korea. Based on the outcome of your meeting with President Moon Jae-in the day before yesterday, and also based on my meeting with President Moon yesterday. And I then would like to reconfirm our robust coordination on this front. And on top of that, I understand that this morning, Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer, USTR, had a very productive discussion. And building upon the wonderful outcome that the ministers had this morning, I would like to discuss with you ways to reinforce the economic ties between Japan and the United States. And I certainly look forward to having a very constructive discussion.
改めて歴史的な米朝首脳会談によってですね、大きく北朝鮮情勢が変わりつつあることを称賛したいと思います。
And once again, I would like to commend the fact that there is now a major transformational change is about to take place in our approach as well as how we deal with North Korea and also the situation surrounding North Korea in the aftermath of the historic summit meeting that you had with Chairman Kim Jong-un in Singapore.
Well, thank you very much. I will say that we are going down a number of fronts. We've agreed today to start trade negotiations between the United States and Japan. This was something that, for various reasons over the years, Japan was unwilling to do, and now they are willing to do. So we're very happy about that, and I'm sure that we'll come to a satisfactory conclusion. And if we don't,
ありがとうございます。さまざまな側面で進歩が見られてきました。例えば貿易問題ですと、やはり貿易交渉が非常に順調にいっています。この過去数年で日本側が納得できなかったところ、項目などいろいろあったと思いますが、今、その状況が変わりまして、一緒にこの交渉がうまくいっているということを大変嬉しく存じます。で、これは両側が満足できるような結果になると思います。そうでなければまた問題になるかもしれません。
Actually, I think we will probably come to a conclusion. I think it'll be something very exciting. And Japan is very smart, great negotiators. And, up until now, they've done very well, and they'll continue to do very well. We're going to have a really great relationship, better than ever before on trade. I think it's going to be better for Japan and better for the United States. It can only be better for the United States because it didn't get any worse than what has happened over the years. So I think it's going to be better really for both countries.
そして、非常に素晴らしい結論は心から待望しております。非常に刺激的な出来事です。日本側の交渉官は非常に賢いもので、これから非常に自分の国のために尽くしてまいりました。しかしなんですけれども、これから両国にとって素晴らしい取引になるようになると確信しております。そして、かつてないほど盤石な関係、基盤になると思いますので、今までよりいい関係になると思います。両国にとってウィンウィンということで、これから素晴らしい関係の改善を心待ちしています。
And Prime Minister Abe, I think I can speak for him saying that he's very hopeful and really thinks there's a very good chance of doing something with North Korea. I know he wants to be very helpful to them in economic development, and Chairman Kim sees a great future for North Korea, and I believe and I firmly know that Japan wants to help him toward that future economically, and we all want to help. And frankly, I think also that President Moon in South Korea, they want to be very much involved. So North Korea really has a great future. I believe we're doing very well. I think we're doing much better than anybody would know. I just showed a letter that I received just yesterday from Chairman Kim, which is an extraordinary letter. I've received other letters also from Chairman Kim, He wants to see things happen for North Korea that are great, that can make it an economic power, and they really have the potential to be that. So we look forward to our second summit. That will take place, I believe, fairly quickly. Secretary of State Pompeo is working on that right now, and they want to have it, or we want to have it, and we'll start the process. In the meantime, you know that sanctions are remaining, and a lot of good things are happening, but the sanctions will remain. And I think we can do something where, ideally, very positive things are going to happen with respect to North Korea. If you go back a year, or if you go back certainly from the time I took office, it looked like we were going to war with North Korea. It doesn't look like that at all anymore. It looks like just the opposite, so we're very happy about that.
そして、安倍総理は北朝鮮について、大変さまざまなことを期待されていると思います。日本は、北朝鮮に対して経済的な、協力または支援を、する、ことを視野に入れているということです。北朝鮮の開発のために支援したいという心もあります。で、金正恩委員長は自分の国のために明るい将来ができるようにいろんな可能性についてオープンマインドで考えています。日本はそれを助けたいと考えています。正直なところ、韓国のムン大統領もそういった取り組みに参加したいということも私は確信しています。これは北朝鮮にとって素晴らしい出来事になると思います。そして実は金正恩委員長から書簡をもらいました。いくつかのその書簡、手紙をもらっています。この北朝鮮のためにこれ今後経済大国になるようなそういうポテンシャルがあるということを考えていますが、早いうちに米朝首脳会談をもう一度実施したいと考えています。実はポンペオ国務長官はそれに取り組んでいる最中です。それができるまでは制裁は残るということなんですけれども、理想的にこれはいい方向に、ポジティブな方向に行くと考えます。1年前に比較すると状況は大きく改善することは言うまでもないことです。そして私は就任してから本当に状況が良くなりました。最初は戦争は寸前でしたが、今その真反対でいい状況になっています。
I just want to finish by saying that North Korea, under the leadership of Chairman Kim, has tremendous economic potential, tremendous. And I think that Chairman Kim sees that maybe better than anybody. So we will get back to work on that. I want to thank President Moon for being so gracious yesterday. He was so gracious to me as president, but to the United States and the job we've done and the job we're doing, because we have to get it finished. But he was tremendous yesterday. He was interviewed by various people, in particular by Fox, and he was tremendous in his statements, and I just want to thank President Moon. I hope he hears this thank you, because I haven't seen him since our meeting, but I just want to thank him for his gracious words. Thank you very much. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。そして、北朝鮮について最後のことで、言葉になりますが、金正恩委員長のリーダーシップの下で、北朝鮮の潜在能力が発揮することができると思います。経済的にいろいろな可能性があると思います。で、金正恩委員長はそれを、見えていると思います。そして最後になりますが、韓国のムン大統領は大変優雅に私に対してやっていただきました。私、大統領としてに対するその取り扱いだけではなくて、アメリカについてのこともとても優しかったです。我々の仕事をやろうとしていることを認めてくださいました。先日、FOX などでのインタビューで私と私の政権について非常にご親切な言葉述べていただきました。それを見ていただいているムン大統領がいらっしゃいましたら、感謝の言葉を申し上げたいと思います。
And by the way, I have to say this, Japan is a great country with a great leader. And I think that our relationship is now better than it's ever been. I have to say that. And I mean that very strongly.
そして最後ですけれども、日本は本当に素晴らしい国であります。で、日本の素晴らしい国の素晴らしいリーダーのおかげで、さらに素晴らしい国になると思います。かつてないほど米日同盟が本当に素晴らしい関係になっています。
Thank you.
Mr. President, reaction to the latest Kavanaugh allegations?
I think it's ridiculous. It's a con game that they're playing. The Democrats are playing this game that is disgraceful. It's a disgrace to the country. And I think you're going to see it in the midterms. I think people are wise to it. It's just a con game. He's a high-quality person. They're bringing people out of the woods. They can do that to anybody. They can do it to anybody, other than perhaps Prime Minister Abe, because he's so pure. I mean, but they can do it to anybody, what they are doing. And it's really, really sad. If you look at this lawyer that just came out, he's a lowlife. He represented Democrats. Nobody ever talks about that. He's a Democrat lawyer. Not a very good one, but he's a Democrat lawyer. So it's a horrible con game. I think the people are finding it out. And hopefully over the next couple of days it will be settled up and solved. And we will have a Supreme Court justice who will go down as one of our greatest ever. Hopefully he's going to be there for a long time. He's a young man. And he'll be there for a long time. And I'll be very proud of him, just as I'm very proud of Justice Gorsuch. So I think it's really working out very well. I really do. I think it's doing well. I think people are seeing what a disgrace these Democrat senators are when they come out with statements like that, when they don't even talk about it, and then after the hearings are completely over, they come out with what they come out with. It's a disgrace what's going on. The good news is the public is very smart, and they get it.
But do you think all the women are lying? Are all 3 women lying?
What's your next question?
Mr. President, could you explain why an ad in the Des Moines Register amounts to election interference by China? Why an ad in the Des Moines Register amounts to election
Well, take a look at it. You have not only ads, you have statements made that they're going to hit our farmers, who are my voters. I love the farmers. I'm taking care of the farmers. I'm opening up markets like nobody's ever opened markets before, because right now we have closed markets, whether it's the European Union or China or Canada, by the way, who charges 300% tariffs to our farmers. I'm opening up markets. My farmers, our farmers, I love them. These are great patriots. These are people that say, let the president do what he has to do it. We're going to make the farmers wealthy. We're going to make farmers wealthy. You look at what's happened to farmers over the last 15 years. You look at what's happened to soybean prices over the last 5 years before the election. They went down 50%. The farmers have been getting hurt in our country for many years, and that's because they had artificial barriers, artificial tariffs, all sorts of things that made it impossible for them. I'm opening it up. And you know the one that gets it best? The ones that get it best are the farmers themselves. These are great patriots. These are incredible people. They're going to do so well. But China is going and attacking the Farm Belt, our farmers. They're attacking our industrial with ads and with statements that don't look like ads. It looks like they're editorials, and they're not. They're made up by China because they don't want me to get elected because this has never happened to them. The markets are down 32% in the last 4 months, and our markets are up. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariff money going right into our treasury, and China's getting hurt. So I don't like it when they attack our farmers. And I don't like it when they put out false messages. But beside that, we learned that they are trying to meddle in our elections. And we're not going to let that happen. Just as we're not going to let that happen with Russia. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, may I begin by offering my condolence to the victims who lost their lives, as well as my sympathy to the people injured in the recent shooting incidents in Texas. I'd like to express my heartfelt solidarity to the people of the United States in this time of difficulty. It was only 1 year ago, November last year, that I met the president for the first time in the Trump Tower, New York. Since then, I have had numerous opportunities to converse with the president on the margin of international meetings, as well as countless talks on the phone. Indeed, how many hours of dialogue did we have? I believe that there has never been such close bonds intimately connecting the leaders of both nations as we do now in the history of Japan-US alliance of more than half a century. In particular, he received me with great hospitality last February on my visit to the U.S. at his villa in Florida. It became my unforgettable memory that we were able to discuss a variety of global issues over so many hours, quite frankly, including several rounds of golf. And it is my particular delight that this time I'm able to welcome my dear friend President Trump and Madame Melania Trump to Japan. This first trip of President Trump to Asia is an historic visit in the current regional situation, which is ever more tense. And his first nation to visit on his tour is Japan. This made this historic significance even greater. In this way, two of us were able to show to the rest of the world the unshakable Japan-US alliance. Thank you, Donald. For the last 2 days, I was able to have an in-depth discussion with Donald on a plethora of issues that the international community is faced with. In the discussion, overwhelming importance was occupied by the North Korean issue. We were in complete agreement as to the measures to be taken upon the analysis of the latest situation of North Korea, giving a good amount of time. Japan consistently supports the position of President Trump when he says that all options are on the table. Through the talks over 2 days, I have once again strongly reaffirmed that Japan and US are 100% together. For more than 20-some years, the international community attempted dialogue with North Korea. At the time of Framework Agreement of 1994 and at the Six-Party Agreement of 2006, North Korea committed in abandoning their nuclear program. But each time the promise was broken, which resulted in North Korea buying time for their nuclear and missile development while we were making efforts for dialogue. There is no point in the dialogue for the sake of dialogue with North Korea. Now is the time not for dialogue, but for applying maximum level of pressure on North Korea. We completely agreed that in order to make North Korea change their policy, Japan and US must take leadership in closely collaborating with the international community so that we can enhance the pressure to the maximum level over North Korea through all possible means. I agree with President Trump that we welcome China strengthening her pressure over North Korea, and it is incumbent upon China to play even greater roles to let North Korea relinquish their nuclear and missile development. We reaffirmed once again the importance of further advancing trilateral cooperation among Japan, US, and the Republic of Korea, a country President Trump will visit tomorrow. Before this press conference, President and Mrs. Trump were good enough to meet with the members of the families of abductees. I would like to render my heartfelt gratitude for their listening so intently to what the family members had to tell them. Until the day when all the families of the abductees embrace their loved ones in their own arms, until that day, my mission is not complete. I am sure that the families, I have renewed my resolve to work in full force to seek the resolution of this issue. I have decided to take our own additional sanction measures in our effort to seek the solution of the nuclear missile and the most important abduction issues of North Korea. Tomorrow, there will be a decision on freezing assets of 35 North Korean entities and individuals. Going forward, Japan and US will continue to cooperate closely for the early resolution of the North Korean issue. I also discussed bilateral economic issues with President Trump. We welcomed that in the second meeting of Japan-US Economic Dialogue held last month between Deputy Prime Minister Aso and Vice President Pence, the importance of strengthening bilateral economic, trade, and investment relations was confirmed. And we will go deeper into our dialogue. We agreed that we will continue our discussion in order to invigorate more the bilateral trade and investment and enhance our cooperation in the areas of law enforcement, energy, infrastructure, among others. Japan and the US are the two global economic leaders occupying 30% of the global economy, sharing common values such as freedom and fairness. The significance of Japan-US alliance is not limited on security front alone. In the economic field, it greatly contributes to the prosperity of the region and the world. I, together with President Trump, shall work not only in the field of bilateral trade, but also lead in the high-standard rulemaking in trade and investment broadly in the Asia-Pacific region. I am determined to see to it so that both Japan and US strongly lead the regional and eventually the global economic growth by our cumulative efforts in creating fair and effective economic order in this region. With the President, I discussed APEC and East Asian Summit meetings that we will be going after this. Indo-Pacific region, covering the vast area of Asia-Pacific through the Indian Ocean to the Middle East and Africa, is the growth center of the world with more than half of the world population. The maintenance and enhancement of the maritime order that is free and open is critically important for the peace and prosperity of this region, and we concurred to strengthen our cooperation toward realizing free and open Indo-Pacific. Under the unwavering Japan-US alliance, I shall play a leadership role for the peace and prosperity of this region, hand in hand with President Trump. For the last 2 days, I had indeed very serious discussions with President Trump. I also had an opportunity to play golf with our top pro, Hideki Matsuyama, yesterday. Indeed, the match was a neck-and-neck competition, in my opinion. What was the reality? I hope that Mr. Trump will give his evaluation. The dinner where Mrs. Trump joined was in such a truly relaxed atmosphere that we almost forgot how time flew. I am greatly, very much satisfied. I hope that they enjoy the banquet later on by all means. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. President Trump, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Shinzō. And this has been a truly enjoyable trip and one where we're accomplishing a lot. And I agree with you that our relationship is extraordinary. And I agree with you also that there has never been such a close relationship between the leaders of two countries, these two countries, Japan and the United States. So it's been great to be with you, and we'll be spending a lot of time with you over the years. Melania and I are deeply grateful for the warm welcome we've received in your remarkable country, and that's what it is. It is a remarkable country. This is a land of incredible history, culture, tradition, and spirit. First, let me congratulate you on your great success in the recent elections. You won very big and very easily, and I'm not at all surprised. We both share in common and really a deep loyalty to our citizens and a deep faith in the destiny of our people, and also our people and our countries working together. I also want to take a moment to continue sending our thoughts, prayers, and deepest condolences to the victims of the horrific assault on a church in a beautiful area. So sad. Sutherland Springs, Texas, such a beautiful, wonderful area with incredible people. Who would ever think a thing like this could happen? So I want to send my condolences, the condolences of our First Lady. In tragic times, Americans always pull together. We are always strongest when we are unified. To the wounded and the families of the victims, all of America is praying for you, supporting you, and grieving alongside of you. Prime Minister, I want to thank you and the people of Japan for your friendship. We have so many great things that we can accomplish together, and we are in the process of accomplishing those things. It was a thrill for my daughter Ivanka to be able to participate in the World Assembly for Women and promote women entrepreneurship side by side. Our two nations are advancing policies to empower women and harness the full potential of our great economies. You were the first foreign leader to visit me shortly after my election. And now it is my pleasure to join you in your homeland to further strengthen the historic ties between our two great nations. As you know, this is my first visit to the Indo-Pacific region as president. Been here before, but as president, this has been my first, and it is my first. And I am thrilled that my first stop was with you, great friend. We're going to other countries where I have also developed some great friendships, and we're going to work to straighten a lot of things out, including trade, including military problems. We have a lot of things to work on, but this is a real honor to be with you, Shinzo. Japan is a very special place. The Japanese people are thriving. Your cities are vibrant, and you've built one of the world's most powerful economies. I don't know if it's as good as ours. I think not. Okay? And we're going to try and keep it that way, but you'll be second. And yet, for all of its modern splendor, the people of Japan maintain a profound respect for their rich culture, heritage, and traditions, honoring the past even as you blaze new trails into the future. Very, very strongly looking into the future is Japan. You demonstrate every day that the respect for history and heritage is the true foundation for progress. Our nations share an enduring bond. America and Japan face many challenges, many opportunities. There are many things we face, but we will be facing them together in friendship and as allies. Most importantly, we're working to counter the dangerous aggressions of the regime in North Korea. The regime continued development of its unlawful weapons programs, including its illegal nuclear tests and outrageous launches of ballistic missiles directly over Japanese territory, are a threat to the civilized world and international peace and stability. We will not stand for that. The era of strategic patience is over. Some people said that my rhetoric is very strong, but look what's happened with very weak rhetoric over the last 25 years. Look where we are right now. Prime Minister Abe has also shared with me the tragic stories of Japanese young people whom North Korea has abducted over the years. Together, we met with the parents of Megumi Yakoda, who was abducted as a young girl in 1977. No child should ever be subjected to such cruelty. No parent should ever have to endure 40 years of heartbreak. We also had a young, wonderful man in our country, Otto Warmbier. We all know the story of Otto. It's a horrible story, a sad story, and we can't let that happen. Cannot let that happen. The United States of America stands in solidarity with the people of Japan against the North Korean menace. History has proven over and over that strong and free nations will always prevail over tyrants who oppress their people. Our powerful and enduring U.S.-Japan alliance includes more than 50,000 members of the United States military stationed right here in Japan. In addition to that, we have 33,000 stationed in South Korea. American and Japanese military personnel train together, work together, and will stand together to defend the security and sovereignty of both of our countries. I want to thank the entire Japanese people for acting as such gracious hosts and strong partners for our men and women in the armed forces. America is also committed to improving our economic relationship with Japan. As President of the United States, I'm committed to achieving a fair, free, and reciprocal trading relationship. We seek equal and reliable access for American exports to Japan's markets in order to eliminate our chronic trade imbalances and deficits with Japan. We're working on that, something we've all been working on very hard from the very beginning of our meetings. As we continue to pursue closer economic ties, I believe it will create new and exciting opportunities to achieve greater prosperity in both of our nations and to advance new frontiers in science, medicine, and technology. The United States respects and honors Japan's heritage and admires your deep well of perseverance. I appreciate very much your acknowledging and stating the fact that the United States economy has done so well since our election on November 8th. Close to 2 million jobs, the highest stock market in our history. So many different things are happening for the better, including the cutting of massive amounts of regulation, which is one of the reasons that the market's reacting the way it's reacting. This mutual respect for culture and sovereignty will continue to bring our nations closer and closer together and open up new avenues of cooperation and success. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you again for inviting me today and for opening the arms of your majestic country to our American delegation, all of whom are right now in this room. I look forward to working side by side with you in friendship. We will have success like rarely seen between two countries, Japan and the United States of America, two very, very special places. Thank you for having us. Thank you very much.
大統領ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now we will accept the questions from the press. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand and be recognized by me or by Ms. Sanders. And then please come to the standing microphone, and then please identify yourself by stating your name and affiliation and proceed to your question. First, Japanese press. I will ask for a question from the Japanese press, which will be followed by the U.S. Accompanying press. So we will accept questions from the P2 journalists respectively. And please identify to whom the question is addressed, either to the Prime Minister or to President Trump. So first is the Japanese press. Any person to speak up? Yes, please. Hara from NHK. This is a question to Mr. Abe. Prime Minister and President Trump have agreed on maximizing the pressure toward the relinquishing of nuclear development by North Korea. Mr. Trump is going to Korea and China, and then there is going to be an APEC leaders meeting. So, Mr. Abe, what is your idea about the significance of this bilateral summit meeting? On the other hand, North Korea is still fixing its attitude, not responding to the relinquishing of nuclear development. What is necessary in order to avoid any accidental military confrontation? While Japan-US alliance being the foundation of the regional peace and prosperity, precisely when Japan-US partner strongly, the peace of this region becomes unshakable. From that perspective, I consider that this time we were able to reaffirm strong bonds and ties between Japan and the United States on this opportunity of the visit of President Trump. This was quite significant for the regional peace. On the North Korean situation, between President Trump and myself, we confirmed that we are together 100%. We will enhance the pressure that the entire international community exercises over North Korea to the maximum extent by both Japan and the United States collaborating and working toward China and Russia. No one likes conflicts. I don't like it, Mr. Trump neither. But North Korea continues its provocation against the international community. So we need to collaborate in the international community so that they change their policy. We must exercise our pressure. And from the North Korea, we will change our policy. So please come to talk to us. I think this is what is most important that we expect. And we have a complete agreement with President Trump. And together with many countries, I'm sure that we share in the same thinking. Also, the free and open maritime order based upon the rule of law is the foundation of the stability and prosperity of the international community. This time around, as the first leg of his tour in Asia, President and I were able to reaffirm that both countries will make efforts looking toward the Indo-Pacific, which is free and open, very significant. There will be APEC leaders meeting and EAS summit meeting. In these meetings, I'd like to take leadership in driving this kind of discussion. So, free and open Indo-Pacific strategy. If any country would agree with this strategy, with whatever country, we can collaborate for the implementation of this strategy. So we will continue to have partnership between Japan and the United States so that we can contribute jointly to the peace and stability of the region. Sanda-san.
United States first question will go to Steve Holland from Reuters.
Pardon me. Thank you, sir. In response to the Texas shooting, what policies would you support to reduce these violent actions? Is gun control the answer? And secondly, you spoke yesterday about the warmth of the North Korean people. What's your message to their leader, Kim Jong-un, as you prepare to head to South Korea tomorrow? And if I could ask the Prime Minister a question as well, could you respond to what the President said this morning, that trade is not free and reciprocal with the United States? Thank you.
Well, as far as the North Korean people are concerned, Steve, I think that these are great people. They're under a very repressive regime. And I really think that ultimately I can tell you this, that I hope it all works out. It'll be better for everybody. Certainly would be better for North Korea, but it would be better for everybody. So we hope that's going to take place. As far as your second question, which is really the first part of your question, I think that mental health is your problem here. This was a very, based on preliminary reports, very deranged individual, a lot of problems over a long period of time. We have a lot of mental health problems in our country, as do other countries. But this isn't a guns situation. I mean, we could go into it, but it's a little bit soon to go into it. But fortunately, somebody else had a gun that was shooting in the opposite direction. Otherwise, it would have been as bad as it was. It would have been much worse. But this is a mental health problem at the highest level. It's a very, very sad event. These are great people and a very, very sad event. But that's the way I view it. Thank you.
With President Trump, trade and economic matters, bilateral issues, we did discuss. On the economic matter, how U.S. and Japanese economies should be. There is a dialogue going on between Mr. Aso and Mr. Pence. There were 2 meetings already. So on the question of economy, together with President Trump, and not only regarding bilateral trade, we would like to see the entire region of Asia-Pacific. High standard rule-making is something that we want to pursue. So with both countries in this region, we will make efforts to create an economic order which is fair and effective, so that regarding the both economies mutually, we would like to see the mutual development of both economies. So in the United States, already since the start of Trump administration, partly thanks to the Japanese investment, 17,000 jobs have been created in the United States. So all countries of the world, vis-à-vis the United States, they make investment, but Japanese investment ranks in terms of job creation. So the economic relations between the two countries may develop further, thereby creating jobs, thereby growing the economy. So in creating both countries' economies, ASO-PEN's economic dialogue framework would be quite relevant, and we'd like to see good outcome from that dialogue. We will go back to the Japanese press for questions. Yes, please. Takita from Sankei newspaper company. I have a question to President Trump. You met with the family members of abductees, and you met with Hitomi Soga, actual abductee. How can you comment on your meeting with them? To North Korea, is there a possibility of a U.S. military action? Suppose that the U.S. decides to go on it. The abductees rescue, how do you think about it once the military action is to be imminent?
Well, I think it's very sad. I look at what's happened, and it's a very, very sad thing. Who's ever heard of anything like this? Abducted by a hostile country for purposes of language, for purposes of, could be any number of other reasons. We'll see what happens in terms of the ultimate conclusion. But I did put it in my speech at the United Nations, and many people in Japan were really thrilled that I did, because a lot of people thought that the folks we're talking about were forgotten about. Like I say, the forgotten people, where they were maybe the forgotten people. But I can tell you, your great Prime Minister did not forget. He didn't forget at all. So we'll work together and see if we can do something. Now the spotlight is on, and perhaps we can have some very good luck, and perhaps the regime itself would send them back. I think it would be a tremendous signal if Kim Jong-un would send them back. If he would send them back, that would be the start of something I think would be just something very special if they would do that. But I spoke with people who were devastated, and they've been devastated for many years. They think they're alive, but they don't know. Probably makes it even tougher that way. But we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question from the United States, Mark Landler, New York Times.
Thank you very much. My first question is to President Trump. Mr. President, you've spent the last 2 days reaffirming the U.S.-Japan alliance, and you've begun sketching out this vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. But in 2 days, you're going to travel to China, a country that is neither free nor open. So my question is, how can the U.S. be a force for freedom and openness in this region without inevitably coming into conflict with China? And then to the Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, the President has spoken on many occasions in the past about hoping to see the Japanese take a strong role in their own defense. He'd like to sell Japan military equipment. And there have been press reports that the President was disappointed that the Japanese didn't shoot the North Korean missile out of the sky, the one that was shot over Hokkaido. I'm wondering, did this subject come up, and what message did you have for the President about the role you'd like to see Japan take in its defense?
Thank you, Mark. I will say, if I could just take a piece of the Prime Minister's answer, he will shoot them out of the sky when he completes the purchase of lots of additional military equipment from the United States. He will easily shoot them out of the sky, just like we shot something out of the sky the other day in Saudi Arabia, as you saw. and that was a very rapidly moving missile shot out of the sky. That was a needle in the sky, and it was hit immediately and exploded without damage. So one of the things I think that's very important is that the Prime Minister of Japan is going to be purchasing massive amounts of military equipment, as he should. And we make the best military equipment by far. We'll be purchasing it from the United States, whether it's the F-35 fighter, which is the greatest in the world, total stealth, or whether it's missiles of many different kinds. It's a lot of jobs for us and a lot of safety for Japan and other countries that are likewise purchasing a lot of military equipment from us that, frankly, a year ago and 2 years ago were not. As far as China is concerned, my relationship, as you know, with President Xi is also excellent. I like him a lot. I consider him a friend. He considers me a friend. With that being said, he represents China. I represent the United States. His views are different on things, but they're pretty similar on trade. The problem we have with China is that for decades, they've been, it's been a very unfair, let me be very kind to previous administrations. It's been a very unfair trade situation. Our trade deficit is massive. It's hundreds of billions of dollars a year, anywhere from $350 billion to $504 billion, and that doesn't include intellectual property. And we've already started discussions with China because it has to come down. It has to come down. And that has to do with really free trade, fair trade, or reciprocal trade. And frankly, I like reciprocal the best of the group, because when you explain to somebody that you're going to charge tariffs in order to equalize, or you're going to do other things, some people that don't get it, they don't like to hear that. But when you say it's going to be reciprocal, that we're going to charge the same as they're charging us, the people that don't want a 5% or a 10% tariff say, oh, reciprocal's fair, and that could be 100%. So it's much more, Mark, understandable when you talk about reciprocal. And reciprocal trade is very important to me. We have many countries, not just China or Japan or so many others that we see. I mean, we have one country that charges us 100% tax if we sell things into that country. And yet, when they sell the same product into our country, we charge them nothing. Now, I've been against that for a long time, and you will be seeing we do things about it. Now, it also takes a period of time to do that, because as you know, you have statutory limitations in time. You have to put out notices. You have to wait 90 days before you can put out the next, and then you have to wait another 120 days, and then a 30-day. Now, much of this has already been caught up. Some of it was unnecessary statutorily. But you will be seeing things of countries that have been treating the United States and the United States worker and companies, because I view the companies not as a company, I view it as an extension of the worker, but that have been treating our companies, our country, and our workers very unfairly. You will be seeing that the United States will take very, very strong action. It's already started, but most of the legal foundation has now been done. And you're going to see a very big difference, and it's going to happen very soon, because the United States, by many countries, has been treated very, very unfairly when it comes to trade. Thank you very much.
Regarding Japan, defense equipment, a lot of them we purchase from the United States. North Korean situation becoming very tough. The Asia-Pacific security situation becoming very tough. We qualitatively and quantitatively, we have to enhance our defense capability. As the President mentioned, F-35A is a case in point. SM-3, Block 2A, is another plan for purchase from the United States. Aegis vessels, the quality and the quantity must be enhanced. In that process, we will be buying more from the United States. That is what I'm thinking. Now, North Korea. North Korea launched missiles. Immediately after that, we traced them. We were able to grasp and trace where they were going. Missile defense is something which is based upon the cooperation between Japan and the United States. Missile defense system is a cooperation between the two countries. For the intercepting and shooting down, if it is necessary, of course, we will do that if it is necessary. But in doing so, U.S. and Japan will closely coordinate our actions. Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, we will end the joint press conference by the two leaders of Japan and the United States. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the press.
We
would like to commence the joint press conference with Prime Minister Abe and President Donald Trump. In the beginning, Prime Minister Abe will speak, which will be followed by the remarks by President Trump. Prime Minister, floor is yours. On the 1st of May, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor acceded to the throne, and we now have the new era called Reiwa. At the dawn of the new era, it is of utmost pleasure that I am able to welcome President Trump and Madame Melania as our first state guests in the era of Heisei. They are my dearest friends for myself and for my wife. With President Trump, we had the summit talk last month at White House, and we celebrated Melania's birthday together, didn't we? Next month, he will be visiting Japan again in order to come to the G20 Osaka summit. Because of the peace and security legislation, U.S. and Japan have become an alliance where we can help one another. The bond has become rock solid. Because of the very close personal relationship with Donald, the bond of U.S.-Japan alliance has become unshakable, the closest in the whole world. In the new era of Reiwa, U.S. and Japan must lead for the peace and prosperity of the region and international community as the genuinely global partners. This visit of President and Madame Trump to Japan is a golden opportunity to clearly show the unshakable bond to the whole world and inside Japan as well. I'd like to express my gratitude to the friendship of President Trump and Madame First Lady. At the summit talk today, bearing in mind of the latest North Korean situation, we spent a good amount of time in better aligning our policies. The positions of Japan and the United States in this regard are completely on the same page. President Trump and Madame Melania continue to meet the family members of the abduction victims, just like 2 years ago when they visited Japan. They encouraged and gave comfort to the members of the victims. Toward the resolution of the most important abduction issue, at the earliest possible timing is what I am hoping for, and I'm determined that I have to face Chairman Kim Jong-un myself directly. Without any conditions, I will meet with the chairman, and I would like to have a discussion frankly, in complete candor. President Trump has expressed strong support to my determination as such by saying that he would support me totally and would not spare any efforts in assisting me. Continuously, we will have the close collaboration between the two countries. We shall missing no opportunities and look toward the early resolution of the abduction issue. We will act resolutely. In today's summit meeting, we welcomed the steady progress of U.S.-Japan cooperation looking toward the creation of free and open Indo-Pacific, including the areas such as energy, digital, and infrastructure. Going forward, we will walk hand in hand and promote the cooperation for the realization of this common vision of our two nations. We will be promoting the idea forcefully. With the countries concerned like Australia, India, ASEAN, UK, and France, we will fortify the cooperation towards the realization of a free and open Indo-Pacific. We will enhance and expand our efforts. We agreed on that. Since President Trump came to the office, Japanese companies decided on new investment to the tune of $24 billion to the United States, thereby creating 45,000 new jobs. Daring tax reform that President conducted, thanks to that, automotive and energy-related Japanese companies are making investment in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Alabama, and Kentucky, and others. They have decided to make new investments. Those contributing most in the U.S. economy are the Japanese companies. It's been only 1 month since the last summit talks. In a short span of 1 month, Japanese companies increased their investment to the United States by $1 billion. With this vigorous investment appetite, Japanese companies are deciding to make investment to the United States one after another. U.S.-Japan economic relationship is developing in a major way in a modality of bringing in win-win situations. Following the joint statement of September last year, Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer, USTR, are proceeding with the discussion, and I welcome this discussion. In today's talks between myself and President Trump, we should achieve early outcome based upon the trustful relationship between our two nations. We shall accelerate the pace of discussion. We agreed on that. Next month at G20 Osaka Summit, President Trump, I am going to welcome him again in Osaka. Looking forward to it. For the success of G20 Summit, U.S.-Japan cooperation is indispensable. I will continue to collaborate closely with President Trump. Yesterday, I was able to talk with President Trump on a variety of issues in a relaxed atmosphere like the game of golf, watching sumo wrestling, as well as the dinner where our spouses joined. The friendship and trustful relationship was even more enhanced. The exuberance of joy shown by the crowd that I witnessed in the stadium, as well as the frenzied excitement of the general public when presidential cup was handed to Asanoyama, the champion, indeed, a new page was added to the prestigious history of sumo. Donald, I thank you very much. Tomorrow, together with President Trump, I will go to Yokosuka and visit our escort ship anchored in Yokosuka and show the strong bond of U.S.-Japan alliance to the people in Japan and the world. Lastly, once again, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Donald and Madame Melania for honoring us with your visit to Japan as the first state guest of the new era of Reiwa. Thank you. Then, President Trump of the United States, floor is yours.
Prime Minister Abe, the First Lady and I are profoundly honored to return to this very beautiful nation as Japan's first state guest following the enthronement of His Majesty, the Emperor. On behalf of the United States, we want to thank the imperial family for this gracious invitation and warm welcome. It was really wonderful. Melania and I are thrilled to be back in the land of the rising sun. It is a true privilege to take part in the splendor of this historic moment and to witness an ancient Japanese tradition as you begin the new imperial era. We look forward to seeing the new emperor continue his father's extraordinary legacy. Yesterday, Melania and I were delighted to join you, Prime Minister, in attending a sumo tournament. I've always wanted to see a sumo tournament, so true. And they are bigger and stronger than I even thought. At your very impressive and new national arena, where I presented the first ever U.S. President's Cup to the sumo grand champion. That was something. This morning we participated in a magnificent welcome ceremony with their majesties, the Emperor and Empress, at the Grand Imperial Palace. Japan's time-honored customs and exquisite culture fill us with a deep sense of admiration. I want to thank all of the people of Japan for welcoming us to this week and sharing your beloved heritage. It is truly an incredible heritage. This visit has also been a chance for Prime Minister Abe and me to strengthen our close friendship and the friendship between our two nations. The alliance between the United States and Japan is a cornerstone of stability and prosperity in the region and all around the world. The Prime Minister and I continue our close consultation in pursuit of peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. The essence of our approach is peace through strength. And this is a strong alliance indeed. The U.S.-Japan alliance is steadfast and ironclad. We want peace and we want stability. We continue to hope that Chairman Kim seizes the opportunity to transform his country through denuclearization. It is a country with tremendous economic and other potential. The United States also remains committed to the issue of abductions, which I know is a top priority for Prime Minister Abe. Earlier today, I met for the second time with a group of Japanese families who have suffered the unthinkable heartbreak of having their loved ones abducted by North Korea. The United States will continue to support Japan's efforts to bring these abductees home. Our nations are also cooperating on a number of other vital security issues. The United States supports Japan's efforts to improve its defense capabilities, and in recent months we have greatly expedited the sale of large amounts of defense equipment to Japan made in the United States. We make the best equipment in the world. In 2018, Japan was one of the world's top purchasers of American defense equipment, and it has just announced its intent to purchase 105 brand new F-35 stealth aircraft. Stealth because the fact is you can't see them. This purchase would give Japan the largest F-35 fleet of any U.S. ally. America and Japan's close security ties are grounded in shared values. Our armed forces train and serve together all around the world. Tomorrow I will visit American troops stationed alongside the Japanese self-defense forces right here in Japan. On behalf of all Americans, I want to thank the Japanese people for graciously hosting our service members and military families. The United States and Japan are also working to improve our economic relationship based on the principles of fairness and reciprocity. We are currently negotiating a bilateral trade agreement that would benefit both of our economies. Our goal is to reduce our trade deficit with Japan, remove trade barriers and barriers of all kinds, so that U.S. exports will really have a fair and very profound footing. Just over 1 week ago, U.S. beef gained full access to Japanese markets for the first time since 2003. We hope to have even more to announce on the trade very, very soon. And finally, today I am pleased to confirm that Prime Minister Abe and I have agreed to dramatically expand our nation's cooperation in human space exploration. Japan will join our mission to send U.S. astronauts to space. We'll be going to the moon. We'll be going to Mars very soon. It's very exciting. And from a military standpoint, there is nothing more important right now than space. This is an exciting starting point for greater collaboration on many other things. Mr. Prime Minister, our visit this week is a moving reminder of the strength of the U.S.-Japan alliance and the deep friendship between our people. It is a profound honor to be in Japan at this important moment in your nation's history. For this new imperial era, your nation has chosen the name Reiwa, meaning beautiful harmony. America shares this wonderful aspiration for the future, and I look forward to continuing our tremendous partnership as we work together to bring this noble vision to life. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is open for accepting questions. Japanese media first, followed by the press entourage accompanying the president. Japanese person, please raise your hand and recognized by me. Regarding the American press, Ms. Sanders from U.S. will decide the questions. First, the questions from the Japanese media, please. Kuribayashi from Yomiuri newspaper. I have a question to Prime Minister Abe on abduction. Japan-Korea summit meeting. Do you think that the problem would be resolved in one-time meeting with the Chairman Kim, or do you have to go through a plural number of meetings in order to seek solution? By what time frame would you like to realize the summit talk? Is it going to happen by the end of this year? In that sense, in that case, could there be tripartite discussion involving U.S. as well? Regarding the relationship with North Korea, first of all, I have to note the fact that President Trump cracked open the shell of distrust with Chairman Kim Jong-un, shared the bright future beyond the denuclearization and urging North Korea to act. It's a new approach. I'd like to pay tribute to his new approach. Most important thing is the solution of abduction issue. And it means that I'm resolved that I have to directly see Chairman Kim face to face. Without attaching any conditions, I meet him, and then frankly, and I must have discussion in complete candor. At the summit talk today, to my resolution as such, President Trump expressed that he will give all-out support. He will spare no efforts in rendering assistance to my efforts. It was a very strong support. President Trump and family members of abducted victims had a meeting, and President Trump would look into the eyes of the family members directly, and he was listening to the remarks very seriously. We have to resolve this abduction issue. This is the thought that I have, which was shared by President Trump. Once again, looking toward the resolution of abduction issue, I'd like to pay tribute and gratitude to the lavish understanding and support. Now, including the points that you asked on the topic of a summit talk between Japan and North Korea, as of now, there is no specific goal in sight. But based upon the Japan-North Korea Pyongyang declaration, we want to solve comprehensive issues, pending issues like abduction, nuclear missiles. We must come to terms with the unfortunate past, and we must normalize the diplomatic relations. This line is unchanged. Abduction issue is the most important issue for Abe administration. Family members of abductees have advanced in their age. As the president of LDP, I have a certain term your question sort of implied. And also, a one-time meeting could resolve the issue, you asked. Irrespective of my term in office, I have to do everything I can, all out efforts of myself for the resolution of this issue. As the Prime Minister, I have responsibility as such. Going forward, I will discharge this responsibility. And in order to do that, as the Prime Minister, day in and day out, I will do my best, and all our efforts I will endeavor.
The United States' first question will go to Vivian Salma of the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks, Sarah. Mr. President, Prime Minister. Mr. President, I hope you'll indulge me with two questions since we're far from home. The first one is, so if Kim Jong-un is not violating his promise to you by firing small weapons, as you said in your tweet yesterday, what would you consider a violation exactly?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think that Kim Jong-un, or Chairman Kim, as some people say, is looking to create a nation that has great strength economically. I think he's very much, I talked to him a lot about it, and he's very much into the fact that he believes, like I do, that North Korea has tremendous economic potential, like perhaps few other developing nations anywhere in the world. And I think that he is looking to develop that way. He knows that with nuclear, that's never going to happen. Only bad can happen. He understands that. He is a very smart man. He gets it well. So I think that he is going to try at some point. I'm in no rush at all. The sanctions remain. We have our hostages back. We, as you know, are getting the remains, continuing to get the remains. A lot of good things are happening. And very importantly, there's been no nuclear testing for 2 years. I looked at a chart the other day. During the past administration, there were many numbers that were very high, like 10 and 12 and 18, having to do with missile launches and nuclear testing. And for the last 2 years, on the bottom, it had 0 and 0. So I am very happy with the way it's going. And intelligent people agree with me.
You're not bothered at all by the small missiles?
No, I'm not. I am personally not.
Oh, okay, thank you. One more question, Mr. President. Last week, you declared that you won't work with Democrats in Congress until they stop investigating you. So how are you going to explain to your voters when it comes at the expense of some of the promises that you made to them?
Well, there's never been a president more transparent. The Mueller report came out, no obstruction, no collusion, no nothing. It's a beautiful report. The Democrats cannot understand what happened. They really thought they had some people on their side because, as you know, the people doing the investigation were 18 extremely angry Democrats, many of whom worked for Hillary Clinton and supported Hillary Clinton. And Bob Mueller, I guess you could say he wasn't a friend of mine, but he did something that was really the right thing to do. They were very disappointed. They can't get over the fact that never spoke to Russia, never dealt with Russia, having to do with the subject we're talking about. And I will say this, that without question, we have done a job like few presidents have done. The only thing you can say about me that some people may not like is that I've created one of the greatest economies anywhere in the world. In fact, when I first met yesterday with Prime Minister Abe, the first thing he did was congratulate me on the incredible economy that we have in the United States. So I think that we will work with them. We have a USMCA, we have a deal with Canada and Mexico that everybody wants. I think it's all done, and I think they probably want to be doing that. As you know, Ambassador Lighthizer is here right now. That's a deal that's gotten universal praise. Unions love it, farmers love it, manufacturers love it. You won't have companies leaving and going to Mexico and going to Canada and going like they were for many, many years. It's a great deal. I would imagine that Nancy Pelosi will approve that. I would think it would be very hard not to, but we'll see. But certainly as things get approved, I would love to sign them. It's only good for our country. I'm only interested in what's good for our country. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister, I hope you'll also indulge me with two questions since I'm far from home. Did you get any reassurances today from President Trump that he will not impose tariffs on cars or auto parts 6 months from now?
I want to hear this answer too.
Well, last year in September, between President Trump and I agreed on joint statement regarding including auto and auto parts. Currently, based upon the joint statement of September, Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer are discussing and talking about this matter. So we agreed to accelerate the talk as such. That was the agreement I reached with President Trump.
My second question? So I left my translator, so.
That's about 4.
Yeah.
I think probably that's enough. I think your compatriots will not be happy with another question.
All right.
Thank you very much.
それでは再び日本のメディアの方に質問をお願いいたします。
Once again, a question from Japanese media, please. Sugawara from Nihon Television. I have a question to Prime Minister Abe about the U.S.-Japan trade agreement. Before the election, there are some voices of anxiety expressed from some trade organizations. Now the tariff level, the maximum that you can have in tariff is at the same of TPP. Is that unchanged? Now, regarding the calendar, in the beginning of the talk, in August, there could be a major statement announcement. Prime Minister, that was the comment of President Trump. Do you agree with him? And in today's talk, what was the time frame? What was the scheduling of those matters? Between U.S. and Japan, trade friction or trade debate is happening. What was the outlook on that relationship as for Japan? Is there any mitigating role that Japan can take? 2 questions, I guess. Last year in September, President Trump and I agreed on the joint statement. Based upon that, Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer, USTR, are vigorously conducting discussions and talks. This time round, Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer, between them, I think quite in-depth discussion was held. That is, I am informed. With President Trump, we agreed that let us accelerate the talks between the ministers. So we have joint statement, and that must be the grand premise upon which we must create win-win result, which would be beneficial to both nations. That is my thinking. Now, next point of question. U.S.-China trade negotiation. I think that was the question. Sino-U.S. relationship, respectively, they occupy number 1 and number 2 economic powerful position of the world. Between the 2 countries, stable economic relationship is built. That would benefit not only Japan, but the Asian countries and to the whole world. It's very important that there be stable economic relationship. With a view as such, I hope that continuously U.S. and China will go through dialogue in order to seek constructive solution of the problem. Today, with the President, we discussed economic issues. And the global economy was something that we also addressed. There are a variety of challenges in the global economy we discussed in today's talk.
I'd like to add, though, that very importantly, I have nothing to do with TPP. Okay? Nothing to do. I'm not bound by anything that anybody else signs with respect to the United States. TPP would have destroyed our automobile industry and many of our manufacturers. We are not involved in TPP, so what other countries agree to is not binding at all in the United States. As far as China is concerned, they want to make a deal. I think they probably wish they made the deal that they had on the table before they tried to renegotiate it. They would like to make a deal. We're not ready to make a deal, and we're taking in tens of billions of dollars of tariffs, and that number could go up very, very substantially, very easily. But I think sometime in the future, China and the United States will absolutely have a great trade deal, and we look forward to that. Okay? Thank you.
The United States' second question goes to Jeff Mason of Reuters.
Yeah, sure, Jeff.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to follow Vivian's lead and ask 2 questions if I can. First, as a follow-up on trade, can you lay out specifically, Mr. President, what Japan needs to do to avoid auto tariffs? And before you come back to the G20 in another month or so, do you expect talks with China to get back on track this year at all?
First of all, getting to the G20, I think that we are very much discussing different things with Japan. We have an unbelievably large imbalance, as you know, trade imbalance, which has been there for many, many years, Japan having the big advantage. They are brilliant business people, brilliant negotiators, and put us in a very tough spot. But I think we will have a deal with Japan. Likewise, I think we will have a deal with China sometime into the future. Many companies are leaving China right now because of the tariffs. China is subsidizing a lot of industry because, foolishly, some people said that the American taxpayer is paying the tariffs of China. No. It's not that way. They're paying a small percentage, but our country is taking in billions and billions of dollars. Our farmers, out of all of that money, the tens of billions of dollars, we're giving a relatively small percentage to our farmers, who have really been a focal point of what's gone on with trade. As you know, they've earmarked and they've gone after the farmer, thinking that if they hurt the farmer, I'm going to negotiate a bad deal for the rest of the country. I'll tell you, the American farmer, these are patriots. These are great patriots. They don't want subsidy. We've had meetings, and I've had meetings with 32, 35, 40 farmers at one time, numerous times, and they don't want subsidy. I've told that to you before, Jeff. They want a level playing field. That's all they want, because they're better than anybody in the world. And they've told me, I said, I'm going to get you subsidy while China takes advantage of us and China takes advantage of you by pinpointing you. They said, we don't want subsidy, sir. All we want is really a level playing field. The American farmer, these are great patriots. They're unbelievable people. And they're with me 100%. I believe that we will have a very good deal with China sometime into the future, because I don't believe that China can continue to pay these really hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. I don't believe they could do that. Businesses are leaving China by the hundreds, by the thousands, going into areas that are non-tariffed, including the United States, by the way. But they're going to different parts of Asia, Vietnam, frankly, Japan. But they're going to a lot of places, but they're also coming to the United States because people don't want to pay the tariff. And if you look, there is no tariff to pay. All you have to do is move your company to the United States. There is no 25% tariff. But with all of that being said, I think that there's a very good chance that the United States and China will have a very good trade deal.
And Mr. President, follow up on North Korea. You tweeted about North Korea yesterday. Do you believe that they violated UN resolutions with the short-range missile launch? And does it give you pause at all to be appearing to side with a brutal dictator instead of with a fellow American, the former Vice President Joe Biden?
Well, Kim Jong-un made a statement that Joe Biden is a low IQ individual. He probably is, based on his record. I think I agree with him on that. But at the same time, my people think it could have been a violation, as you know. I view it differently. I view it as a man, perhaps he wants to get attention, and perhaps not. Who knows? It doesn't matter. All I know is that there have been no nuclear tests. There have been no ballistic missiles going out. There have been no long-range missiles going out. And I think that someday we'll have a deal. I'm not in a rush. Tremendous sanctions being put on the country of North Korea. And again, Kim Jong-un understands the unbelievable economic potential that country has. It's located between Russia and China on one side and South Korea on the other. And it's all waterfront property. It's a great location, as we used to say in the real estate business. And I think he sees that. And I have to tell you one other country. I really believe that Iran would like to make a deal. And I think that's very smart of them, and I think that's a possibility to happen also.
But in terms of criticism that you're sort of supporting a dictator instead of an American vice president?
Well, when I look at what's been done by our vice president and the president, when I look at the horrible Iran deal that they made, look what happened since I terminated the Iran deal. Look what has happened to Iran. Iran, when I first came into office, was a terror. They were fighting in many locations all over the Middle East. They were behind every single major attack, whether it was Syria, whether it was Yemen, whether it was individual smaller areas, whether it was taking away oil from people. They were involved with everything. Now they're pulling back because they've got serious economic problems. We have massive, as you know, massive sanctions and other things. I mean, we just said the other day, steel, copper, different elements of what they used to sell. The oil is essentially dried up. And I'm not looking to hurt Iran at all. I'm looking to have Iran say, no nuclear weapons. We have enough problems in this world right now with nuclear weapons. No nuclear weapons for Iran. And I think we'll make a deal. I think Iran, again, I think Iran has tremendous economic potential. And I look forward to letting them get back to the stage where they can show that. I think Iran, I know so many people from Iran. These are great people. It has a chance to be a great country with the same leadership. We're not looking for regime change. I just want to make that clear. We're looking for no nuclear weapons. If you look at the deal that Biden and President Obama signed, they would have access, free access to nuclear weapons where they wouldn't even be in violation in just a very short period of time. What kind of a deal is that? So we can't have that. Plus, there were many other things they did that were very bad. So I don't take sides as to who I'm in favor, who I'm not. But I can tell you that Joe Biden was a disaster. His administration with President Obama, they were basically a disaster when it came to so many things, whether it was economy, whether it was military defense, no matter what it was. They had a lot of problems. So I'm not a fan.
One question from the Prime Minister, sir. Do you share President Trump's optimism about North Korea and his position about the recent missile launches? And also, could you tell us, and perhaps tell us what you told the President, what you expect or would like to achieve if you travel to Iran and hold talks with Iran?
President Trump conducted a summit meeting with North Korea together with Chairman Kim. He agreed on the denuclearization of Korean Peninsula, and he signed the document. There was a great significance in that. He cracked open the shell of distrust so that the bright future can be shared, and urged North Korea to act accordingly. This was a new approach, which I welcome. Of course, the North Korean denuclearization, for many years, this was not achieved. But precisely because it was not achieved, difficult as it is, President Trump just said that he will make a challenge with new approach. So we are neighbor to North Korea. We are most threatened among countries. So as a prime minister of such a country, such act of a prime minister, President Trump, and policy, I have a trust in it, and I would like to support it. In this context, the abduction issue is of paramount importance. In Hanoi, at the summit talk in Hanoi, President Trump, on behalf of my thinking, he conveyed and communicated my thinking to Kim Jong-un, and I, as well as the country of Japan, are thankful. A moment ago, President Trump met with the family members of the abductees, and the family members were very appreciative of President Trump. So his approach is something that everybody wants to have hope. So that was the view of the families of abductees. Now, the launching of the missiles this time, on the 9th of May, North Korea launched a short-range ballistic missile. This is violating the Security Council resolution. So my reaction is, as I said earlier on, it is of great regret. But at the same time, between Kim Jong-un and President Trump, certain new approach was taken, and that is something that I'd like to pay tribute to. In any event, denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is the goal. So US, Japan, South Korea, and Europe and other countries will act in cooperation so that the US and North Korean process would be supported. What about Iran? There was a question about Iran. Regarding Iran, regarding the JCPA, we have expressed our position at appropriate timing. Peace and stability of Middle East is very important for Japan and the United States and also for the international community as a whole. It's very important. In this context, in order to make a contribution for the peace and stability of the region, we would like to discharge whatever we can do. So whatever it is possible for Japan to do, we absolutely would like to do these. Going forward, between Japan and the United States, there should be close collaboration so that this tension surrounding Iran should be mitigated and alleviated. And it shouldn't culminate in the armed conflict. Thank you very much. With this, we will conclude the press conference, joint press conference with President Trump and Prime Minister Abe. Thank you very much. Please remain seated until the leaders exit the room.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a great honor to be with my friend Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister of Japan, who has just had a very big success in his election. He won by a massive amount.
ここでまた私の大変良い友達、友人である安倍総理大臣と一緒に同席することが大変光栄に思います。最近総裁選で大勝利を実現することを見事にできました。
And I'm not surprised at all.
私は驚くことは全くありません。
I just want to say that we have many things that we'll be talking about, in particular protection, military type, also trade. We're doing a lot of business with Japan and trade. The deficit is coming down. It's a massive deficit between Japan and the United States, and it's coming down.
そして本日の議題は数多くあります。特に防衛について、安全保障について話すことになります。そして米日両国に関する貿易またはビジネスの機会について話すこともあります。そして米日の貿易赤字が巨大なものでありますが、それは減ってきました。それについてもより詳しく話したいと思います。
Japan is buying large amounts of our fighter jets, our F-35s and others, and we appreciate it very much, but they are really working with me on trying to balance our deficit, because we do have a deficit that's pretty substantial with Japan. We hope that we're going to be balancing it very quickly.
そして日本から約束がありましたが、アメリカから数多くの F-35 みたいな戦闘機を購入していただくこともあります。それについて感謝を表したいと思います。そしてこの赤字、貿易赤字が巨大なものでありますが、これを是正するように安倍総理と協力していくこともできると考えています。
Just in finishing, we're two countries that are doing very well in many different ways. Our military working together, having to do with North Korea and other factors, really has been very strong. Our partnership has been quite extraordinary, and we will be together for a long time. I think probably there's no time in our history where we're closer, and I'll be going to a tremendous event in Japan. I was very honored to be invited. Your Emperor.
そして米日両国の関係は非常に良いものでありまして、さまざまな分野で協力しています。安全保障の協力だけではなくて、北朝鮮に対する取り組みということにも協力することもあります。非常に強い絆が存在しています。米日の関係はこれから長期に続くと思います。そして米日両国のこの外交の歴史を振り返ってみて、かつてないほど盤石なものであります。そして大変光栄に思うのは、日本に招待されていて、天皇のその素晴らしい行事を心待ちしております。
まず私からもですね、トランプ大統領の先般の中間選挙における歴史的な勝利に対してお祝いを申し上げたいと思います。
So once again, from the outset, I'd like to congratulate you on your historic victory in the midterm election in the United States.
そして、現在、日米同盟はかつてないほど、強固なものとなっておりますが、こうした G20 の中においてですね、こうした首脳会談が実現するのも日米同盟がいかに強固であるかということの象徴ではないかと思います。
And as of now, as you rightly mentioned, the alliance between Japan and the United States has become more robust than ever. And also this mere fact that we are having another round of summit meeting on the margins of this G20 summit is actually the symbol of the robustness of our alliance.
いつも率直な議論をさせていただいてますが、今日も北朝鮮をはじめ地域情勢について、そして貿易をはじめ日米の経済関係についてですね、お話を意見交換したいと思います。
So every time when we see each other, we always have a very candid discussion. And today I look forward to having another candid discussion with you on the regional affairs, including North Korea, as well as Japan, U.S. economic relations, of course including our trade relations and other important topics.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. President, why cancel the Putin summit? Let's go.
Thank you very much. Ukraine, purely and simply, Ukraine.
Gentlemen, the front.
We don't like what happened. We're not happy about it. Nobody is. And hopefully they'll be able to settle it out soon because we look forward to meeting with President Putin. But on the basis of what took place with respect to the ships and the sailors, that was the sole reason. Thank you very much, everybody.
Can you talk about China?
We'll be meeting with China, as you know. Yes, we'll be meeting tomorrow, and we've already spoken. And we're working very hard. If we could make a deal, that'd be good. I think they want to, and I think we'd like to, and we'll see. But we'll be meeting with President Xi in a little while. But for the most part, tomorrow, I would say, would be our big meeting. But in the meantime, people are working. Our staff is working, and we have a lot of very talented people working. Larry Kudlow's representatives are dealing with them on a constant basis. There's some good signs. We'll see what happens. Thank you. Thank you. Good question. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Please. Well, thank you very much. We've been working on a deal with Japan for a long time. It involves agricultural, and it involves e-commerce and many other things. It's a very big transaction, and we've agreed in principle. It's billions and billions of dollars. Tremendous for the farmers, and one of the things that Prime Minister Abe has also agreed to is we have excess corn in various parts of our country with our farmers because China did not do what they said they were going to do, and Prime Minister Abe, on behalf of Japan, they're going to be buying all of that corn, and that's a very big transaction. They're going to be buying it from our farmers. So the deal is done in principle. We probably will be signing it around UNGA. It will be around the date of UNGA, which we all look forward to, and we're very far down the line. We've agreed to every point, and now we're papering it, and we'll be signing it at a formal ceremony. And I just want to thank Prime Minister Abe and the Japanese people. You've been a fantastic friend, and we very much appreciate it. This is a tremendous deal for the United States. It's a really tremendous deal for our farmers and agricultural ranchers, and also involves other things, including, as I said, e-commerce. So it's very big, and we look forward to it, and thank you very much.
皆さんどうもありがとうございます。農業や電商取引などについて大きな取引を対象にした何十億ドルものを対象にしたものについて非常にいい話をすることができたわけであります。これは本当に我々はこれ安倍総理から同意があったんですけれども、我々はいろんな地域において余剰のトウモロコシがあって中国がやろうと やりますということをやらなかったということで余っているわけなんですけれども、それ全部安倍総理が買ってくださるということになっているわけなんですけれども、我々の合意は原則上終わっているというふうに思いますけれども、長らく我々はいろいろ交渉してきましたけれども、国連総会ぐらいをめどに正式にこれを署名できるように運んでいきたいというふうに考えております。非常に多くの進展を遂げることができて、原則として合意が終わっていて、これから細かく決めていくということで正式に署名をしていきたいというふうに思いますけれども、本当に安倍総理と日本の国民は我々にとって素晴らしい友人でいらっしゃることを大変感謝しております。これはアメリカにとって素晴らしいことで、アメリカの農業者や牧場の人たちや電子商取引などいろんな分野に影響のある合意です。
昨年の9月の26日の共同声明にのっとって、茂木大臣とライトハイザーとして座標で、今日まで議論を重ねてまいりましたが、23日に工業品、そして農産品のコアエレメントについて意見の一致を見たことを歓迎したいと思います。
With regard to the Japan-US trade agreement, a series of intensive negotiations have been conducted between Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer, in line with the Japan-US joint statement on September 26th last year. And by now, we successfully reached consensus with regard to the core elements of both the agricultural and industrial products at our bilateral consultations on August the 23rd. And I certainly welcome this development.
9月にですね、国連の機会に私が訪米した際、首脳会談を行いですね、調印できるようにを目標にですね、さらに事務的に進めていくところがまだありますから、文章化し、協定を妥結するに至りたいと、調印を目指していきたいと、そのための作業を加速させたいと思います。
And as Mr. President pointed out, next month, at the end of September, both of us are going to attend the UN General Assembly. And on that occasion, I do think that we'll have the bilateral summit meeting. So we certainly would like to set the goal of signing this Japan-US trade agreement, seizing that opportunity. We still have some remaining work that has to be done at the working level, namely finalizing the wording of the trade agreement and also finalizing the content of the agreement itself. But we would like to make sure that our teams would accelerate the remaining work so as to achieve this goal of realizing the signing of the agreement on the margins of the UN General Assembly at the end of September.
両国にとってウィンウィンの形で進んでいることを嬉しく思いますし、両国の経済にとって間違いなく大きなプラスになると思います。
And I'm very happy that both of our teams have been working on this specific issue in a win-win manner, bringing both the benefits to Japan and the United States. And if we are to see the entry into force of this trade agreement, I'm quite sure that there will be the immense positive impact on both the Japanese as well as American economies.
Perhaps you may want to discuss the additional purchase of all of that corn, because we have a tremendous amount right now. And we've been working with the farmers and making very, very large payments for the unfair way they were treated by China. And the farmers are very happy. They like their president. They're very happy, but I think it's even better, and I think they're even happier when they hear you're actually buying their product. So perhaps you could say a couple of words just about the hundreds of millions of dollars of corn, existing corn that's there, that you'll be buying.
いかがでしょうか、総理。我々は持っているこれ何億ドルものトウモロコシが今余っている状態なんですけれども、我々の農業者は中国から不正に扱われているということなんですけれども、 これに対して私はたくさん彼らに支払いをしてきたんですけれども、彼らは大統領として私のことをとても満足しているわけですけれども、ただそのトウモロコシを買ってくださるというふうに総理が言ってくれるともっと彼らは嬉しいと思うので、少しその点について触れたらいかがでしょうか。
先ほどお話があったトウモロコシについてはですね、これは害虫駆除の観点から今我々購入を必要としている、これは民間レベルなんですが、前倒しでですね、緊急な形で購入をしなければならないというふうに民間も判断をしているので協力できると思います。またそれ以外につきましてはですね、またよく大統領と相談をしたいと思っています。
So with regard to the potential purchase of American corn, in Japan, we're now experiencing insect pests on some of the agricultural products. And there is a need for us to buy a certain amount of the agricultural products, and this will be done by the Japanese private sector. That means that Japanese corporations will need to buy additional agricultural products. And we believe that there is a need for us to implement emergency support measures for the Japanese private sector to have the early purchase of the American corn. Of course, this is something that is already a shared understanding by the Japanese Japanese private sector as well. So that's why, against such backdrop, I do think that there is a possibility for us to cooperate to address this issue. And with regard to further details, I would like to continue discussing with you, Mr. President.
And the Japanese private sector listens to the Japanese public sector very strongly. I'm not sure. It's a little different than it is in our country, perhaps, but they have great respect for the public sector. So when I hear the private sector has agreed to this, we're very happy about that. And I'd just like to ask perhaps Bob and your counterpart if you'd like to say a few words.
日本の民間部門は、公共部門が何かを言うと、うちとちょっと違うか知らないんですけれども、とてもそれをよく聞いてくださるのではないかというふうに思うんですけれども、日本の民間部門はこのようなことについて合意をしているというふうに理解して大変嬉しく思いますけれども、いかがでしょうか。ボブとカウンターパートナーの方いかがでしょうか。
Great, thank you, Mr. President, Prime Minister, Mr. Motegi. First of all, what we have is an agreement on core principles. It has three parts: agriculture, industrial tariffs, and digital trade. And from our point of view, it is extremely important for our farmers and ranchers and those people who work in the digital space. We'll get into the details at another time, but generally, Japan is our third largest agricultural market. They import about $14 billion worth of U.S. agricultural products, and this will open up markets to over $7 billion of those products.
はい、簡単に申し上げますけれども、総理大臣、茂木大臣、今回、コアプリンシプルについて、3つの分野について合意をすることができました。1つは農業、もう1つは、工業の、関税です。で、3つ目ですけれども、デジタル貿易でありますけれども、この合意は我々の、農業ですとか牧場、またデジタルスペースに携わっている人たちにとって非常に重要な内容のものであります。詳細は後で述べるようにしたいというふうに思いますけれども、日本は我が国にとってナンバー3の農業輸出相手国となっているわけなんですけれども、全部で140億ドルぐらいの農産品を輸入してくださっているわけなんですけれども、今回の合意が対象になるのは70億ドルになるわけであります。
In the agriculture area, it will be a major benefit for beef, pork, wheat, dairy products, wine, ethanol, and a variety of other products.
農業について言いますと、牛肉、豚肉、小麦、乳製品、ワイン、エタノール、その他多くの農産品に関しては非常に大きな恩典をもたらす合意となります。
It will lead to substantial reductions in tariffs and non-tariff barriers across the board. And I'll just give you one example. Japan is by far our biggest beef market. We sell over $2 billion worth of beef to Japan, and this will allow us to do so with lower tariffs and to compete more effectively with people across the board, particularly the TPP countries and Europe.
いろいろな分野において関税を引き下げ、また非関税障壁も撤廃する効果をもたらすことになりますけれども、一つだけ例を挙げますと、我が国にとって牛肉の一番大きな輸出市場は日本となっているわけなんですけれども、毎年20億ドル以上の輸入を日本から行っているわけでありますけれども、今回の合意で牛肉に対する関税は引き下げられるわけでありますし、他の国々、特に TPP 諸国とより良い条件で競争できる立場に我が国が立つようになります。
So it's very good news for our farmers and ranchers, but it's also good news for those who work in the digital or e-commerce space, where it is the gold standard of an international agreement. This is an area that not only has been important to the President, but been of particular importance to the Prime Minister.
この合意は、農場ですとか牧場ですとかそういうところで働いている人たちにとってだけではなく、e コマースの分野においても非常に重要であるわけです。これは、e コマースのゴールドスタンダードになるような合意になるわけで、これは大統領にとって重要であるだけではなく、安倍総理大臣にとっても大変重要な分野だと思われます。
So we're very excited about this agreement. We look forward to finishing the additional work and having it be implemented as soon as possible in Japan and the United States.
ということで、我々はこの合意に対して大変エキサイトしておりますけれども、残っている作業をアメリカ合衆国および日本において、終えて、これを完成させることを大変楽しみにしております。
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. President and Prime Minister. 昨年の9月26日の両首脳の共同声明に従ってライトハイザー総代表と私の間で日米貿易協定の交渉を進めてまいりました。
As Prime Minister mentioned, based on the Japan-US joint statement released by the two leaders on the 26th of September last year, myself and Ambassador Lighthizer had a series of ministerial negotiations on the Japan-US trade agreement.
世界の GDP 第1位のアメリカとそして第3位の日本、自由主義経済では第1位と第2位の両国がですね、農業、そして工業、さらにはデジタル貿易、こういったところでですね、意見の一致を見た、このことは極めて大きな成果だと思っております。
As we all know, the United States is the largest economy in the world, whereas Japan is also ranked third in terms of the total GDP. And also among the liberal economies, we are the very first and the second largest economies. And with this milestone achievement, we now have the full concurrence on various issues covering the agricultural as well as industrial products and also the digital and e-commerce. And the significance of this achievement cannot be overemphasized, and I'm very happy to share this important achievement with you.
今日ですね、両首脳に我々のこれまでの交渉の結果につきましてですね、確認をいただきました。今後はですね、一日も早くこの署名ができるようにですね、残された作業、ライトハイザー首相代表、さらには日米の事務方とも協力をしてしっかり進めていきたいと思います。Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on this occasion, myself and Ambassador Lighthizer had a chance to present what we have agreed at the ministerial level, and we successfully obtained endorsement from President Trump and also Prime Minister Abe. So the key mission for both myself and Ambassador Lighthizer is to complete the remaining work as soon as possible. Of course, I have my own team which will focus on completing the remaining work, and I certainly hope that by working hand in hand between myself and Ambassador Lighthizer, and also between the Japanese and American teams, we would like to complete the remaining work as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Will the auto tariffs remain in place?
Are you talking about with regard to China?
With regard to Japan?
Well,
日本の自動車関税が変
there
わる
are a series, pardon me, there are a series of industrial tariffs that are being reduced. Auto tariffs are not in that group.
So they remain.
いろいろ引き下げになる
It depends. Are you talking about Japan or are you talking about China? Because China is a very different situation.
I'd love to hear your answer to both.
Well, I can tell you, on China they remain. On Japan they stay the same. They're staying the same.
日本の場合は自動車の関税が変わる
This is a massive purchase of wheat also, in addition to everything else. This is a very large purchase of wheat. And the very, very large order of corn will go quickly. But importantly, it's something that was in the agreement that we may not even, you may do that as a supplementary agreement. But we appreciate that very much. We just agreed to that on the other side of the door. So I just appreciate that very much, and we'll do a great job, and the farmers are very thankful. Thank you very much.
小麦を大量に購入することになりますし、また大量のトウモロコシのものも早く実現されるというふうに思うんですけれども、本当にこのこと感謝しております。合意に入っていなかった補完的な内容であるんですけれども、そのドアの向こうの方で総理が合意してくれたばかりですけれども、大変感謝しています。
Mr. President, on a separate issue, there are reports that the Iranian foreign minister is coming to Biarritz. Can you confirm that? Have you planned to meet with him?
No comment.
イランの外相がビアレッツに来るということについてはノーコメント。
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Right this way. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Press. Let's go.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I'm honored to be alongside my great friend, Prime Minister Abe, Japan, to formally announce our first stage of a phenomenal new trade agreement with our close ally. They've been a great friend, and the Prime Minister has been my great friend.
私の大変親しい友人である安倍総理大臣と一緒にこの素晴らしい貿易協定の第一歩について正式に発表することができまして大変光栄に思います。日本はアメリカと密に連携する親しい同盟国です。
I want to thank Ambassador Lighthizer for his extraordinary work in these negotiations. He works 24 hours a day, never sleeps. He's a great gentleman. When I first got this job, everybody was saying, you got to get Lighthizer, you have to get Lighthizer. He's a great and fine man who also gets along with the other side, and in particular with Japan. They've developed a really great mutual respect. I'm grateful as well to several members of my cabinet for joining us this afternoon, and that's Secretary Mnuchin, Secretary Ross, Secretary Pompeo, and my thanks also to Representative Roger Marshall.
この協定の交渉で一生懸命尽くしたライトハイザー代表に謝意の意を表します。彼は24時間ずっと仕事を睡眠せずに一生懸命働く人です。ライトハイザーじゃないとこの仕事ができないと言われましたので、ライトハイザー代表にお願いしました。彼は紳士ですし、日本と特にいい関係を持っています。そしてまたマヌーチン財務長官、ロース商務長官とポンペオ国務長官とその代表も感謝の意を表します。
In a moment, the Prime Minister and I will sign a document outlining the significant steps we're taking toward a fair and reciprocal trade agreement. We insist on fairness, and we insist on reciprocal. We want reciprocal agreements from now on because, and I'm not just talking about Japan, I'm talking about virtually every nation in the world. They have not been reciprocal. They've been one-way streets. Under the market access agreement that we're announcing today, Japan will open new markets to approximately $7 billion in American agricultural products. Japanese tariffs will now be significantly lower or eliminated entirely for U.S. beef, pork, wheat, cheese, corn, wine, and so much more. This is a huge victory for America's farmers, ranchers, and growers, and that's very important to me.
そして、この、協定ですけれども、これは素晴らしいものでありまして、これは公正かつ、合計的な貿易協定になります。この貿易協定によって日本はアメリカの70億ドルに相当する農産物の輸出に対して市場を開きます。米国産の牛肉、豚肉、小麦、チーズ、トウモロコシ、ワインなど数多くの製品の関税が下がります。これはアメリカの農家と牧場にとって大きな勝利です。世界中の競争相手との日本の平等な条件と競争することが可能になります。日本だけではなくて他の国も同じような協定を組むべきです。
And it's very important that you report this news as opposed to not reporting it, because it's great for our farmers, as you know, and ranchers, and for a lot of other people. We also reached a deal for robust commitments on $40 billion of digital trade between our two countries. This will greatly expand commerce across cutting-edge products and services.
そしてぜひアメリカのマスコミにこれをちゃんと報道してほしいと思います。これはアメリカの農家と牧場にとって重要なニュースになるからです。農産物だけではなくて400億ドルに相当する電子商取引についての協定にもなります。このコミットメントに合意し、その最先端の製品とサービスの大幅な増加も期待できます。
Japan is one of America's most important economic partners. We are Japan's top foreign investor by far, and Japanese investments in America support hundreds of thousands of American jobs.
そして日本はアメリカにとって最も重要な経済パートナーの一つです。米日両国は世界の GDP の約 30% を占めています。アメリカは海外からの日本への投資する国のトップです。一方、日本からのアメリカへの投資のおかげで数十万人の雇用が支えられています。
The deal we're announcing today will reduce our chronic trade deficit built up and taken effect over many, many years of dealing with other governments and other administrations, and it'll deepen our enduring national ties. It's a very important deal. Our teams will continue negotiations on remaining areas of interest to achieve a final comprehensive agreement. We're negotiating very, very big transactions with Japan. Some of them, I think probably all of them in the not too distant future will happen. This is a big chunk, but in the fairly near future, we're going to be having a lot more very comprehensive deals signed with Japan.
この1年前にこの首脳会談では私と安倍総理はこの慢意的な貿易不均衡を是正するために交渉をスタートすることに合意しました。そしてわずか1年後の今日この場でこの素晴らしい協定の初期段階のものについて発表することができるのは大変嬉しく思います。日本とこれからこの作業を継続し、近い将来にさらなる協定にしたいと考えています。他の国も同じような包括的な協定と締結すべきです。
So this is tremendous for our technology industries, but in particular, these are really big dollars for our farmers and for our ranchers.
これは技術のIT 関係に関わる技術の業界における大きなニュースになりますが、農業、そして農家、牧場の関係者から見ると、これは非常に喜ばしい、歓迎すべき協定です。
I want to congratulate Prime Minister Abe. Not so long ago, he had a tremendous election victory. He won by a lot, and a lot of people say that it was only his friendship with President Trump that got him that tremendous victory.
そして再び安倍総理に祝福の意を表したいと思います。さほど遠くない過去には大きな総裁選に見事な勝利をできました。これはトランプ大統領との友情のおかげではないかと言われる人もいます。
So Shinzo, I want to thank you again for your steadfast partnership. I look forward to continuing to work closely with you as we pursue lasting prosperity and peace for our people. And congratulations to the people of Japan, and congratulations on your great victory. Thank you.
そして安倍総理、この交渉のプロセスで卓越したリーダーシップとパートナーの精神を示していただき感謝しております。米日両国のために恒久な繁栄と平和に向けてこれからも総理とともに連携することを楽しみにしています。そして日本国民に対してこの素晴らしい協定ができておめでとうということを申し上げたいと思います。総理からのコメントがありましたらどうぞお聞かせください。
ありがとうございました、ドナルド。昨年の9月に大統領と日米共同声明を発出して以来、1年間、精力的な交渉を続け、今回の最終合意に至ったことを本当に嬉しく思います。
Thank you, Donald. For the past 12 months, since we signed the Japan-US joint statement back in September 2018, we have had strenuous negotiations between Japan and the United States. And I am very delighted that today, together with you, we are announcing final agreement on our trade agreement.
これはまさにこの協定は両国の消費者、あるいは生産者、そして勤労者、すべての国民に利益をもたらす、両国にとってウィンウィンの合意となりました。
One of the highlights of this new agreement is that under this agreement, we together will be able to bring benefit to everyone in Japan as well as in the United States, namely consumers, producers, as well as workers. So the outcome of this negotiation is actually a win-win solution for Japan and the United States.
今回の合意は工業製品あるいは農産物から電商取引に至るまで多岐にわたっておりますが、間違いなく両国の経済を発展させていく、そのことを確信をしております。
So under the new agreement, I do believe that we have successfully covered a wide range of areas, including not only the industrial goods, but also the agricultural products and also the digital trade between the two sides. And I am convinced that now, with these two agreements in place, we will be able to develop both economies of Japan and the United States as we move forward.
先ほど大統領からライトハイザー通商代表およびそのチームの皆さんの努力に対して称賛の言葉がありました。
So in your first statement, you applauded the great work done by Ambassador Lighthizer and also the wonderful American team.
確かに極めてタフなチームでありました。
And from my own perspective, I do share your great applaud for the American team because they have been very, very tough throughout the negotiation process.
対抗するために私も茂木大臣およびタフなチームを編成したところであります。
And to live up to your expectation and also to meet the rivalry between Japan and the United States, I specifically assigned this important work to now the Foreign Minister Motegi and his team, and I am sure that he did a great job too.
まさに相当の努力を積み重ねたわけでありますし、汗を流してその結晶として今回の合意に至ったわけでございますが、まさに両者ともですね、両国の国益のことだけを考え、その国益のことを考えた末に最終的な決断をドナルドにもしていただいたと思っています。
And I do believe that the outcome of this negotiation is, namely, the crystallization of the strenuous and persistent efforts made by Minister Motegi and his team. And also, I like to underscore that both Minister Motegi and Ambassador Lighthizer did take care and also took into account the national interest of Japan and the United States, respectively. And now here we are today to share this final agreement, and I'm so glad that Donald also shared my aspiration, and you join us and join me in making this final decision to announce the final agreement on the two agreements between Japan and the United States.
ドナルドが政権について以来、日本はアメリカに対するナンバーワンの投資国でありまして、すでに257億ドルの投資が 発表され、創出される雇用は5万人を超えています。
Since your inauguration, Japan is the #1 investor in the United States. A total of $25.7 billion investment was already announced by Japan, which have already created more than 50,000 jobs for American people.
今回の協定が発効すれば、間違いなくさらに日本の投資も増え、両国の経済関係は発展する、まさに両国にとってウィンウィンのものとなることを確信しております。ありがとうございました。
And I am convinced that when we are to have the entry into force of the Japan-US trade agreement as well as Japan-US digital trade agreement, will further galvanize the investment between the two sides and also will be able to deepen our economic relations. So once again, this will be a win-win outcome for Japan and the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hold them up. Thank you very much. It's great to be with Prime Minister Turnbull and Prime Minister Abe of Australia and of Japan. You know them well. I know them well. We've had many meetings. We're having another one right now. Primarily focused on trade, North Korea, other subjects. But we're very far along. The dialogue has been very good, I think, for all countries, and we look forward to the continuation of that dialogue. Mr. Prime Minister, would you like to say?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It is great to be with you and Prime Minister Abe. We're working very closely together. We've got the same values and the same focus on ensuring that the North Korean regime comes to its senses and stops its reckless provocation of and threats of conflict in our region. Peace and stability have underpinned the prosperity of billions of people over many decades, and we're going to work together to ensure we maintain it.
Okay. 北朝鮮の問題は喫緊の課題であります。この日本、米国、オーストラリアは普遍的価値を共有する国であります。そしてまた戦略的利益を共有する国であります。今日、北朝鮮の問題をはじめ、地域の平和と安定のために資するようなそういう議論を行いたいと思います。今後ともこの3カ国がしっかり協力していくことが地域の平和と安定に深めて重要だろうと。その意味においては今日の地域米豪の3カ国の首脳会議は大変有意義だと思います。
So for three of us, the immediate challenge is the issue of North Korea. And also three very close partners with each other, Japan, the United States, and Australia share fundamental values as well as strategic interests. So I do hope that we are going to have a meaningful discussion, particularly on the issue of North Korea, so as to ensure regional peace and stability. And also, I think the key for us is to ensure very close trilateral cooperation so as to bring peace and stability on the ground. So I do look forward to having a very productive discussion with the two leaders.
In addition, a lot of things are happening on trade, and I'll be announcing pretty much what happened here and also with other meetings, including China and South Korea and lots of other places. We'll be announcing that for the most part in a statement. I'll make it from the White House as opposed to from here. We'll probably do that on Wednesday. We'll give you a chance to sleep
because the press, I have to tell you, I'm very impressed. You stayed with us. You were able to hang in there. I'm very proud of you. But it's not finished. Steve, it's not finished. There's 1 day left. We'll be making a statement when we get back from the White House sometime during Wednesday, and it'll be a very complete statement as to trade, as to North Korea, as to a lot of other things. We've made some very big steps with respect to trade, far bigger than anything you know. In addition to about $300 billion in sales to various companies, including China, that was $250 billion and going up very substantially from that. But we've made a lot of big progress on trade. We have deficits with almost everybody. Those deficits are going to be cut very quickly and very substantially.
Except us.
We're the only ones. If I check it, I'll probably find out that way. So we'll be making a major statement on Wednesday, and this has been a very fruitful trip for us, and also, in all fairness, for a lot of other nations. The way they've treated us, the respect that Japan and China and South Korea in particular, because we went there, have treated us has been really a great respect for the people of our country, the people of the United States, and we very much appreciate it. I will say that it was red carpet like nobody I think has probably ever received, and that really is a sign of respect. Perhaps for me a little bit, but really for our country, and I'm very proud of that. So we'll be making a statement on Wednesday. Thank you very much, everyone.
前回の G20 に続いて、友人であるドナルド、そしてモディ首相とともに日米印のを開催できること。
It is indeed a great pleasure that I am able to convene this summit meeting of 3 countries, Japan, US, India, 3 countries. I think we 3 countries are the foundation of the peace and the prosperity of the region. Free and open Indo-Pacific is something that we would like to strive toward, and I'd like to have closer coordination amongst 3 countries going forward. Donald and Prime Minister Modi, I thank you for your cooperation to enable this summit meeting. Now, please, Donald.
Well, it's a great honor to be here, and with my 2 very good friends, we've gotten to know each other very well over the last short period of time, and you and I are going to be meeting separately after this meeting. Yeah. But Prime Minister Modi, thank you very much, and congratulations on your great victory. I should say congratulations really to both, because Shinzo also had a great victory, a great electoral victory. So congratulations to both of you on the tremendous numbers, tremendous success, and tremendous popularity. You're doing a great job for your countries, and I'll see you in a little while. I look forward to it.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi. I won victory in the presidential election of LDP, and Prime Minister Modi.
I'm very grateful to you that you have congratulated me for my victory in the elections. Japan, America, and India, J-A-I. J in Hindi means victory. We are 3 countries that support democracy, and we met last time in Argentina, and we had the opportunity to meet once again. This forum of ours has received a new impetus, and there is a new faith and confidence in our relations, and I'm sure that we'll have meaningful discussions during our meeting. We have common interests in the area of Indo-Pacific. We would like peace and stability in this region. We are committed to democracy, and therefore we would like peaceful development and security in this region. America's dream has been to make America great again. And in Japan, they have worked on the basis of Abenomics to take Japan to new heights. And India has called for collective efforts, inclusive growth with the trust of all, and Make in India. All our three countries have contributed in some way to the journey towards development in the world. I'm very grateful to you for hosting this meeting. Thank you very much.
Nelson, I'd like to express my heartfelt condolences and sympathy for your loss, and also for those who lost their lives and those who were hurt in the shooting incident in Texas this morning. I understand that you are facing a very difficult time at this moment, and I'd like to express our heartfelt solidarity with the United States.
Thank you.
改めて、トランプ大統領、そして、奥様のですね、こんにちは、どこから関係したいと思います。
And once again, I wholeheartedly welcome your visit to Japan, Donald, and also Madam First Lady.
ドナルドの訪日の前にイバンカさんに来日をしていただいて、非常に大変な感じをしました。
And also prior to your visit to Japan, we had an honor and pleasure of welcoming your daughter, Ms. Ivanka Trump, and there was actually a fever among the Japanese people.
昨日は、ドナルドとゴルフを楽しみ、そして、夜はイバンカと共に夕食を共にするという大変楽しい一日を過ごすことができました。
Yesterday, we did enjoy playing golf together, and also had a great time over dinner with you and the Madam First Lady.
今日は北朝鮮の問題をはじめ、世界のさまざまな課題について率直な議論をしたいと思います。
So over lunch, I very much look forward to having an in-depth and candid discussion to cover the issue of North Korea and other challenges that we face.
日米同盟はアジア太平洋地域、そして世界の平和と安定の礎であります。今回のドナルドの訪日を控えて、この日米同盟をさらに確固たるものにしたい、有事ないものにしていきたいと思います。
Japan-US alliance is the foundation for peace and prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as in the international community. And through your visit to Japan this time, I am ready to further solidify our unwavering bond and relationship under the alliance.
Shinzo, thank you very much. This has been an absolutely great 2 days. You have become a very close friend, as everybody knows, and to be with you and Madam was just really something very special. To have the privilege of playing golf with you and Matsuyama was great. He's a great champion and a great celebrity, even in our country, a great celebrity. But the time that we spent together has been very fruitful. We will be now discussing trade, we'll be discussing North Korea, we'll be discussing military. I appreciate all of the purchases you're making toward military equipment and other things in the United States. And you know, we make the best and you will get the best service. But this has been a very, very special 2 days. So on behalf of the United States of America and all of my representatives, I'd like to thank you and all of your representatives. And we will continue to have a relationship that's even better than we have ever had with Japan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。大変温かい歓迎の言葉ありがとうございます。この2日間、本当に素晴らしい2日間になりました。総理と非常に親しい友達になることができました。先日のAkie夫人との夕食にも行けたことは大変特別な時間でした。ゴルフも楽しかったです。松山選手を交えてゴルフでプレーできたというのは本当に楽しかったです。実は松山選手はアメリカでも大人気です。これから生産的な話は待望しています。もちろん北朝鮮について話すこともありますし、貿易問題または軍事的な課題について話すこともあると思います。ところでその軍装備、アメリカから購入されているということについて謝意を表したいと思います。これからこの2日間は本当に素晴らしかったと思います。これからの楽しい昼食会も楽しみにしております。アメリカを代表して日本、総理をはじめとして日本に対してこの感謝を申し上げたいと思います。 これからまたさらなるいい関係になると期待しています。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
先ほどのワーキングランチでは、北朝鮮問題を中心に、国際的な課題について大変、深い議論ができたと思います。
So over lunch, we had an in-depth discussion to cover various challenges of the international community, including the issue of North Korea.
そしてこの首脳会談では引き続き国際情勢また経済問題、二国間関係について議論したいと思います。
So to build on the discussion that we had over lunch, I very much look forward to continuing our discussion, namely on the global affairs, as well as our economic issues and also our bilateral issues.
Well, thank you very much. It was indeed a good meeting and mostly pertaining to trade, North Korea, and a couple of other subjects that we lightly touched on. We're making tremendous progress, I believe, on trade in particular, bringing the deficits down and having a very fair and equal trade. And I look forward to finishing up the discussions. A lot of great work and great friendships have been built, and they will continue to be built. Thank you very much. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。非常に生産的な話ができました。非常にいい会合でした。北朝鮮または貿易問題について、他の問題について話すことができました。これから貿易の不均衡の状態を是正するなど、そういったことについて実現することを確信しています。日本との素晴らしい友情もできていますし、いい関係あります。ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have with us the Prime Minister of Japan, and we have many things that we've been discussing and that we will continue to discuss right now and later on this afternoon. We've made a lot of progress on trade and other elements. We're also talking, obviously, about North Korea and the problem and menace of North Korea. And the Prime Minister is I will say this, very, very focused on what's going on with respect to North Korea. So we will continue those discussions, and we appreciate your being here, Mr. Prime Minister.
ありがとうございます。本日、安倍総理がここにいらっしゃることは大変光栄に思います。今までたくさんの議題について話してきましたが、その話を計算的な、生産的な話を続けていきたいと思います。今日の午後のセッションにもそれも続けたいと思います。貿易や他の問題についての進歩はたくさんありましたが、もちろん言うまでもないことは北朝鮮がみんなが注目する議題の一つです。これは大きな脅威です。で総理がこの問題に非常に集中しているということは私も認識しています。この話はこれからまだ続けたいと思います。
今回の G20 において、冒頭、ドナルドが日米韓の首脳会談、大変有意義な首脳会談を行うことができました。改めてアレンジに感謝したいと思いますが、そしてこの締めくくりにドナルドとこうして日米の首脳会談をできて、することができたことを大変嬉しく思います。
So at the very beginning of the G20 summit this year, we actually made a great start to attend the Trilateral summit among Japan, the US, and the Republic of Korea, which was kindly arranged by Donald. And I was very appreciative of your initiative to hold this Trilateral summit. And also, as we are about to wrap up our discussion at the G20 summit, it is a great pleasure for me to have our bilateral meeting with you.
北朝鮮をはじめ、アジア太平洋地域の安全保障環境が厳しさを増す中、強固な日米同盟の姿を私とドナルドでですね、示していきたい、2人で示していきたいと思います。
As I look at the current situation, particularly the security environment in the Asia-Pacific region, including North Korea, we believe that it has become increasingly severe. And against such backdrop, together with you, Donald, we would like to demonstrate the robust partnership as well as the bond between Japan and the United States on this occasion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll leave it. I'll just get this one. Today I'm announcing a new executive order I just signed that significantly expands our authorities to target individuals, companies, financial institutions that finance and facilitate trade with North Korea. As I outlined at my address to the United Nations General Assembly, North Korea's nuclear weapons and missile development is a grave threat to peace and security in our world, and it is unacceptable that others financially support this criminal rogue regime. The brutal North Korean regime does not respect its own citizens or the sovereignty of other nations. Our new executive order will cut off sources of revenue that fund North Korea's efforts to develop the deadliest weapons known to humankind. The order enhances the Treasury Department's authorities to target any individual or entity that conducts significant trade in goods, services, or technology with North Korea. And I'm very proud to tell you that, as you may have just heard moments ago, China, their central bank, has told their other banks, that's a massive banking system, to immediately stop doing business with North Korea. This just happened. Just reported. In addition to everything else, what we will do is identify new industries, including textiles, fishing, information technology, and manufacturing, that the Treasury Department can target with strong sanctions. And Secretary Mnuchin is representing the Treasury Department. He's here today to prevent sanctions evasion. The order also includes measures designed to disrupt critical North Korean shipping and trade networks. For much too long, North Korea has been allowed to abuse the international financial system to facilitate funding for its nuclear weapons and missile programs. The United States has had representatives working on this problem for over 25 years. They have done nothing. That's why we're in the problem that we're in today.
in addition to, frankly, other countries not doing what they should have done. Tolerance for this disgraceful practice must end now. Our new order will give the Treasury Department the discretion to sanction any foreign bank that knowingly conducts or facilitates significant transactions tied to trade with North Korea. And again, I want to just say and thank President Xi of China for the very bold move he made today. That was a somewhat unexpected move, and we appreciate it. New authority in this area applies to any activity that occurs following my signature on the executive order, which I have actually just signed. Foreign banks will face a clear choice: do business with the United States or facilitate trade with the lawless regime in North Korea, and they won't have so much trade. This new order provides us with powerful new tools, but I want to be clear, the order targets only one country, and that country is North Korea. The regime can no longer count on others to facilitate its trade and banking activities. Many countries are working with us to increase economic and diplomatic pressure on North Korea, but I continue to call on all those responsible nations to enforce and implement UN sanctions and impose their own measures like the ones I am announcing today. I must tell you that this is a complete denuclearization of North Korea that we seek. Cannot have this as a world body any longer. In just a few minutes, Prime Minister Abe, President Moon, and I are going to discuss what more we can do working together. We've had a very, very close relationship. I think our nations have become closer because of this. I know it's going to be a great meeting. Our alliance with South Korea and Japan has never been stronger than it is today. We share a commitment to creating a world where strong and independent nations honor their people, respect their sovereignty, respect the sovereignty also of other nations, and promote peace. Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask to start off President Moon to say a few words, please.
Quite recently, we have seen the provocation coming from North Korea, and the Japanese people must have gone through the big shock, and I really understand the big concerns, the huge concerns that Japanese people may have because of these provocations. So I like to express that I really feel for the compassion for the Japanese people in this regard. The three leaders have met at the G20 summit meeting in July in Germany, and we issued a joint statement. And through this joint statement, we also set a firm foundation for close coordination amongst the three countries, based on which we are cooperating closely with the international community to impose the sanctions and the pressure on North Korea. And through the UN General Assembly, the three leaders have come together. We all had made speeches at the General Assembly, and also we met with leaders of the major countries at the bilateral, and we were able to enhance understanding about the sanctions, and we were also able to urge to the international community about this situation. I think this is an outcome, that meaningful outcome that the three countries have made. President Trump just talked about the executive order through which the U.S. is going to be implementing sanctions against the DPRK. And also there is a major announcement made by China to take actions on the DPRK. And I'm very confident that such moves will contribute to complete denuclearization of DPRK. In this, I'd like to extend my appreciation to President Trump. And I'd like to say that Korea would closely coordinate with the United States on this matter. Through today's meeting, I sincerely hope that there will be a display of strong trilateral leadership in coordinating our responses for the North Korean issue. And I also look forward to engaging in in-depth discussions for the solution to North Korean nuclear and missile problem.
Thank you. Prime Minister Abe.
In the last 3 weeks, 2 times North Korea launched ballistic missiles, 2 times going over Japan, and they conducted 6 nuclear tests, and the scale of the test was beyond the scale of Hiroshima bombs, more than 10 times. The scale of the nuclear test was 10 times more. This is intolerable, outrageous act. Thanks to Donald's leadership, we now have the summit meeting between Japan, US, and Korea. So our unity and solidarity, the strength thereof, could be presented to North Korea. This meeting is indeed quite significant. I'd like to thank Donald's leadership. Recently, UN sanction was adopted unanimously, including very strict sanctions, and I'd like to thank the efforts of the UN ambassadors from the United States. And further efforts are needed. And in this context, Donald just referred to signing of the executive order, new executive order. So we are going into the new stage of pressure from the viewpoint of exercising stronger pressure, new pressures. I welcome the new sanction measures of the United States, and I'd like to offer my heartfelt support for that. Bearing in mind those measures between the 3 countries, we will have the collaboration so that we will move toward the abandoning of nuclear weapons and nuclear program by North Korea, and we'd like to lead into the next action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. We are also going to be discussing trade transactions and trade deals with Japan and with South Korea, and that'll be very important, but this is something that obviously will take precedent. So thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. We'll see you later. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my great honor to have the Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, a great gentleman, highly respected, no matter where he goes, anywhere in the world, highly respected. And we've really become friends over the last period of time. Since becoming president, we've gotten to know each other very well. Okay?
本当に日本国総理大臣安倍晋三をお迎えできて大変光栄です。安倍総理は世界のどこに行っても大変尊敬される方であります。私は大統領になってから本当に友情関係を築くことができました。
We'll be discussing today trade, and obviously we will be talking at great length on North Korea. We'll be getting some of your ideas. I'll be giving you some of our ideas. Things are moving along well. It looks like the meeting is set. The summit is all ready to go. Subject always to change. You never know in this world, subject to change, but the summit is all ready to go. North Korean representatives are in Singapore right now working very hard, as are people from the United States, and it's all going along very fine. I hope it continues on this track. If it does, the world will be a very happy place.
本日は貿易、そしてかなり時間をかけて北朝鮮の話をしたいというふうに思います。今のところ順調に進んでいるようですけれども、サミットの準備がそういう状況です。テーマは変わるかもしれませんけれども、この世の中にはなかなか保証はありませんけれども、サミット自体はその準備は順調であって、北朝鮮の代表は今シンガポールにいますし、今準備の作業がなされているわけなんですけれども、アメリカの代表もいるわけなんですが、順調にこれが開催されることを願っております。もしそうであれば、世界はより良いところになると思います。
Japan buys large amounts of military equipment from us, including jet fighters and in particular the F-35, which is now the hottest airplane anywhere in the world. We make the best equipment in the world by far. Japan is a big buyer. Obviously, we buy a lot of things from Japan, particular automobiles. We'll have to talk about that. But we are buying a lot of things from Japan. So we're going to be talking about our trade deficit that we have with Japan, and we're going to have a very good discussion today. The relationship has never been better between the United States and Japan, and I look forward to spending time with you. Then we're going up to the G7 very shortly, as you know, in Canada, and we'll be having some further discussions in addition to other countries being there with us. But we'll have some pretty good discussions, and as you know, we leave from there, we leave for Singapore, so it'll be a pretty crowded number of days, but very exciting, and I think a lot of good results can come about.
日本は多くの防衛装備品を我が国から購入しています。例えば戦闘機もそうです。F-35 もそうです。F-35 は今世界で最も人気のある航空機なんですけれども、本当に世界で最も素晴らしいものを我が国が作っているわけなんですけれども、日本はそれの多くを買ってくれているわけであります。我々も日本からいろいろ買っているわけなんですけど、例えば自動車ですけれども、そのお話をするのを楽しみにしています。貿易赤字についていい議論ができることを期待しています。ただ日本とアメリカの間の関係は今よりもいい状態にあったことはこれまでないということで、本当にこれからの話し合いを楽しみにしています。2人で時間を少し過ごした後にカナダの G7 に行って他の国を入れた議論に参加しますけれども、その後はシンガポールに行くということで非常に忙しい何日間になるわけなんですけれども、非常にエキサイティングで重要なことでいい成果があると期待しております。
And just in finishing, recently I was in Japan and Shinzo said, let's play a round of golf. We played a round of golf and he does it the right way. He set us both up with the number 3 player in the world or thereabouts, one of the greatest golfers in the world. And they call him in Japan the Great Matsuyama. See, here we don't use the word great to describe a lot of people, but there they say the Great Matsuyama. And I realized he was a longer hitter than I was. That I will tell you. He hit the ball a little bit further, Peter, than I did. But it was a great honor, great fun. We had a great time, and we discussed a lot of really fantastic things. And I think this is going to be very productive. So, Mr. Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you with us.
最近日本に行った時に心臓がゴルフに誘ってくれたんですけど、本当に正しいやり方でやって、世界でナンバー3ぐらいのゴルファーを呼んでくれたわけなんですけれども、日本ではどうもグレート松山と呼んでるようですけど、我が国ではあまりグレートと呼ばないんですけれども、本当にピーター、私よりも長く打てるということに気づいて、でも本当に私にとって光栄でしたし、楽しかったし、日本での議論は本当に素晴らしい議論でした。今日も生産的な議論となると思います。総理。
Matsuyama, I might add, he is the number 2 celebrity in Japan. He's the number 1 celebrity in Japan.
安倍総理に次いで2番目に有名な人なんです。
日米の長い歴史の中で今ほど同盟の絆が強い時はないとこのように思います。
So both Japan and the United States share a very long history, but I would like to underscore that we are at the best moment in terms of the strength of bond between the two nations.
歴史的な米朝首脳会談を前に、トランプ大統領とじっくりお話しできることを本当に嬉しく思います。今日までの大統領のこの米朝首脳会談に向けた努力と、そしてリーダーシップを称賛したいと思います。
And also, just prior to the planned summit meeting between the United States and North Korea, I am very pleased that we too have this opportunity to have our thorough discussion as to the summit meeting. So this is my sincere pleasure. And also, up until now, you have been demonstrating great leadership as well as efforts, and I would like to applaud what you have demonstrated up until now.
この歴史的な米朝首脳会談が北東アジアの平和と 安定を歴史的に向上させるような機会となることを期待しています。
And my sincere hope is that the upcoming planned U.S.-North Korea summit meeting will serve as an opportunity through which we will have greater peace and stability, and also this will be a dramatic and transformational moment in terms of the situation in the Northeast Asia.
米朝首脳会談が成功し、核・ミサイル問題、そして拉致問題が前進するよう、大統領とそして米国と緊密に連携をしていきたいと思います。
So through my discussion with you today, I am ready to confirm and also reaffirm our close collaboration between the two nations so as to have a very successful summit meeting between the United States and North Korea, and also in order for us to achieve progress on our efforts to address the outstanding issues of concern, including the nuclear and missile and the abductions issue.
また、米朝首脳会談に向けて、大統領としっかりとその基本方針についてすり合わせを行いたいと思います。
And also, I would like to take this opportunity to make sure that we too have the utmost policy coordination as to our approach to the planned summit meeting that you will have with the North Korean leader in the very near future.
また貿易や投資や経済についてどなたと建設的な議論を行いたいと思います。
And on top of the issue of North Korea, I very much look forward to having a discussion with Donald on issues including trade, investment, and our economic relationship.
今日は大変お天気が良くて、ドナルドとゴルフできないのは残念でありますが、ぜひ次回また機会を得たいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Well, despite the fact that we now enjoy this gorgeous weather, we will not be able to play golf this time, which is a pity for me. But next time, let's play golf together.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump, what are you doing to prepare for the summit with North Korea? What are you doing to prepare for the summit with North Korea?
I think I'm very well prepared. I don't think I have to prepare very much. It's about attitude. It's about willingness to get things done. But I think I've been preparing for the summit for a long time, as has the other side. I think they've been preparing for a long time also. So this isn't a question of preparation. It's a question of whether or not people want it to happen. And we'll know that very quickly.
If the critics say it's just a photo op, what do you tell them?
Well, it's going to be much more than a photo op. I think it's a process. I've told you that many times before. I think it's not a one-meeting deal. It would be wonderful if it were. You know, they've been doing this for a long time. There's been a lot of enemies out there, a lot of dislike, a lot of hatred between countries. This will not be just a photo op. This will be, at a minimum, we'll start with perhaps a good relationship, and that's something that's very important toward the ultimate making of a deal. I'd love to say it could happen in one deal. Maybe it can. They have to denuke. If they don't denuclearize, that will not be acceptable. We cannot take sanctions off. The sanctions are extraordinarily powerful. We cannot, and I could add a lot more, but I've chosen not to do that at this time, but that may happen. By the way, with Iran, we're adding tremendously powerful sanctions. They understand that very well. I think Iran already is not the same country. If you look, I don't think they're looking so much to the Mediterranean like they were 2 months ago. So it's a big difference. It was number one nuclear, but also out of it, you also get the side benefit that Iran is a different place. And we'll see what happens, and maybe ultimately something will happen with Iran. But for our meeting next week, I think it's going to be a very fruitful meeting. I think it's going to be an exciting meeting. I think we're going to get to know a lot of people that our country never got to know. This is something that should have been handled many years ago by other presidents. It shouldn't be handled now. It should have been handled years ago. But it is being handled now, and I'll take care of it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How long will you stay? How long will you stay?
1, 2, 3, depending on what happens.
Any chance you'll play golf during the summit?
No, I'd love to, but no.
All right, let's go, guys.
Here we go. Thank you very much.